Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Kindly silence your electronic devices. Our program is about to begin.
From the public and private sectors to discuss the power dynamics shaping Capitol Hill and reverberating across the country and beyond. Timely conversations on the issues driving the news will bring the corridors of power closer to you than ever before.
Please welcome Punchbowl News founder and CEO Anna Palmer.
All right. Good Tuesday morning, everyone. We are thrilled to have you join us in person and on the live stream for our second annual conference. A big thank you to Johnson & Johnson for joining us as presenting sponsor. So our goal for the conference is pretty simple. We want to bring to life our AM, midday, and PM editions, featuring key conversations with top lawmakers and CEOs on issues of global importance. Whether it's finance, defense, or tech, Washington is at the center of it all. We just celebrated 5 years of Punchbowl News, and our focus remains the same, bringing nonpartisan insights and coverage focused on power, people, and politics. We've also gone deeper in policy coverage areas, which we're going to touch on today: financial services, tax and trade, tech policy, as well as defense coverage. And we continue to bring together our community in a variety of events like today, because not only do we want to share what we know and what we are learning from lawmakers and our conversations, but we also want to hear what you all can share with us as well. Today, we'll also have opportunities for networking and a live taping of Flyout Day, our YouTube show that is up every Thursday afternoon. This is going to be during the lunchtime. You can find us on YouTube at Punchbowl News. We encourage you to subscribe to our channel. You can also find Punchbowl News on all social media platforms at Punchbowl News, and we encourage you to share the conversation And a big thank you again to everyone for joining us on the live stream and on C-SPAN throughout the day. You'll also have opportunities in the breaks to check out our pop-up pink room over there. And we have a swag room as well, which you can check out some of our swag. We are super excited because today we are unveiling for the first time, not only in-person swag, but swag that will be available online for purchase with our refreshed branding. Now, I'd like to welcome presenting sponsor Johnson & Johnson Chairman and CEO Joaquin Duato to help us kick off the day with opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Anna, for the warm welcome, and congratulations to Punchbowl News for organizing this second annual summit. It's great to have a forum to advance policy discussions that are going to make a difference. As the nation nears its 250th anniversary, today's policy choices are going to shape the next century of America and beyond. And America history shows what's possible. For generations, innovation and entrepreneurship have turned big ideas into positive change for our economy and society. And what underpins that progress and positive change is an environment that rewards innovation. And we are in a period of unprecedented opportunity on innovation. The pace of scientific and technological progress is accelerating, and in healthcare alone, I'm convinced that we are going to see more breakthroughs in the next decade than we saw in the last 100 years. And yes, AI and technology, it's going to be an important part of these breakthroughs. I know it's a topic in many committee hearings and briefings. It's a subject in every boardroom and C-suite in corporate America. And we are making already big strides with AI in drug discovery and clinical trials, in our medical devices and technologies, in optimizing the supply chain. And AI is helping us to accelerate our impact, meaning that medical technologies and medicines are getting to patients faster. And that's important because when it gets to patients, every day matters. Johnson & Johnson has been at the leading edge of game-changing medical innovation since our founding in New Jersey in 1886. New Jersey is a place that we are proud to still call home. Over 140 years, we have worked with more than 20 presidential administrations and many more Congresses to advance our shared goals of delivering innovations built on American research, manufacturing, and jobs that help people live healthier and longer lives. And in many ways, just like this country, Johnson & Johnson is just getting started. We lead the industry as the most comprehensive healthcare company, spanning both pharmaceuticals and medical technologies. We are one of America's largest investors in innovation. And in 2025, we invested more than $32 billion in research and development and strategic acquisitions. From cardiology to cancer, from mental health to vision, from cell therapies to robotic surgery, Johnson & Johnson stands alone in our ability to deliver innovation across all healthcare. Last year, we announced a plan to invest $55 billion in the US through early 2029 in manufacturing, research and development and technology, a 25% increase over the prior 4 years, building on already elevated investment following the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. In the last 12 months, we have initiated projects with billions of dollars of investments, from a $2 billion biologic facility in North Carolina to a $1 billion next-generation cell therapy project in Pennsylvania. The impact is real. Thousands of well-paid jobs, stronger local supply chains, and a growing workforce prepared for the future, all while we develop and manufacture best-in-class medicines and medical devices. That is what's possible when policy supports innovation and public and private sectors work together with shared goals, producing results for patients, workers, and communities. The same spirit of partnership also means ensuring that patients can access the medicines that the innovation makes possible, which is why Johnson & Johnson is proud to work with this administration to provide and improve access to medicines for millions of American patients. At Johnson & Johnson, that's always been our purpose: advancing health, expanding opportunity, and strengthening American leadership in healthcare innovation. Because as one of our founders said, patients are waiting. So please accept my appreciation for all of you coming together today. We are excited about what we can achieve together. Thank you very much.
It's time for The Top, with Punchbowl News founders Jake Sherman and Anna Palmer, joined by co-founder of Cost Plus Drugs, Mark Cuban.
All right, good morning, everybody. We're back.
And Mark, welcome to Washington. I will resist my urge to talk about the Washington Wizards rebuild with somebody who has been in the middle of the NBA for a long time, but
actually, I thought the trade was good.
Did you?
Yeah, I did, yeah. They got something for nothing, effectively.
Yeah, listen, I'm hoping with Trae Young and Anthony Davis, we're going to make a run, but my 8-year-old son is not sure yet, so that'll be the real test.
Tell him, yeah, that was a good deal for him.
Okay. We're going to talk about a lot. Talk about politics, talk about your involvement in the pharmaceutical industry, which is a big deal and has gotten a lot of attention. I want to start with some of your political involvement. You were involved in 2024. You spent some real political capital, whether you knew it or not. You were a vocal surrogate for Kamala Harris. Reflect on that experience. What gave you hope, and if anything, and what made you disillusioned?
I mean, I'll go to the disillusioned part. The Democrats couldn't sell dollar bills for 50 cents. They just are awful salespeople. You know, the Democratic mindset from the people I dealt with, or some of the people I dealt with, was whatever Donald Trump did, you extrapolate that to the worst possible outcome. And then you focus on that worst possible outcome. And I still think they do that today, where whatever Trump does, they have to immediately claim that it's the worst thing in the history of worst things. And I think that works against them, as opposed to getting things done. Somebody here from the Democrats? Oh.
Yes, but that probably wasn't them.
As opposed to just doing things. You know, you hear a lot of talk about, well, when we get control of. You don't have to wait for when you get control of. Get off your ass and do something that helps people. Get out in the field and help people. Connect to people. I mean, that's why I like Tallarico. I mean, I've talked to him a bunch of times, texted with him. He goes out there and he doesn't disparage anybody. He just goes out there and tries to connect to people and help people. And I think, you know, that's a new realm. And I think he's really set a tone. Him and Mandami, it's crazy, but they're similar in a lot of respects in that they grew up in the Trump era. And they saw the impact of social media, because that entire 10 years has been, you know, starting with the Facebook micro-targeting to social media algorithms. They figured out social media algorithms. Donald Trump's figured it out. They're eating cats and dogs, dominates social media. James Tallarico and Mandami both figured it out. You know, they know if you feed the algorithm, everybody gets, at least the younger voters get most of their information and news from social media. Yep. Whether it's YouTube or whatever it may be. And as long as you feed that algorithm, you're going to be okay. If you don't understand that and you stand in front of a podium and wait in front for reporters to report, you're going to not be okay.
So you talk about your disillusionment from kind of support to being disillusioned with Democrats in large part. What is the biggest thing that you think the federal government is getting wrong right now? And are they getting anything right?
I mean, I focus on healthcare right now, and they're getting it. They're trying, but they're definitely getting it wrong. I think the breakup big medicine bill from Hawley and Elizabeth Warren was really good, but there's no other senators supporting it. It's crazy. You know, you've got a couple companies in the distribution side and on the insurance side that are enormous. There's one insurance company that not only do they do hundreds of billions in sales with 70+% of their revenue from taxpayers, but they have 2,600 plus subsidiaries. They do $160 billion in intercompany transfers. They are so big, they're too big to care. But they're so big, they get to dominate the economics of the entire healthcare industry. And that is to the detriment of patients. That's to the detriment, not just in terms of health and wellness, but in terms of cost.
You have a lot of ears here of people who either work in public policy or are involved in public policy somehow. Excuse me, if you had bipartisan political cover to fix one problem, what would it be?
I would make the biggest 2 or 3 insurance companies divest all non-insurance assets. Because, I mean, I'm an entrepreneur. I love to compete. You know, I want to start a new company. That's why we started Cost Plus Drugs, costpluswellness.com, Cost Plus Marketplace, to compete. But it's not an efficient market. I mean, literally, there's so much control. So people understand. You've all heard the conversations about pharmacy benefit managers and how bad they are. Well, those aren't singular companies. They are either part of much larger insurance companies or they own large insurance companies. So you have to think of them as vertically integrated. So there's just no way to just compete with these enormous companies that just don't care. And so you have to break them up. It's like 1984 with Ma Bell. You've got to break them up.
Do you have any optimism that that's actually going to happen, though?
I mean, at least one bill was introduced, and that's a start. I give them credit for that, but no other senators jumped on.
Right. I
mean, how can no senator jump on to break up big medicine? The most hated industry in the country is the health insurance industry. I mean, we've had a tragedy. Nobody looks at their health insurance or the cost of health care and says, oh, it's great. I love it. You know, and yet nobody has jumped on board with Hawley and Warren. That makes no sense whatsoever. It just tells me it's all lip service.
So let's talk about what you're doing with Cost Plus Drugs. Like I know what it is, but for those out there that might not, give us the very simple explanation about what you are trying to do.
Bring transparency and lower prices to medication. So when you go to costplusdrugs.com, you put in the name of the medication. If it's one of the thousands we carry, it comes up, but we show you our actual cost, what we literally pay for it. Then we show you our markup, which is only 15%. And then if it's mail order, it's $5 for shipping, or you can pick up at a local pharmacy. And that's it. And in doing so, because our margins are only 15%, 9 out of 10 times we're cheaper than anybody else, and we offer good service. Now the question becomes, why don't we sell every medication? Because we would love to sell every medication we're legally able to. And the reason is because those big vertically integrated insurance/PBM companies, they go to major manufacturers like J&J that we just heard from, and they're a great company, right? And they say, look, we control, give or take, 200 million lives. If you don't play ball the way we want you to play ball, we're going to diminish your access to those 200 million lives on those formularies that we control. Because we all know when we sign up for our plans, we see a list of the drugs that are covered. That list controls everything. And so as long as those big companies are vertically integrated and have that lever and level of control, we're not going to be able to sell the rest. And why are they trying to stop us? Because they know if there's a drug that we put on there and we show our cost, then every employer knows what the cost of that medication is, and that completely changes how people buy healthcare in this country.
Could you give a sense, and I'll let you talk in a second, Anna, but I just want to follow up on that really quickly. How disruptive have you been so far? Like what kind of, I mean, I don't know, you're not a public company, so you don't have to
I mean, we've served millions of customers, millions of patients, and we keep on growing. Every day we set a record for number of prescriptions filled. But we've been able to extend it, so we're not just a retail website. We have a Cost Plus Marketplace, which sells sterile injectables that we make in Dallas, Texas, to hospitals. Believe it or not, as hard as it is for patients to buy at a good price, hospitals are just dumb. They just overpay for everything. I mean, I've never seen, I mean, it's crazy how they overpay. And so we suited there. There's a big role in direct contracting now, so employers, rather than going through an insurance company, self-insured employers are now starting direct contract. We created something called Cost Plus Wellness, where I took the contracts that I use for my companies and the hospitals and the providers that we work with, and we actually publish those contracts. Because up until now, if you were an employer and you wanted to, and you self-insure and you wanted to compare prices and compare contract terms, you couldn't do it. And so now we changed that. But the biggest impact we're just starting to have that I think will have the greatest long-term effect is our manufacturing. So right now in Dallas, we have a modular manufacturing plant where we make sterile injectables that are on a short supply list, right, out of supply list. And believe it or not, pediatric cancer drugs go out of supply. Pitocin, all these popular, common drugs, and they go they go into shortage because the manufacturers want to be able to raise the price. So we started manufacturing them, but my partner, Alex Oshmayansky, this guy does math theorems for fun. I mean, really smart.
Not the same as me.
Not the same as me either. But we've been able to extend this modular manufacturing so that we're to the point now that if we can get approval from the FDA, we can take 1,000 generic tablet drugs and manufacture them in Dallas for less than we can buy them from India. And the only thing holding us back is that the FDA charges $365,000 per application to manufacture. And if you want to manufacture 1,000 drugs, generic drugs in Dallas, it's $365 million, and that destroys that. But if we're able to get past that, we'll be able to move, I can't even begin to tell you how many generic drugs to be manufactured in Dallas.
So I want to ask two questions because healthcare famously challenging. You're talking about all of the different regulatory hurdles, the barriers to entry. What has been harder than expected? Because you had to know it was going to be hard.
It's not hard. It's easy. I mean, this has been the easiest industry to disrupt ever that I've ever been involved with because it's a very simple industry. How much does it cost? How do you pay for it? And if you can't pay for it, what happens? That's it. But what happens is you've got these vertically integrated companies that have huge leverage because they control formularies and insurance plans. And because they have that leverage and they're smart, they control everything else that happens downstream. So by working outside the industry, piece by piece by piece, we can chip away at them. And what I've been able to do is go to major employers and say, look, here's how these vertically integrated PBM/insurance companies are ripping you off. Do A, B, C, and D, and tell me what happens. And then they realize they're getting ripped off. And so you're starting to see a trend of moving away from those companies. So some people might say, well, that's market forces, that's the way it should be done, and that's true. But it's going to take me about 20 years to do it that way, as opposed to just saying, look, we've got to get rid of this leverage that they have, break them up, prevent them from using formularies as a hammer to step on everybody, to hit on everybody.
So you've built this company and companies on pricing visibility, incentives. That makes a ton of sense. Where else, if you zoom out, in government could transparency alone lower costs? Are there other areas that you might identify or industries? I
mean, I haven't really focused. Healthcare has been my entire focus over the last 4 years. Education, obviously, I think would be easy to disrupt. There's just too much easy money. I think you could. I'm a fan of free college and free community college, but not every college being free. So I would, say I would have the government, the Department of Education, if it's still left, to go out to each DMA, right, every market area, and just put out to bid to the public colleges, hey, who wants to be the free 4-year college for the next 10 years? Bid your price per student, and the government will cover that for students who want to go to school there, and that will automatically push down the prices of everything else. And then I would also cap the money available for free money for college, right? The Pell Grants, et cetera, so that there's a cap on that.
But what you're saying on drug prices and what you're doing makes sense, but if it makes so much sense, why has no one done it before?
Have you never talked to anybody in government before?
Spends most of his days in the basement of the Capitol.
Yeah, right.
That's all he does.
It's crazy, right? Because this is the fun. If you talk about the economy, like, people don't think of it this way, but the one loan, the one debt that you'll never ever pay off in your entire life is your health insurance premium. You pay it now. You pay it when you're on Medicare. You'll pay it till the day you die. But people don't think about it that way. And so there's so many ways that we can push down those costs. And we focused on the premium, first of all, as opposed to the deductible. You can have the lowest premiums in the world, but if you can't afford your deductible, you don't have insurance. And again, those big vertically integrated companies aren't dumb. They realize with the premium tax credits going away and employers not wanting to take as much responsibility because the cost is going up to $30,000 a year, that they'll give you lower premiums in some case, but your deductible skyrockets. And what happens then is because someone on an ACA Silver plan has a $5,000 deductible for their family and a $9,800 or whatever it is out of pocket max, now when they go to the hospital says, well, you can't afford your deductible, we'll loan you the money so that we can get to the insurance company money. Now all of a sudden you've turned hospitals and doctors and providers into subprime lenders. Mm-hmm. And the patient can't afford all that. And so we just created more, agita, more grief for them. And so now people have to worry. You think they're worried about buying a new house? Well, if you can't afford the care for your family if something goes wrong, that's a whole lot worse. And so we don't think about those things. We don't think about the impact of deductibles in our government. And I'll give you an analysis. So if I want to go to, I went to Indiana University, national champs. Yeah. If I want to go to
well
IU. Well
publicized that you went there.
If I want to go to IU and just party my brains out for one semester and get drunk every day, the federal government will guarantee my student loan. If I have a business and I want to go to a bank and the bank says, okay, it's a decent business, the SBA will guarantee that business loan. If I want to buy a house, I can get guarantees from the FHA and other places, right? Even states. If I'm in a horrific car wreck and I can't afford my deductible, and it's going to be $10,000, $5,000, whatever it may be, we don't care. Good luck to you. It makes no sense. And so there's so many ways we can look at these bigger issues because fundamentally, Maslow's hierarchy, healthcare is everything.
So when you think about that, I mean, our whole career has basically spanned Congress trying to fix healthcare, right? Whether it's Obamacare or take on in different areas. I mean, do you think healthcare, the system's fixable through market reforms, or does it require a more fundamental rewrite? Is that kind of
I mean, if you want to get it done quickly, you break them up. There's the bill, break up big medicine. Any senators in here or staff?
Lots of staff.
Staff, get your senator's ass in gear. Seriously, right? I mean, because I'll talk to a senator and bring it up, Mark, same type of conversation, break up big medicine. How come you haven't supported? Well, I have my staff look at it. Click. I mean, it's fixable because all the power has converged into the PBMs and the insurance companies, and they're vertically integrated. That's it. If you take away, you can do simple things. Like you could say that, for those of you who don't know, there's 3 distributors for pharmacy that control 90+% of the drugs distributed in this country, 3 of them. And when they buy from a big brand company, like the sponsor here, you know what price they pay? List price. Literally, if a drug is $600 list, they pay $600. And then they get 1.5% back if they pay promptly, and 3.5% back if they provide some data. So 5% discount. If they came on Shark Tank and said, hey, we're a $100 billion company, and when we buy brand medications, we pay full list minus 5%. Kevin would be like, take him out behind the barn and shoot him. Because there's no industry that just pays list price, except the drug industry. And you know why they do that? They do that to protect the PBM's rebate money and the other fees and everything else that they charge. So if you wanted an alternative shortcut instead of just breaking them up, you say that the manufacturers, when they sell to distribution, can't sell at list price, they have to sell at a net price, or there can't be any retribution or any negative actions towards the manufacturers that do that. Because I already know that those PBM/insurance companies are telling the big brand manufacturers, if they sell to the distributors, and again, these are multi-$100 billion companies, and if they sell to them for less than the retail price, they will take them off their formularies or diminish their entire portfolios, costing those companies hundreds of millions, billions of dollars. So they're not going to do it. So if you change that, you change healthcare. And when you do that, so now if a drug that costs $600 and the manufacturer makes $300, if that's sold to that distributor at $330, right, or $300 and the distributor marks it up to $330, anybody who doesn't have insurance, when they go to the pharmacy who paid $330, the pharmacy will sell it to you for $340 or $350. If you have a high deductible plan, they'll sell it to you for $340 or $350. And those of you who know your own healthcare plans, you know that if you need a medication during your deductible phase, you pay the full retail price, right? And so if they're made to sell at net, then all of a sudden, instead of paying $600 for that drug, you're paying $340 or $350, and you're saving patients billions of dollars a year. All because these vertically integrated huge companies have that much leverage and control.
Have you heard from the PBMs?
They hate us.
Have they tried to,
what they'll do is they'll say to the big brand, so Cost Plus has thousands of medications. We only have a few, and thanks to J&J for Invokana, one that we do sell. But there's thousands of specialty drugs and brand drugs that we don't sell. And the reason they tell the manufacturers not to sell to us is they know that for a drug that has a $600 list, if the net price to the distributor's $300, and we pay $350, let's say, and we only mark it up 15%, so let's just say it's $395 or whatever the math comes out to. Now all of a sudden we're publishing a price list. And by the way, 4 years into our business, we're still the only pharmacy that publishes a price list. So we'll publish it at $395, and every patient who during their deductible phase was having to pay $600, or every uninsured patient was having to pay $600, and every employer was having to pay $600. They're looking at that pricing and going, why is this happening? We're this big company and we're paying $600. And so they know that'll destabilize their business. So they basically tell every brand, especially manufacturer, if you work with Cost Plus drugs, we will diminish you on your formulary, and we don't care how many tens of millions or billions of dollars it costs you.
All right, we are quickly running out of time, so we're going to switch gears because we want to look forward at 2028. You talked about Mamdani, you talked about James Tallarico, candidates that you kind of find exciting or have kind of figured out the algorithm today. Are you thinking about running as a candidate?
No.
Coming to Washington doesn't make you want to say, let's put your hat in the race?
No, I mean, when it's all said and done and they put me 6 feet under, I don't want anybody, he was president. No, I want him to say he had a good time, he had a great family, and he fucked up healthcare. That's it.
And he has an NBA championship.
Yeah, and I got a ring too. Yeah.
Who do you like? Like, who's out there that you think?
I like Tallarico. I don't know. For president 28, I don't know that he's ready or he's the guy. But I don't know yet.
Does it need to be someone outside of the system? Do you think?
I mean, it doesn't. Like Mamdani came from nowhere. Tallarico came from nowhere. Whichever parties have got to learn, and Trump has got this down to a science. He knows what's going to trigger the algorithms. And so, and he plays True Social, and he's an expert at it. And who does that with the Democrats? Mamdani and Tallarico. Every other Democrat sits in front of a podium and says, Donald Trump sucks, and then fills in the rest. That's not going to prime the algorithm. You have to realize that each and every one of us in the country, in the world that uses social media, YouTube, TikTok, whatever, has our own original feed. Neither one of us has a duplicate. And by the way, if you want to know what your children are all about, because they're tired of the negative messaging. And he was positive, and the more, whatever you consume, you get more of in your algorithm. And so once they started watching his videos, not only did they get more of James Tallarico, but they got more other positive messages. And that was it, because I don't think the Democrats understand, or even the mainstream Republicans understand, that whatever you feed people, right, if they don't consume it, it doesn't matter what you say.
That's right, yeah.
What's in your feed?
What's in my feed? Yeah. What's in my wallet? Hot girls.
NBA. Well, that's a good note to end on.
All right, we will leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it. All right,
appreciate it, guys.
Taking the stage for The Vault, Anna Palmer and Carlyle CEO Harvey Schwartz.
Morning, everyone.
Thank you so much. All right, please, I want to welcome folks to fill in, take a spot. I know there's a lot of people standing room only, which we appreciate, but settle in. We've got a full day here at the conference. Harvey, thank you so much for joining us.
Great to be here, Anna.
Mark Cuban, his feed might be different than your feed. I don't know.
He gets to dress way more fun than me. Golf shirt, sneakers. Now I'm like in the conventional attire. Hard pivot for the group. Yeah.
But probably one we're more comfortable with here in Washington. So you fit right in with the rest of us.
Well, it's great to be here.
All right, so you are CEO of Carlyle. The firm has more than $475 billion in total assets under management, invests across the globe, but based here in Washington, which makes you very unique. I want to start broad. So what is your take right now on the global economy? Bullish, bearish, somewhere in the middle?
So, well, again, great to be here with everybody. Anna, congratulations on a fantastic event. So we get our best information from our portfolio companies. So as you said, we're about $500 billion of assets. The firm born here in DC, David Rubenstein, Bill Conway, Dan Daniello formed the firm about 40 years ago. So it does make us a little bit unique in terms of how we've evolved. And we're only 2,500 employees at Carlyle, but in the companies we invest in around the world, we're over 700,000 employees. And we systematically roll up the data from all those companies across aerospace, defense, healthcare, industrials, financial services. And if you look at that data, which for me is a bit of a true north, the economy and the global economy look quite good. Now, it's not uniform around the globe, but the economy looks quite good. And particularly if you look in the US, during the government shutdown, obviously you couldn't get financial data. We were the only firm that I'm aware of that actually published GDP estimates based on this data. And our team was spot on, 2.7%. We look at the data today, and we'll have to see what the implications are of the war on the economy over the next several weeks. But coming into the beginning of March, it looked like 3.5%, 4% GDP this quarter, a little bit of GDP shifting, but EBITDA is growing quite healthily. Top lines are good. You would look at that mosaic of companies and you would feel really good.
It's interesting because so many people expected tariffs, right? Or some of the geopolitical forces that are happening. We're going to get to Iran in a second because I think that's important to drill down on. And said, this could, is it a recession, right? There's a lot of talk by economists about that. You've had JPMC's Jamie Dimon recently kind of having a level of anxiety that we haven't seen from him more recently. But it seems like you're saying the data doesn't bear that out right now.
Yeah, so there's the data, and then there's things happening around the data, which I think are, in some cases, exaggerated, in some cases, warrant, reasonable concern. But I think the thing that all of us and the people so I have a great privilege at Carlyle. I travel all over the world. We've been in Japan for 25 years, the only firm that's been there for 25 years. We've been in Asia for 30 years. We've been in Europe for really almost the full length of the firm's history. And so when I talk to global leaders, what they mostly struggle with are the changing macro paradigms. So I'll turn 62 tomorrow. Thank you. And I'll turn 62 tomorrow. So I was born in an incredible time, 1964. In my lifetime, the trends have been remarkably favorable.
Yeah.
And the trends have shifted. There's geopolitical tension. There's the war in Europe. There's the war in the Middle East. We've had increasing inflation after periods of 30 years of deflation. We've had more interest rate instability, higher interest rates. So a lot of the trends that really framed the last 30, 40 years are shifting. And when you combine that with the geopolitical splintering versus globalization, and then you add on things like artificial intelligence, is it hope or threat? Right. These are big questions. So I think you have all that around the periphery, and then policy. Policy shifts. What business participants want are friendly business policies set very early and that they can rely on. So when policy shifts, that creates a degree of uncertainty. So, but if you look again, that's why I call it true north. The true north today, and it could shift. I could be sitting here with you in 2 quarters and say, wow, the economy has shown some deterioration. But right now it feels quite good. but there's a lot of atmospherics around it. And I think that makes sense. And I think if you were to define it in market participant terms, we would say that true north feels really good, but for those market folks in the audience, the risk tails feel pretty fat.
Yeah. So put that in Washington, because we're not in the market.
Not a risk tail person?
Not a risk tail person. That doesn't come in my common vernacular.
This may not help you all that much. But when Silicon Valley Bank went out of business, the market reaction was 7 times as great as when Russia went into the Ukraine.
Wow.
So the world, today's world, I think underprices geopolitical risk and overvalues financial risk because 2008 is so relevant in people's memories. And so that triggers more of a fear response. But all these things are very real. And so if you're in the markets day to day and you see oil go from 60 some odd dollars to 120 in a very fast period of time, it's very hard to understand what the extrapolation of that might be. And I think that's actually a healthy market reaction. The oil price going up because a geopolitical event like being in the Middle East does have a degree of uncertainty. It also has a set of outcomes that could be incredibly positive. But I think the world is increasingly pricing in some of that uncertainty.
Yeah, so let's talk about Iran, because obviously the situation there and what went from maybe an invasion is now kind of seems like it might be protracted. It depends. We're getting mixed messages from the White House on that. But clearly there's a broader Middle East impact that's happening with Iran. We've already seen, as you mentioned, the impact on oil, right? And it spiked yesterday, and now it's come back down a bit. How do you see that situation playing with the global economy?
So I find it interesting when the media is engaging with politicians, and I understand the desire for this, but they're sort of like, hey, when is this going to end? Okay, well, that's sort of an absurd question, in my opinion. So the reality is that the administration's been very clear. They want it to end as quickly as possible, but they have a series of objectives that they're trying to achieve. I think we should just take that at face value. And I think when you listen to the administration talk about how they're thinking about the impact on oil prices, I think what they're saying is accurate. They're not pinpointing when this conflict will end, this war will end, but they are saying that at the end of this, it is very likely, and I agree with this thesis, that oil prices will come down. The question that's much more complicated is how long does that take? How quickly do oil prices come down? Do oil prices have some sustained risk premium embedded in them afterwards? But I think really this gets back to that economic engine. We have an incredibly resilient consumer in the United States. And does this somehow, over a period of time, if it's too extended, does it begin to impact the consumer and consumer confidence? Because at the end of the day, when you're asking about markets before, markets thrive on confidence. Confidence is the greatest market elixir. When people feel confident, they spend more, they invest more, they enjoy life more, they travel more, they do all these things. And when consumers and market participants lack confidence, they obviously retreat. And so I think if this can come to a conclusion in a reasonable period of time, you might see some sustained oil prices for a period, but the market and people will look through that. And I think if we can come to a fairly reasonably quick, peaceful resolution, and on the other side of this, you'll see oil prices come down, I think it'll be viewed quite positively.
All right, I want to talk about inflation. The Federal Open Markets Committee is meeting next week. The president has very publicly kind of pressured and put that out there that he would like rates to continue to be cut. Should the Fed continue to cut rates?
So I think, again, it's all about these cross currents.
Yeah.
So, well, first of all, I think if you have to look at the Fed over a long period of time, and I give people like Chairman Powell, Steve Mnuchin, people that really navigated the pandemic, an extraordinary amount of credit, and all the people that worked with them in the administration at the time, because they really did save the U.S. economy, and I think they saved the global economy. And I think that should be recognized. I think the Fed did an amazing job during that period where we had a big inflation spike, and we hadn't seen that in the United States in decades, quickly responding to that. I think that it's all these cross currents I talked about. So you have elevated oil prices, you have shifting tariff policy, you have the AI, again, hope and threat, and the investment. The hyperscalers are spending roughly about 1% of GDP which is really impacting the economy in a positive way, but also creating other market dynamics that, higher electricity bills, things like that. And so when you add all that up, I think that with the inflation rate where it is today, and you have to go back to first principles. What I mean by first principles is, what is their mandate? Protect jobs and guard against inflation. I think what they're saying is, and I would take them at face value on this, the data, we're waiting for more conclusive data before we cut or we would raise rates. They've already cut a number of times. I think, if we went through and you have to pick scenarios, which I'm not going to go through all the scenarios, but let's take what would be an unfortunate, unexpected scenario. Let's just say we see oil prices at a high level for a period of time. People immediate reaction to that is, well, that's quite inflationary. It's actually quite deflationary because it has this massive impact on the consumer who will retreat with expenses being higher. It'll actually be deflationary. I think you actually could see the Fed cut into something like that.
Okay.
And so I think with some of this market uncertainty, they might lean more towards a cut, but I think they're going to stay the path, and we'll have a new chairman in shortly, and then we'll see how that evolves. But I think the Fed overall has had to navigate some very, very complicated market dynamics, and I think with unemployment where it is today, the U.S. economy growing well, inflation quite controlled, I think everybody's done a pretty good job.
All right, I want to talk about AI. You brought it up earlier. It's a theme that we're going to be speaking about because everybody's focused on it. Obviously, a major area that the financial markets and investors are trying to figure out, right? I mean, you had Block lay off 4,000 employees in the last couple of weeks. It seems like that won't be the last company to make big changes when it comes to the future of how they're going to organize themselves. How does Carlyle use AI? And then also, how do you think about it from an investment standpoint? Because you said you could be bearish and say it's going to be catastrophic, or it could be opportunistic.
Yeah. So as a CEO, for me, over the last 3 years, I've had a great fortune of inheriting a fantastic data science team. Part of what ended up happening was all that data that we rolled from those portfolio companies ended up being quite fortuitous for us as we deployed what I'll call advanced data science and AI. And I generally suspect all CEOs think about it this way, but for me, it's one, our primary activity of committing capital. So when we deploy capital into a company, we recently took a company, Medline, public. It's the most largest IPO done last year, largest IPO ever done by a sponsor company, largest IPO in healthcare. When we invest in a company, we invest for 5-7 years.
Right.
So the point of committing that capital is incredibly important decision making. So the first is, how can we use data science and AI to enable our investors to make better decisions? Then the question is, once we own the company, how do we work with the company to help them stay competitive at the competitive edge? And then thirdly, how can we run Carlyle better? So I just look through it in that lens. And then it's a question for me of use cases. There's a lot of still hype in the space of what AI could be. The way to cut through that for me is encouraging the team to find use cases. Because if you can find a use case that enables increased productivity, then you can actually replicate that use case sometimes across industries, across the firms, and across how we think about investing. So I think of it as, I'm personally a believer that it's a big step function change in technology. I think it will transpire over a longer period of time than people think. I am more optimistic that it will increase productivity. I am not in the camp that you're going to see mass unemployment, 10, 20, 30% unemployment, all these things. I think it'll be a much slower adoption, but you'll have these in this world where there's this kind of uncertainty around what all this means, I think headlines will have a big impact. So you'll see a layoff.
Yes.
And everyone will ascribe to the fact that, okay, there's a new machine that is doing everything that the humans used to do. I think as long as there are folks like you running Punchbowl and CEOs, I think it's fine.
Yeah. All right, it's fine, I like it. I'll take that. We use AI ourselves.
That didn't hit as well as I thought it might.
It's more coffee, guys. All right, I want to talk to...
Before the meeting, so we're 2,500 employees at Carlyle. Yeah. This is not, AI is not about us going from 2,500 to 2,400. For us, it's about better investments, enhancing companies, and I think you will see more productivity. And actually, I think in the very short run, it's actually adding to people's workload because they're doing what they used to do and they're trying to do things with data science. And I suspect that's the case with everybody here in this room too. And so, but I do think you'll see some industries get disrupted where routine tasks that can be automated will be automated. But we've seen that for 30 years. But so I'm not in the draconian camp.
Yeah, it was interesting. A CEO I was talking to was saying that you don't want to just use AI to continue bad systems, right? It should be able to your point, kind of find automation, find utilities for folks. I want to talk about two policy areas. We are in Washington, one of which is kind of impacting private equity firms. Super active with this White House's push to allow for the Labor Department to loosen rules around 401k investments to more asset classes, including private funds. Do you have any worries about opening up retirement accounts to more speculative assets, or do you see this, I would assume, as an opportunity?
So I think it's just about how it's done. So I've been working, again, we're one of the founders, David Rubenstein, and the co-founders were pioneers in this business.
Yep.
We have been working with pension funds across the United States for 30 years who every day invest in a combination of public stocks, public bonds, and private capital, often on a ratio of 70% in public markets, 30%. So there are teachers, millions of them, that already get the benefit of private capital. Mm-hmm. So it's already weather tested. Mm-hmm. So the durability of the solution set.
That's their institutional, the funds themselves, not the teachers invest.
No, but the teachers are getting the benefit every day. And they know that their retirement is dependent on the performance of Carlyle working with their plan. And so I think that in itself has already been pressure tested or weather tested. It's across many, many cycles. Mm-hmm. I think that expanding that more broadly makes a lot of sense because I don't know that we want everybody invested 100% in the S&P. The S&P, I think year over year is probably up 20%, but year to date it's flat. If we go through 2 or 3 years of the S&P being flat, everyone's going to say, wow, all these retirees shouldn't have been in the S&P. So I do think there's diversification. It's about how it's implemented, what's the rule set, and we want to be a very, very thoughtful participant in that because retirement savings is such a critical element for future stability for people as they get to retirement age. And so it's just really about how it's done. I don't think there's a question of whether or not more asset classes make sense or not. I think there's a benefit to diversification because in any one year, ETFs will outperform stocks, bonds will outperform. And I'm not in this camp, by the way, because I know there's enthusiastic points of view here, like, oh, this market's better than this market. Oh. I think all capital is great. It is really necessary for what's happening around the globe to encourage economic growth. It is the lifeblood of what allows companies to grow. But I think that fundamental to this 401k discussion is, if you and I were having this conversation in 2000, we've lost half the public companies since then.
Right.
So private capital plays this critical role in capital formation, economic growth. And I think when you think retirement, you think 10, 20, 30 years of capital accelerating and capital growth in a retirement account, I think it can play a really important role, but it just has to be done well.
All right, one other Washington question for you. Private equity has been a target when it comes to this administration and other lawmakers trying to ban the purchase of single-family homes. Do you think the industry is getting unfairly targeted here? Is there a role that you should be playing, or are you concerned that there's overreach?
So that's not a business we're in. We run, I think, the most successful real estate business in the United States, but that's not an area of our focus, single-family homes. It's not what we do. I think this administration is very engaged with market participants. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's a question of can you get engagement? They're super accessible. I'll be on the Hill all day today. This is not an administration that doesn't want to listen, doesn't want to participate. I don't actually think the industry has been a target so we're, for example, part of our uniqueness in being in DC is we're really the only firm at scale that focuses on government services, aerospace defense, national security, and that's a global topic today. Mm-hmm. And so I think governments around the world, one of the things that's happening around the world is what I call the competition for economic capital. So the whole paradigm of priorities, again, over the past 30 years has switched to things like national security, job growth, wage growth, economic growth, and all those things require capital. That capital has to come from either countries, banks, or private capital providers. That really is the available capital pool that can fund growth around the world and here in the United States. It is very difficult for countries to do that. Every country is running too big a deficit. We have too big a deficit. So you're talking about banks and private capital providers, and I think both can play an exceptionally critical role. And I find this administration, we're not always going to agree with every administration. Sure. I suspect we disagree with every administration at some point in time. But I think this administration is open to hearing things.
All right, we are going to leave it there. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Everybody, thanks. Great to see everybody. Thank you.
Now joining Anna Palmer, Hilton President and CEO Chris Nassetta.
Thank you so much for joining me, Chris.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me, Anna.
All right, well, you just heard Harvey Schwartz talking a lot about the state of the economy, the global economy, and you come at it as CEO of Hilton from a different perspective, but a really important one, the travel and tourism industry. I'd love to kind of start 100,000 feet. What are you seeing as broadline trends right now?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a lot of noise in the world, particularly, I mean, I was going to say in the last week or two, but sort of for...
It keeps going.
It keeps going. We keep finding new ways to, to have disruption. But, my view when I heard, much of what I didn't get everything that Harvey said is pretty constructive on what's going on. I mean, we're a big business. We have, 9,300 hotels in 150 countries. And so we're representing, represented everywhere in the world. We see, what speeds all these economies are going. And they're all moving at sort of different, slightly different speeds. I'd say, ironically, our Europe, Middle East, Africa business had been performing the best. Obviously, in the last week or two, the Middle East business has been, very, very disrupted, as you would guess, and we'll see how long that goes. Our Pan-Asia business, which is quite big, has been reasonably strong, but sort of a tale of two cities. China, relatively slow for the reasons everybody knows and reads about. China's economy is growing at a much slower pace than it historically has. They've been trying to, work on economic issues and government issues with austerity, and, that's not good for the travel business, that's not good for the economy or business generally, but the rest of Asia actually quite strong. And then when you come here to the Americas, again, it was a little bit of a mixture. The non-US Americas have actually been quite strong. And what most people in this room probably care about the most, and which is why I left the, drum roll please, yes. America for last. America, if you look at the US over the last couple of years, it's been relatively slow. If you look at like our results, and we're a pretty good index for the country. We're in every single market in the country. We have 6,000 plus hotels in the United States of America. So we are in every big city, every little town, every mid-size, we're everywhere. We have 26 brands, so we are across every price point. And what we've seen in the last couple of years has been very, very modest, if not flat, same-store growth. So, I would say quite tepid. Having said that, what we're seeing right now, which I've been sort of prognosticating, and I'm happily able to say that it looks like it is happening and I've been right, is that we would see a reasonable uptick in the business, and we're starting to see that. So why? Obviously, back to where I started, a lot of noise in the broader environment, and I think it's easy, to get caught up in it. With what you do for a living, you're not just caught up in it, you're writing about
down
it.
in it.
You're literally in it. I feel like I am too. It's very hard to extract oneself from the noise of the moment. But if you do, sort of lift up, you said go to 100,000 feet, I think is what you said. You look at some, and Harvey talked about a few of these things. There's some powerful things going on. So what are those? One, inflation is coming down, structurally coming down, and will continue to come down simply because the housing input, which is a third of the input of the inflationary numbers, is on a lag. And if you talk, and I do, to folks that are in that industry, you will see that that inflation rates and housing costs are coming down. Thus, inflation's coming down. Interest rates have come down. My belief is they will continue to come down. You're in a massive deregulatory sort of environment across a broad spectrum, whether that's energy, financial services, et cetera. You're in a incredibly favorable tax environment with the bill that got done, one big, beautiful bill last year. Rarely in my 40 years of doing this have you seen not just a positive environment, but a sense that you have some running room. Like you have at least, because we're only 1 year in, you have at least 3, or 4, and really it takes so much time to get tax legislation of that sort done. You're probably 4 to 6 years from anything, so you have that going on. And then if that's not enough, you have this massive investment cycle, okay? So we all like to think, because it is written about, I'm sure not just you guys, but everybody, AI, I'm sure we'll get to that, sucking all the oxygen out of every room for good reason. So people think about, well, all the investment that's going into AI, the big tech companies are spending $750 billion just between like 6 or 7 of them, not to mention every other player in the space. To have AI, you have to have data centers. To have data centers, you have to have energy. And so you think about the complex of the trillions of dollars of investment that's happening. Like, go drive around, go out to Loudoun County and drive around.
Go to Virginia.
Go drive around Virginia. Go to Loudoun County if you don't believe what I'm saying, and you will be astounded by what you see going on. And that's not the only market in the country it's happening. It happens to be close by. And so, that creates a lot of activity. And I'm gonna wind this up, I promise. I know we only have so much time. But in addition to that, what I think a lot of folks forget, including a lot of my folks, is that during Biden's time, you had a $1.6 trillion, if you add up all the pieces, infrastructure bill. You had the $800 billion CHIPS Act. Very little of those monies have been spent, because there's a huge wind up that goes on in planning and permitting and all of that fun stuff. So, and that's pretty unstoppable. I mean, the one thing I'd say about that Congress is quite good at is spending the money. Once it's legislated, it may take a long time. Generally, the money gets spent. It may take some time, but the money's going to get spent. And so you put all that together, and I think it's a super powerful tailwind over the next several years. And what I was saying is we hadn't really been seeing it in the business, because it takes time for those things to sort of gestate and get into motion. But we are starting to see it. Now, you have other things going on that obviously could disrupt it, partial government shutdowns and things that we can talk about. But I'd say broadly, I feel pretty good. Most important part of that is not doing well. My own belief, and we are starting to see this in data, is that what's going on with the investment cycle will help collapse that into each other, meaning that you can't have all of those conditions, and particularly the last part of it, which is the massive investment cycle occurring, without getting the whole economy in the game, meaning getting everybody. And what we ultimately, not that it's my place, but since I'm sitting in Washington next to Capitol, what we ultimately need and haven't had for really a generation is middle class real wage growth. And that needs to occur because the middle class is in the game, and we're not stimulating the economy just by spending money and loose monetary policy. And so the good news is, I'm not an economist. I talk to a lot of people that are very smart. But I can tell you in the data, like what I'm starting to see is data that all the mid-market stuff, every little town in America, every little Hampton Inn and Hilton Garden Inn and Homewood Suites and all these products that serve that sort of middle market, middle class, you're starting to see them move in a very different direction than we had been seeing them move. Now, it's early days, but I'm constructive, I'm optimistic, I'm also realistic.
All right.
But feel pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good.
Okay, I want to get to, because we are in Washington, a couple of kind of policy areas, and we spoke a few weeks ago. It feels like we're in an interesting period here, right? Because there's a lot of these global big sporting events and other things that are coming here, right? You think about World Cup, we think about the Olympics, but it's, and a lot of appetite for travel, potentially, to come here. But it can be tough to get visas. Cities like Las Vegas have reported huge drops in global travel. Up until recently, you served as chair of the U.S. Travel Association. Do you think the world sees the U.S. as welcoming now? And if not, or if it's mixed, what needs to change?
I think a lot of people want to come to America, but I do think it's mixed because there is a lot of noise, and if you look at the U.S. travel polling that we did, America has moved relatively low on the list of places that people desire to go compared to historical norms. Part of that is the belief that there's more crime and other things, and people don't like to go places where they don't feel safe. Part of it is that there are many other options that are closer to home. And so one of the things, the benefit of having done this as long as I've done it is that I've actually lived through so many cycles. I've been doing this for 40 years. So you go back 30 years ago, and I've chaired U.S. Travel, I chaired AHLA. I mean, I've done, I've been, working with all our trade organizations for a lifetime. I mean, here are the facts. Over the 30 years leading up to today, we've lost 1/2 of our inbound international market share. 1/2. We were 10% of inbound global travel 30 years ago. Now we're 5%. Okay? We've lost 1/3 over the last 20 years, and we lost like 6% over the last year because of particularly what's going on with the fight with Canada. I mean, Mexico's up, Canada's down, everything else is relatively neutral, but Canada is a huge inbound market for us. So the way I think of it, the sporting events, all that's great, having, America, the 250 celebration, World Cup's gonna be huge for the business, for sure. Olympics will be huge. Those will all, be good, but I think we have to do a few things. I think we have to realize that we gotta make it easier. We gotta make it, like I'm in the business of hospitality, we have to make it frictionless, more welcoming, not add friction by, charging incremental fees or incremental information we may not need. We have to do it safely, okay? So there's no world that any of us want to live in where it's like open the border or open the doors and anybody can come in. I mean, but in today's world with biometrics, with all of the technology we have, which is crazy sophisticated, there are ways to innovate so that we can be safer than we've ever been, but take most, if not all, the friction out of the system. And so we should be trying to do that. We should also realize that it's a more competitive world, and we need to sort of market ourselves in a different brand USA, which got not fully defunded in one big beautiful bill, but largely defunded. We need to make sure we fund it because, a lot of people want to come to America. I love America. I'm born and raised, and I think it's the best place on earth, but there are a lot of other options. And so I look at it and say, why is it acceptable? Take the friction out, make sure that that we market ourselves in an intelligent way in what is a more competitive world. Why should we accept that our market share is half of what it was 30 years ago? And if you were to get back even halfway to those levels, you're talking about massive amounts of incremental economic activity and millions of incremental jobs in America. And so I think there's a great opportunity in the next couple of years to take friction out, make sure these events go well. And by the way, the administration's super focused and doing really, really good things in that. We can always do more, and U.S. Travel and those of us in the industry are working with them closely, but they're super focused on having these events go off well. But And I think, that over the next few years, that's great and that's important. But I would, to me, it's like running a business, it's long-term strategy. Like, I don't, like, if you said to me, like, over the last 30 years, Hilton lost half its global market share, I wouldn't be on this stage.
I don't think you'd be in the job.
No, I'd have been fired a long time ago. So, like, the reality is, like, I don't think we should accept that. I think there's huge opportunities that will drive great economic growth. By the way, every time a traveler comes here, they spend a lot more money than our internal travelers. And it's an export, right? Basically, in terms of trade surpluses, travel and tourism used to be one of the big trade surpluses that's now a trade deficit because of what's going on with inbound international. So I think there's huge opportunities and we ought to be pursuing them aggressively.
All right, I want to ask you about another major issue that is bubbling up in state houses across the country, but also at the federal level, and that is interchange and credit card fees. Make the case to the audience here and on the live stream why loyalty programs are important and should stay in place, because this is a debate, it's been raging ever since I came to Washington many years ago.
I'm not going to do it on behalf of the credit card companies. You can have Rich Fairbanks or somebody else or Jamie Dimon.
But for Hilton,
or
from your
Steve Squarey, but we have a huge loyalty program. We have 250 million members in our program, and in the next few years we'll have 500 million members. So we have a massive program. And I would say, again, I can't speak to. I know a lot about that, but it's not my place to speak about that. In our world, what it is really just a better value proposition for our customers. And so, we run these loyalty programs, you're a member, and as a result of being a member, you get better prices, you get, better amenities, better technology, and the higher you go, sort of the more special treatment you get. But even if you're a lower level Hilton Honors member, which I hope everybody in the audience is, you get better treatment. So for us, it's been something where people do care deeply in the travel industry, particularly in airlines and hotels, about aggregating, their loyalty. And so what we have found is that people ultimately will consolidate a lot of their spend into programs that they feel like are relevant to them. And that's, what I said, that's being recognized, getting special treatment, being able to get a better value proposition. So, I say to customers, like, if you ever are staying with us and you're not a Hilton Honors member, it's sort of not being particularly smart, because it is a better value proposition. And the system is, in our case, is sort of a, closed-end system where, money comes in, money goes out. It's not a for-profit. It's not a for-profit business for us. It's a means to get people, by creating a value proposition, to want to consolidate more of their spend with us than others. It's a much more complicated set of issues.
It is, and I didn't mean to put you on the spot there, but it is one that has been going on for a really long time. We are quickly running out of time, but I want to kind of hopefully get to two things. One, you talked about some of the things that you hoped that maybe the administration or Congress could do to help grow travel again. Hilton is in its 100th year, correct?
107th.
107th, okay, year. I need to do better research.
I've not been around the whole time, for the record.
Oh, that's good, me either.
20 of them.
But it had a $1 trillion impact. Like, does the travel industry need to do a better job of telling that story, the economic impact that you have, in order to get Congress to act?
The answer is yes. I'm laughing simply because, again, I've been doing this a long time, and it's a lot. I think we tell our story a lot more effectively than we used to, but not as effectively as we could. I used to, then I'm looking at the crowd, so like half the people are gonna know what I'm talking about and half aren't, but I used to classically say it in all of our industry trade associations, you guys need to help us do a better job. We're like the Rodney Dangerfield of industries. Like, for those that are laughing, I get no respect, right? Like, you'd go up, you think about the massive, the travel and tourism industry globally is 10% of global GDP. It is 1 in 10 jobs in the world. It's 1 in 5 new jobs in the world. The stats aren't a whole lot different here in the United States. It's a huge driver of economic growth and jobs. in the end. We're embedded in every community, throughout the United States and throughout the world. And yet I think, over time, we've evolved and tell the story of our impact much better. We can do a better job. The most important part of the impact that we have is obviously jobs and economic growth, but it's the types of jobs. We are the place where many, many people start their careers and go on to do amazing things. I mean, I started my career working summers at the Capitol Holiday Inn, 2 blocks that way, plunging toilets. And I run one of the biggest companies on earth. We have hundreds of thousands of stories within Hilton, probably millions if we could ever track it all, of people that started on, entry-level, frontline jobs, hourly jobs that have gone on to do really cool things and run businesses. So it's not just jobs, and I know sometimes we get tagged with like, well, those aren't the best jobs. It's like, well, maybe in the beginning I didn't really love plunging toilets. I'm not going to deny it. For those of you who've done it, which probably most people have had to in the room. Sorry, but you got to start somewhere. Right. And the real truth is, it's a very high growth industry. It doesn't get the attention of tech and financial services, but it's a high growth industry. It's a big industry. That has huge opportunity and upward mobility. And so, yes, we need to. We try to, and I think we've come a long way in the decades I've been doing this, that we get a little bit more. We're not quite Rodney Dangerfield.
There you go. Well, thank you for telling your story today. We really appreciate your time, and we're going to end there.
All right. Thanks, Anna.
Thank you.
Presenting The Tally with Jake Sherman, joined by Zach Moffitt and Josh Velasto from Leading the Future.
Hi, everybody. Okay, so listen, we're shifting the gears a little bit from CEO conversations on finance and hospitality to a tally conversation. These are two of the most important people, and I'm not just saying it because they're up here. I believe this, and we've been writing this, so I hope it's true. We've been reporting for months on the big spending on AI and also crypto, but AI specifically. There's no better people than Zach and Josh, the Republican and Democrat leading the effort for Leading the Future, $100 million super PAC focused on supporting and opposing candidates based on their AI positions. Let's put it this way: the money that they have dwarfs the DNC and basically every other political organization, and I assume there's more where that came from. So let's start with the basics. I tried to get our great colleague Ben Brody, who's in the audience, to explain to me the constellation of AI super PACs right now in this election. Why don't you guys explain what is out there, what you're doing, and who is spending money right now on behalf of AI in the 2026 elections?
Well, first, Jake, thanks for having us here. We love working with Punchbowl across all of our efforts. You really, with Ben and Brendan, really lead the coverage when it comes to what is going on with the super PACs, which are really taking up a lot of air and oxygen and input in terms of not just the political debate in the midterms, but also the legislative process.
Yep.
And so, it's really great to be here, so thank you. So, yes, what you said is exactly right. It is
That's good to know.
It is there are a constellation of different groups out there across tech. We are Leading the Future. We are now over $125 million raised across both super PACs, We have Leading the Future, which is the prime super PAC, and then we have a Republican PAC and a Democratic PAC. And then we also have a 501c4 organization called Build American AI that's focused on Hill advocacy, grassroots organizing. We're almost at 1 million grassroots activists all across the country, as well as candidate engagement and policymaker engagement.
And we had in the newsletter this morning, Max Rose, former congressman from New York, is joining the C4 side as an advisor. Zach, what is it that, and let's just say from the top, you guys, I think some of your first money in was the president of OpenAI. And so what is it exactly on the policy side? I know what you're trying to achieve, but why don't you tell us all what the policy is that you guys are trying to go after?
Yeah, look, I think entities like ours are due to create an environment to allow people to have discussions that maybe otherwise wouldn't be at the forefront, and there are other things going on. And so for us, really, there's a federal framework that allows people to have a set of rules that they can work against is the single most important thing, right? This is a structured environment where you have to have, and to me, this isn't red versus blue, this is kind of growth versus fixed. And there's these mindsets that people want to have that they want to say, like, shut it down, lock it, don't move things forward. And what we're really advocating for is that Congress has to meet the moment. It's time to take on these issues. I mean, when we started this issue was still coming to the forefront. People are already projecting what it's going to be like at the end of the cycle, but people are still like learning in real time. And what we see time and time again from the poll is the American people are looking for a solution. They're looking for people to put into place. And I think that every poll that we see shows that they believe the federal government is the right vehicle to achieve that. That is the entity through which this needs to be put in. It can't be a patchwork of 50 states. There's 2,000 plus legislative bills at the state level right now, 600 in the last 2 months. This is kind of spiraling on itself. And so what we're there is to say, we think a federal framework needs to be in place to put rules of the road in place.
So let me just put that succinctly, which is state preemption, which has been a big issue throughout the Trump administration. And the criticism has been, and Ben and I talk about this all the time, and Diego, our other tech reporter, you have to, if you're gonna preempt the states, you have to have something to preempt them with, meaning the federal government has to do something at some point in order to have states say, actually, we're gonna hold off and we're gonna defer to the federal government. So that has to be part of your message to Congress, right? Which is get in gear here and do something.
100%, Jake, and that's been our message since we launched in August, which is we want a national regulatory framework that creates the foundation to create good jobs for American workers. We want to win the race against China. China rolled out its 5-year plan last week to win the race against AI. We need our plan in place, passed by the federal government, and we need a regulatory program at the federal level that is clear and consistent, that protects kids online, that protects users online, and addresses the concerns that many communities across the country have with regard to how the build-out of AI goes. But we can't address these issues in a piecemeal fashion at the state level. We can't let demagoguery and doomerism slow this down, because if we don't create this foundation both for growth and to mitigate certain risks, not only is China going to win the race, but then they're going to be calling the plays on how these issues are addressed. And as we know from China and how they treat American technology, they don't care about any of these issues. They don't care about job displacement. They don't care about protecting kids online and user privacy. And they certainly don't care about American national security.
Okay, so let's talk about the nuts and bolts of this. There's a lot of speculation about how you get involved in races, what races you get involved in, and what's your criteria, what's the lens through which you see all of this stuff. I mean, talk about it from both sides, from the Republican side and the Democratic side.
Well, I think the most important frame is because people always like to see something they've seen before and mirror it onto what's coming. And,
right.
and I think the biggest mistake on that is different industries are at different places in their cycle. Some people are in the 8th inning, some people are in the 6th inning. The reality is this issue's in the 1st inning. We're just getting started, right? Like, this is a multi-cycle engagement, both in terms of getting electeds into place and also putting kind of the federal framework in place. And so the way I see it is like, look, from your reporting, right, 1 in 8 members of Congress are retiring this cycle.
Yep.
So there's a whole new wave coming in. So there's a massive opportunity for us to identify current champions and future champions and be a partner with them and to be their ally. And I think what we're saying time and again very publicly is we are here to champion people who believe that they want to solve this problem. And so we're going to get involved in those races. And so we start early in races. The calendar kind of drives some of it, but it's very easy to see the type of candidates that are reacting to this message.
Do you have candidates, I mean, within the bounds of what's allowed, do you have candidates coming to you and pitching you and talking to you and talking about policy and engagement?
No question about it. And that, I think I can speak for the Republican side on this one too. The answer is unequivocally yes. We have sitting members, we have candidates who are running in competitive primaries, we have candidates that are running in safe seats on the Democratic, Republican, Senate, and House side. And one thing that's different between us at Leading the Future and Fair Shake, which is the crypto pack, is we're also focusing on state level races. So we're seeing governors and state legislators all across the country starting to reach out to us saying, look, I want to be a champion in this particular state, in Michigan or in Florida or in Utah or in New York or in California. So we're really getting this national engagement for people who believe in exactly what I just said, which is we want to be out front on AI. We want to be the ones who are creating jobs in our particular states and across the country, and we want to show our constituents that we're addressing the concerns that they have.
And we should also say, just for background, that Anthropic has backed another PAC, which is also spending money in this election and has a little bit different of a worldview than your operation. When we were doing prep for this conversation, I think you have both said to different degrees there are misconceptions and misunderstandings of what you are trying to do. What are those misconceptions? It seems relatively straightforward to me. You want to support candidates who share your view or are at least malleable on your view on AI, and you're going to spend money to elect them.
Yeah, look, Josh speaks to the reporters more, so I can tell you how they frame it, right?
So just blame Josh when things go wrong.
Or when people come in, I think that the challenge is, what people want to say is that we are just trying to take all the guardrails off, right? Like, I think that the easy answer for people is to say, look, we know what we're doing. We're the other side. Here's where we're going. And I think what we just say, and that's why we do things like this, is to ensure that people understand that's not what we're saying, right? This needs to be kind of a post-partisan issue. People need to come together to follow, because it's in America's best interest. We take for granted that America has to win. It's preordained. That is not true. These are choices that we make. We need to embrace it. And it's not going to be, it's very easy to find a fixed point and say, this is how it will play out. People in DC are great at that, and they tend to go 1 for 100, right? Like, they are just not good at these things.
That's generous.
Exactly. And everyone has a strong opinion, and then they change it the next day, and they were right the next day, and so it just moves around. And so what we're saying is that's not the case. We know this is a core issue. We know this is fundamental to the future success, not just of America, but of the world. And so we have to engage. And so that's our kind of premise. I think when people come, they try and make it small. They make it about this. They try and say who the donors are, as opposed to saying, like, what we're really trying to do is find people who are pro-innovation, who want to be a part of this coalition, because it's a new coalition. It has to be built out going forward.
And I would just add, as I said in sort of our rubric, we want a national regulatory structure that addresses safety, right? That addresses kid safety, that addresses user safety, and addresses the concerns of communities. And so when the Anthropic PAC or the other side says we're not, they are misrepresenting our policy position knowingly and deliberately. And the one thing I'd say on that is, their message is AI is going to destroy the world, AI is going to destroy jobs. And that's basically all they say. What is sad about that and unfortunate is, it misrepresents the opportunity set for the American public, but there's actually sort of a sinister underlay of how they are messaging that, because what we see is, we see them talking to not CEOs, we see them talking to CFOs and CLOs and people at companies and consulting firms to say, look, if you hire us, we'll help you reduce your workforce. We'll help you, pad your bottom line. And so we don't want any part of that. What we're trying to put forward is, this is an incredible opportunity for America. This is something that we feel that the public wants Congress to take on, and we see a real bipartisan opportunity potentially coming to address it.
Let's zoom out for a second. Crypto, which you've also been involved with, was more of a binary. I think Republicans have been more supportive. Democrats have been slower to get on. It was more male-focused. It was younger. And I could be wrong on that. That's my perception. I don't know, maybe you disagree. AI doesn't fall along those lines, I don't think. You're saying you want to build kind of a bipartisan army on this. Make the case for why that's necessary, number one. And I would say, I'm curious what you think of the prospects for AI for a federal standard this Congress with Republicans in charge. That's a lot to throw at you.
Yeah, so I'll do the crypto piece, and then Zach can do the other piece. So I'd say on crypto, it's exactly what Zach said, which is, when Fair Shake started in 2023, and I'm to do media strategy for them, and then in 2024, they were arguably in the bottom of the ninth. right? Which was you were facing a hostile administration in the Biden administration who was dead set to destroy crypto. You had a left flank of the Democratic Party that was dead set on destroying crypto. So they had to win. It was an existential moment. So you're exactly right. The partisan cleave in 24 on crypto couldn't have been more clear. The opposite is the case here. Based on what, of course, what Zach said, which is AI's in the first inning, those partisan cleaves don't exist yet.
Yeah.
And so for me, who's focused on the Democratic side, there are members all across the country who are eager to not play the politics first, but understand the technology first, meet with the industry in a productive manner, and have these conversations to address issues, first and foremost, like access, right? How do you make sure that past technology innovations and waves have left certain communities behind? How do you ensure comprehensive access for all people? So that is something that we are actively working on. And
yeah, well, look, and I think to your point about why do you need it to have a more, well, it's representative of the coalition that kind of self-selects, right? And so what you're seeing, I think that you're right, when you look at the data, crypto did tend to be more male and younger. What we're seeing when we're out there, and to Josh's point earlier, like close to 1 million activists, converting at a much higher rate than we see in other industries. And it's almost, I think it's 53-47 male, female. So like people are really raising their hands. And so their behavior is kind of giving us indication of what's coming. And I think the reason is why is because people, this is a real issue. I mean, I think they see it everywhere. I think the question is some people think of, is it a better version of search? Does it look like this? How does it impact their lives? You see companies talking about it too. How do they talk about it? What are they talking about as it relates to how it improves your day? Where you use it in your everyday? And so we think there's a huge opportunity to build a coalition of people who want to be a part of this and also to engage with Congress. And that's why I think in this instance, the policy parts through Build American AI, almost as important as the political part. They play different functions, they have different associated roles, and I think that that's the goal of it. But I think people are missing the point if they think of it as just this kind of like one very narrow focused kind of political endeavor, as opposed to understanding this industry needs more people communicating, it needs more people sharing. And a lot of the offices, they're looking for a one-pager, a three-pager, a white paper. Like they need all of the above, and so we're trying to step into that void.
And listen, who gets to them first is going to make a big difference, right? I mean, who is able to shape their initial views about the policy? Because as you said, we're in the first inning, and I think the difference, if I could interject here, the difference between crypto and AI is there's still fiat currency that exists. You could choose to not engage in crypto and you could live your life completely normally. With AI, you might not be able to have that I don't know about now. Now you could not engage with AI, but I think in the next 15 years or even shorter than that, AI is gonna be part of your life, whether you like it or not. And I think, I think AI is great. So
and that's what, and just to bring back to what you said, our effort, Leading the Future, is a multi-cycle effort, right? We are looking at, our primary focus is engaging and supporting champions who want to see this national regulatory framework pass. And so whether it's this year, whether it's next year, whether we win some races, whether we lose some races too, if someone wants to champion this agenda, they can know that this is an industry and this is an organization that is eager to be supportive of them and work with them.
And Jake, I would also say, like, the important thing too is that if it's as big as you say, if you can see in 15 years, who should be solving this problem? Right? Like, if it's that existential to the country, you need the federal government.
And I wasn't saying it was existential. I'm just saying.
Well, I'm convinced that it is because we need rules. We need structure.
That part might be existential.
That's what I'm saying. For America to be successful, it has to be addressed. And I think that that's what people are missing on this. It's like, to your point, it's first inning, but also it needs solutions.
And I guess I would also say we've seen, and you and I talked about this a little bit last night, but we've seen other industries. I mean, Congress takes a while to get in gear traditionally when it comes to technology. And I wonder if you guys think, if your experience is in talking on the C4 side and just talking to members, whether you think there is a urgency to not fall into that trap again.
Right? Let's have something that we're all aligned behind, that's not down in the partisan dregs, that's not ideological, that gives us a foundation to address exactly what you said, these issues up front, so we're not looking back 15 years later and say, well, one state did this on social media and it was the smart thing, but then everybody just moved to this other state and this company went. Right. That's how you end up seeing some negative impacts of certain technologies go left unaddressed. So that's what we're saying, and we think members of Congress agree, and we think the public agrees.
Let's talk about races before we get the hook. What are some of the, I know this, in case I miss one, I want to have you guys talk about it. What are the biggest races that you guys are involved with right now?
Well, right now we're working our way. I mean, a lot of open seats. I mean, you're looking involved in that. So I think you're looking for who comes into Congress, who's the next generation leaders.
Is that more of your focus? I would say it probably is, right?
I think the map kind of in the calendar makes that true. I mean, I think we're looking at these things. I mean, we take pride in the fact that, North Carolina won for us. We got in early, started with early vote, close race. I think one of the best candidates in the country on the issue. But then you look at Chris Gober. I mean, we were in December, right? Like, there are people who are natural champions who are looking for kind of allies to be out there. And I think that's the way we see it. Like, the map will dictate some of it just because of the elections. But I think you're going to see a couple moments this cycle where there are clear divisions and flashpoints, and we're going to step in. And I think what we would say is, when we are going to step in, we are going to step in with purpose, and we're going to step in at scale. And that is our role. Our role is to ensure.
That's translation. They're going to spend a lot of money very quickly and try to make, or maybe not quickly, over a period of time.
We will do what is necessary to ensure that people can have the backing of people who believe that they're going in the right direction.
Talk about New York.
So New York is a very interesting case. Obviously, my home neck of the woods. We are involved right now in one race, which is New York 12, an open seat primary vacated by Congressman Nadler. We are opposing a candidate, Alex Boris, who has been backed by Anthropic, the Effective Altruism Network, going back to Sam Bankman-Fried for years. So he is I know he gets a lot of attention. In terms of the rubric and the political dynamic we're talking about, Assemblyman Boris is a bit of an outlier. He is someone who has been cultivated for years from the network that is opposing us. And as evidenced by, he was the only member of the New York State Assembly, only member who got support from SBF's PACs in 2022, 2021. So out of all the members that they were spreading all that money around, he was the only one in New York who got it. So there is a unique case there of his philosophy and view of this policy area that we are eager not only to discuss and debate, but defeat.
And I mean, listen, I think Texas, you were involved in some races too. There's some lessons learned from Texas. I mean, what are your takeaways from the Lone Star State?
Yeah, look, I think in Texas, what we found is the candidates who were the most successful were the ones who have a positive kind of agenda for America. And it was very easy to highlight them and pull them forward. And so in Texas, any runoff state, you're taking advantage of, can you get them to 50, or do you turn up after the runoffs, and where do you fit? And so you have to think about those dynamics. But the freshman class from Texas is going to be rock star, and we're very excited about what comes next.
I could talk for hours about this, but the clock says 0, and I answer to Anna Palmer, so I'm going to stop. We're going to take some time for a networking break in the presidential suite. Our team will be doing portal demos in the back. You could check out the pink room and our swag experience. I've been pushing for a swag store for years, and now we have one. So to Josh and Zach, thank you. We will be hearing a lot more from them over the next couple months, because you're going to be, if you turn on your TV or go anywhere, you're going to see their ads. So, and we're going to be reporting on it on the tech side, on the financial services side. So thank you, guys. Our next session begins at 11 a.m.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate it.
That was good. Thanks, man.
Please take your seats and silence your devices. The program will resume shortly. Please welcome to the stage Punchbowl News Managing Editor Heather Cagle and Senator Tammy Baldwin.
Oh, hello. Senator Baldwin, thank you so much for joining us today. I know there's no shortage of action in the Senate, especially with the House out. You guys are the only game in town this week, so.
There's a lot going on, that's for sure.
I appreciate you coming and chatting with us at the conference. As we always do with these conversations, I want to start out with some news of the day. The biggest story here and across the world is the Iran war and what's happening over there. Yesterday, you and several colleagues kind of announced a new strategy. You have filed several war powers resolutions that will ripen over the coming weeks. You're going to continue to force votes on this unless Republicans agree to public hearings. Can you explain the strategy behind that, and what's the reception been from your Republican colleagues so far? Do you think this forcing mechanism will work?
So first of all, we're engaged in a war in Iran that my view is illegal. We were not under attack. We were not threatened by imminent attack from Iran, and the Constitution requires that in such an instance, that Congress declares war. And this president went in. This is very much at odds with the will of the American people. You know, this president ran in 2024 promising to end foreign conflicts and bring prices down on day one. And he has done just the opposite. What we want to do is force public hearings. We want Marco Rubio as Secretary of State and Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense to come and not give us closed-door briefings when we can't walk out and tell you what we heard in a classified setting, but to talk to the American public. And I think that there are multiple reasons for getting involved in this war in the first place would show very thin if those hearings were to happen, and the American people would demand that we remove ourselves from this war. You know, the President of the United States said several weeks ago that we should go into Iran to aid the protesters who are protesting the regime and the economy there, including the cost of health care.
And I want to get to
including the cost of health care.
And I want to get to healthcare. We have so much to talk about in that area. You're right, though. We've seen a lot of mixed messages from the White House, from the administration, from the president himself, even yesterday when asked, is this beginning or ending? So one more question on this conflict. You're a senior Senate appropriator. We've heard some talk of the administration maybe requesting a supplemental funding bill. Obviously, in the Senate, you would need Democratic buy-in. What would it take to get Democrats to yes? Is it these oversight hearings? Is it more clarity? I mean, what are you thinking?
Well, first of all, what I'm thinking is that in what we'll talk about shortly, I'm sure, he calls One Big Beautiful Bill Act. A lot of us call the Big Ugly Bill. We can call it all sorts of things. But in that, there was $150 billion allocated for defense purposes above and beyond appropriated funds, which are supposed to be adequate to the task. And so that $150 billion could have gone to things that were drastically cut in that measure, like Medicaid or nutrition assistance, but instead was allocated towards the Department of Defense. I want to have some accountability for what's being done with that funding before we ever start talking about a supplemental request that hasn't even been crafted yet. And I am an appropriator, and nobody from the administration has come to me and said, well, we're thinking we need this or that. It's just, are they asking for a blank check? I don't know. But I think they have a high hurdle, especially given how much money they gave, in excess of appropriated funds in the Big Ugly Bill to defense purposes.
And I want to talk about that reconciliation law. Let's dig into healthcare. Like I said, we have a lot to cover here. A big part of that, as you mentioned, were the Medicaid funding cuts signed into law. It's estimated, correct me if I'm wrong, but 1 in 5 Wisconsinites rely on Medicaid, including 1/3 of the state's children. Many of these changes, as we were talking backstage, were set to be enacted after the midterms by Republicans. But what impact are you seeing in your state now on hospitals, the workforce, the whole healthcare system?
Well, even prior to the enactment of this reconciliation measure, we were seeing rural hospitals close. One system in western Wisconsin closed 2 hospitals and 19 clinics, and with it, 1,700 healthcare providers were let go. That's because the margins were so thin already in rural America and rural Wisconsin, even prior to this bill. I've been traveling throughout the state of Wisconsin, as I always do, but with a focus on visiting our critical access rural hospitals, federally qualified health centers, others who serve vulnerable populations, rural populations. They talk about how thin their margins are and what they might be able to do to stay afloat. In many cases, it's getting rid of departments and essential services rather than closing altogether. So we have emergency departments that have closed in rural hospitals, having leaving the situation where people would have to drive much longer distances for emergency care. Things like mental health divisions, where it's not a profit center for a hospital. Delivery units, delivery departments are closing. The maternal care shortage in our state is dire. And so that's the sort of thing that we're seeing now as people try to look at how is this nearly $1 trillion cut over 10 years in Medicaid going to sift down to our rural hospitals, to the provision of care? And how is it going to impact different populations that rely on Medicaid? The reimbursement is already pretty low, but think about delivery. Yes, 1/3 of all children in Wisconsin are on Medicaid, but half of all deliveries are paid for by Medicaid. What does that mean for rural hospitals and their delivery departments? What about the impact on children who have complex medical needs or have intellectual or physical disabilities who will rely lifelong on Medicaid? Will that mean that their health care will still be provided, but maybe the support services that aren't traditionally known as health care will dissolve? I mean, people are rather panicked if this hits close to home.
I mean, like you said, there's just, even though a lot of these cuts are delayed, the healthcare systems have to plan, and there's just so many unknowns for families, patients.
Yeah, and we know that my Republican colleagues and the president have repeatedly characterized this nearly $1 trillion cut in Medicaid as an effort to make sure that, as they would say, illegal immigrants don't have access to health care, and to go after fraud, waste, and abuse. But you go a lot further than that when you cut $880 billion out of Medicaid over 10 years. Even the work requirements that are, appear like a reasonable, common sense thing that you might have done, we know that extra layers of red tape on top of something that's already incredibly complex for people to stay aligned with is going to cut eligible people off of Medicaid. I think about people who are working already, but with 1 or 2 part-time jobs, and they get a little overtime one month, and it goes away the next month, and they're trying to make sure that they are under, that dollar level that they have to maintain, and it can be so cumbersome that people, again, who are eligible will fall off their Medicaid coverage.
And I want to ask you, we saw a push near the end of these negotiations in the summer from some moderate Senate Republicans, particularly those with big rural hospital systems like Susan Collins in Maine, pushed for this $50 billion rural hospital fund. We heard from a lot of Democrats who said this is not near enough. I think this year Wisconsin will receive about $200 million out of that pot. Does that actually blunt some of the impact? Does it have any real effect in helping offset these cuts?
So, I can't bring it down to the micro level, but I can tell you that as we were debating the reconciliation package, the estimated impact on rural hospital systems of this measure was about $150 billion over the time horizon. This is a $50 billion, so 1/3 of the impact was going to be addressed by this. Of that $50 billion, half of it was formula funding, what you're referring to that Wisconsin knows it's going to get is our share of that. And the rest seem to be discretionary or competitive grants. We're yet to really have clarity on how that will be allocated. So it's not going to be evenly allocated. It is not something that folks can rely on or plan on. And again, it's a drop in the bucket compared to what they will no longer be able to claim from the Medicaid system by virtue of the larger overall cuts.
I want to get to the ACA subsidies in a second. I think there's a lot to talk about there, but you mentioned Medicaid reimbursement rates, how low they are. We've seen significant reports about how this discourages future providers from entering the workforce, particularly pediatric providers and those in rural areas, which you've talked about. Another area we really see this is with youth mental health providers. As we mentioned, you're on the Appropriations Committee. You're ranking member on the Senate HHS subcommittee. Is there any bipartisan common ground when it comes to kind of addressing these workforce shortages, trying to get more providers in these areas? Are you optimistic there at all?
Well, I would say that I'm optimistic based on some of my previous experiences working across the party aisle to address some of these. I'll give you an example, but then I'll add a note of pessimism moving forward. So I worked very closely over many years with Senator Lisa Murkowski on access to maternal health care and delivery care. We both represent rural states. We both saw that we had entire counties in our states with no provider at all. I was hearing accounts of individuals who were driving while in labor well over an hour, maybe over 100 miles to get to the place where they were supposed to deliver their baby. That is really an untenable situation. So what we did was look at, let's have the Department of Health and Human Services map out the shortage areas, and then let's use the health service to incent providers to work in those shortage areas with incentives like loan repayment. We were successful in passing our bill after a hearty effort together. But looking forward, the challenges we're facing right now as we speak, making sure that healthcare professionals are included in some of the loan repayment and loan eligibility programs and grant eligibility programs, it's been so frustrating. And it's not as though there's not bipartisan commitment to trying to create incentives to grow that workforce in areas of great need. But then you get an administration that's coming and going after every loan forgiveness program. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but you know what I'm saying because you work with folks that are grappling with this. Look, there has to be a path that makes sense for somebody to work in a under-resourced area. Right. And we have to stand on a bipartisan basis for those programs that provide those incentives that are reliable and sustainable.
Do you feel like your colleagues who don't have these huge rural areas, Democrat or Republican in the Senate, do they understand this impact that you've been talking about today and what those systems are actually like?
Yes, and there's two reasons for that. One is that there's shortages in urban areas too. It's sometimes people think of density and like, oh, well, there's got to be a hospital or a provider very close by. But there are certainly shortage areas, especially in low-income neighborhoods in big cities. So let's acknowledge that. But the other thing about the Senate versus the House is we tend to represent states. We all represent states, but that most states have rural areas. When you are in the House, and since I served in the House, I really thought we kind of broke out into rural congresspeople, suburban congresspeople, and urban congresspeople. And I actually was an exception representing the Madison area where we had a, relatively speaking, big city, a suburban area surrounding it, and rural counties surrounding that. And so I had roughly a third of each in my constituency. And I was very unique among my colleagues in having a district like that. So I think in the Senate, there is greater understanding of the needs of rural communities because there's very few states that are wholly urban.
I do think in the House, though, you make a great point, and sometimes, often, not just healthcare, but agriculture, we see—
Farm Bill.
Yeah, we see members line up based on, the makeup of their district, right, not necessarily party, which— So I want to turn to the ACA subsidies. I know we only have a few more minutes left here. You were a leading voice. This was obviously a huge part of the government shutdown last year. You were a leading voice in extending these subsidies and the repercussions if Congress didn't, which obviously they expired at the end of last year. Can you tell us what was the term, what have we seen in Wisconsin, the impact so far? What are you seeing when you go home?
Yeah. Well, 22,000 fewer folks with health insurance because of the increases. But I so vividly remember when the marketplace opened up online and talking to folks in my state who relied on the Affordable Care Act for their insurance. And again, rural states, so a quarter of all farmers rely on the Affordable Care Act for their health insurance, particularly in families where it's a family farm and there's nobody who's working off the farm with an employer who offers insurance. So, and then small businesses, people who are self-employed. And I saw so many who were looking online, and as soon as that enhanced subsidy fell off, they were literally looking at double, triple, quadruple what they were spending before. I talked to a self-employed writer, freelance writer, and she is a cancer survivor. She was paying $370 per month, Linda was, before the enhanced premium tax credits dropped off. And then they went up to $1,100 a month. Wow. And that's just such a huge hit to a budget, especially when you're self-employed and freelancing. She was a ghostwriter, and so she would have work and then she wouldn't, and she'd be looking for the next. And that's just something that's unsustainable, and it's also not sustainable for her to not have health insurance as a cancer survivor. I spoke with another person who felt a real double whammy from this administration. Phil in northeast or western Wisconsin is a soybean farmer. And he was telling me about shopping for Affordable Care Act insurance. He's just a few years shy of being Medicare eligible, so this is a bridge for him. He needs it till he gets to Medicare age. And he was seeing a quadrupling of his health premium. At the same time, he was losing $84 per acre on his soybean crop. And that loss was due to tariffs, his input costs going up, but also the trade wars, meaning his market was drying up. China stopped buying US soybeans largely. And those contracts, multi-year contracts, are being made with other countries. It was just this, accumulating impact for him because of policy choices of this administration, this president.
And I want to touch on, earlier this year, there were bipartisan talks of trying to find a compromise. I know you were a part of that. Those talks kind of fell apart in January. A lot has happened in the world and in Washington since then, including a DHS shutdown, the Iran war. Is there any bipartisan conversations happening about these subsidies? Do you see any movement on any kind of renewal of these this year?
There's been very little discussion among my Republican colleagues, at least with me, on renewing any sort of effort to reinstate the enhanced premium tax credits. It breaks my heart because I continue to hear about the struggles of Wisconsinites who can't afford their insurance. There are those who are trying to stay on their insurance but really don't know how they'll continue to pay the premiums each month. Those aren't captured in the 22,000 who have lost their health insurance. But there was a theme of agreement, and I've heard this thread in a number of my HELP hearings, so not my appropriations hearings, but my HELP hearings, where people have talked about how broken the system is. Mm-hmm. And Republicans have said, we don't want to subsidize it until we figure out a way to rein in costs. And we have Democrats in full-throated agreement, not that we don't want to extend the tax credits, but that we want to figure out a way to rein in some of those costs and to make some other reforms. While it is a sort of distant light at the end of the tunnel, I see ways in which we could re-engage in a bipartisan discussion about those issues. And one of the things that I do see as an area of key agreement between the parties, and this is also based on our activities last year and the session before, which is greater transparency. How do policymakers solve problems if it's totally opaque what's causing them and what's going wrong?
Right.
And so the committee together has passed some transparency measures that never made it through the whole process and got signed into law. I'd like to see us do that maybe as an agreed upon first step to lead us to greater reforms in the healthcare arena.
And I know we're almost out of time. There's so much more we could talk about here. We wouldn't be Punchbowl News if we didn't ask a question about the midterms. Healthcare, especially when it comes to access and affordability, has been a key part of Democrats' message so far. As I mentioned earlier, though, there's a lot happening in the world and here day to day. Do you think this issue will still be top of mind for voters 8 months from now?
I do, but I think it will be an issue that is combined with a high cost of everything. Housing, rent or mortgage or unavailability of housing, childcare, which continues to be a crisis in my state, I think elsewhere. Groceries have not subsided despite the court ruling in the tariff case. I think that people will be very anxious about how much it costs. The war is causing gas prices to spike. And so I think it'll be that group of like, I don't know how I'm supposed to get by, and I'm working hard, and I'm paying by the rules, and the American dream is that I should be getting ahead, and I'm not.
Senator Baldwin, with that, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate this.
Great.
Taking the stage for a fireside chat, Anna Palmer, joined by CEO of the Children's Hospital Association, Matthew Cook.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining me this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so Matt, let's just kind of start top line. What is Children's Hospital Association? I think most people might know what it is, and who do you represent? What are you kind of advocating for?
Sure. So the Children's Hospital Association is really the national association for children's hospitals, very much like the name sounds like. We're the voice of over 200 children's hospitals in this country. And we're a little unique as an association. So obviously we have our advocacy mission. We spend a lot of time talking to lawmakers and administration about healthcare policy. But we also provide services back to our members. We have a lot of data and analytics products that our members use to improve quality, improve operations.
So Heather and Senator Baldwin were just talking a lot about healthcare, and I know one of the issues that you're really focused on is workforce shortages. This is not a new problem, right? I feel like this is something that perennially has beleaguered, frankly, have the health systems for quite a while. There's a lot of programs that have been created over the years. Why do we still have workforce shortages?
Yeah, so this, you're right. This is not a new problem. I've been in healthcare my entire career. And so this problem is not new. It dates back decades. In pediatrics, we really do have a sort of unique challenge in the way that we're funded. Mm-hmm. So there are, on the physician side, there's really two mechanisms for funding physician training. One is the Medicare GME program, and that's a mandatory program. And the other program is called the Children's Hospital Graduate Medical Education Program. And surprisingly, that program did not come into being until 1999. Wow. Prior to 1999, the major children's hospitals, like Children's National here in DC, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, where I worked for a number of years, self-funded physician training. So this CHGME program is not mandatory. It requires appropriations every year. And one of the challenges with it is the amount of funding that children's hospitals receive. Compared to the Medicare GME program, it's funded at 38% per capita of that program. And so you still have children's hospitals self-funding a significant proportion of training in this country. And that's just not a sustainable model.
So how do you overcome that when you think about this? Why do you think pediatric workforce programs should be prioritized, per se, over programs that would maybe focus on adults? Is it just because it's so acute and necessary?
Yeah, so one of the interesting issues that we have in pediatrics, so on the adult side of medicine, where there are a lot of shortages, it's really in the primary care area. Where we struggle is really in pediatric subspecialists and the pediatric specialists in general. And that's where we have significant shortages. And so because of that, there are real limitations to access to care. We have certain specialties where parents will wait over 6 months to get their child in. So this really is about an access to care issue that is, really profound in this country.
So someone listening here today or on the live stream might say it makes more sense to focus on primary care over subspecialists. What's your take? Obviously, I think you probably have a different point of view.
Yeah, for us, if you're a child, you can receive care from a pediatric generalist. You can a lot of kids receive care from family medicine. When I worked in Indiana at Riley Hospital for Children, 1/3 of our pediatric primary care visits in the state were covered by family medicine. So that really isn't our issue. Our issue is really on the specialist side. And when we come back to certain specialists, if you're going to go into a pediatric specialty, you often have to train longer than your adult counterparts. So your training may be 2-3 years longer than your adult counterparts, and you make less money. So there's something wrong with
that. Doesn't seem right.
It doesn't seem right, right? So you're like, if you're a logical, rational person, you're like, well, why would I incur the cost of training longer and then make less money and have more debt, right? And part of that issue, too, is it relates back to the Medicaid program, which Senator Baldwin was just talking about. Children's hospitals are really dependent on Medicaid. So she mentioned in her comments that 1/3 of the children in Wisconsin are covered by the Medicaid program. But when you look at children's hospitals, the percentage of patients in children's hospitals that are covered by Medicaid is much higher. So the average tends to be about 55%. I ran a children's hospital where over 70% of the patients were covered by the Medicaid program. And so when you have a program that is a very low reimbursement model, less than cost, then it creates a really challenging situation for the hospital. Add on top of that you're self-funding your training, not just for physicians, but for bringing nurses into the workforce and being pediatric trained.
So you mentioned cost, because that's obviously one of the underlying challenges that the hospitals are having. It's one of the things that if you're in the Capitol every day, lawmakers are always focused on healthcare and costs. How does a program, you mentioned earlier, like CHGME, cost taxpayers?
Yeah, so it is, certainly it is funded through the government's general fund. It's part of the budget, right? And budgets are a signal of our priorities as a country. And so I look at this and the amount of dollars that is appropriated, I look at it as an investment, right? It's an investment in our kids. And I don't know, what's a better investment than investing in our children? Our children are the future of this country. And so to the extent that we're making decisions about priorities that don't allow us to have healthy children, then we're really disadvantaging the future of this country in terms of future workforce, not just healthcare workforce, but workforce in general. If kids aren't healthy, then that creates a bigger challenge for us. And that's sort of where we stand right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I wanted to kind of leading me to where I was going to go, which is if you zoom out, how does this fit into the broader healthcare workforce crisis?
Well, interestingly enough, there are a lot of individuals who are in the healthcare workforce, particularly in children's hospitals, were patients at some point in their lifetime, and they have this really special connection with our hospital. It's really meaningful. And then they want to give back when they grow up. And so we have a really interesting workforce that way. And the other part of it is you're not just treating the patient, you're treating the whole family. So when you have a patient at one of our hospitals, you have the parents in tow, you often have siblings in tow. And so the physician isn't just treating, and the nurses just aren't treating the physical illness, they're treating the whole child, the emotional well-being of the child, and where they are developmentally in their life. And then you're also doing the same with the parents and helping them cope with the fact that they have a child in a hospital.
It's a lot to take on as a workforce, challenges. Top line, we're in Washington, we're steps away from the Capitol. Part of your mission is to think about how to advocate on this issue. What are a few of the things you're advocating to fix this problem?
Well, we certainly have been advocating for more funding for this CHGME program. It is underfunded, it's not sustainable. I think when you take that in combination crisis and that workforce, because that workforce is woefully inadequate as well.
We are unfortunately almost out of time, but I want to end, as I do a lot of these fireside chats, what's the one thing you hope people take away from our conversation today?
You know, I hope everybody understands that pediatric healthcare is just different from adult medicine. We have unique needs, and our funding has to reflect that. To think that we can have a one-size-fits-all solution for healthcare in this country is really not the case. And so we really need programs designed uniquely for children's hospitals. And again, I look at it as an investment. I look at it as an investment in our future, because kids are really the future of this country.
All right, we are going to leave it there. Thank you so much.
Joining us now, Jake Sherman, Anna Palmer, and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
All right. They're clapping for you, sir, not us. They've seen a lot of us already today. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. I know it's
great to be here.
Busy day.
In this refurbished station.
No trains coming that we know of. Okay, yeah. We've been asking this question to Democrats now for a couple weeks, couple months, about 2026, and there's no one better than you to answer this question. Give us your 30-second elevator pitch. You're in an elevator for 30 seconds with a persuadable voter. There are still some that are out there, I think, about why they should vote for Democrats in 2026.
Cost, corruption, chaos. That the administration is raising people's costs. They hate it. They're chaotic, whether it be in Minneapolis or in Iran, and they're corrupt. Donald Trump, his family, the people in the cabinet are making money, and it's not just making money, bad enough, but it's raising your costs to do it. When Harold Hamm promises Donald Trump $1 billion in campaign contributions if he'll cut off all clean energy credits, and then electricity prices go up, corruption to costs.
You have a party that wants confrontation with the president, right? Going after, we were talking earlier today with Mark Cuban about that, saying Democrats just reflexively go negative. You also know the map punishes overreach. How do you balance that base anger with the reality that you need to reach these persuadable voters who don't only want to think about impeaching Trump?
Well, let me tell you about the persuadable voters. They care about costs dramatically, significantly. They care about corruption, but independent voters hate the chaos more than either Democratic or Republican. They don't like seeing their country just totally manipulated, turned inside out. They don't like seeing a president lie to them over and over again. And so those middle-of-the-road voters are really moving in our direction. If you look at just about every election, by-election in 2025, Democrats did much better than anyone thought. And just, when we set out in January of 2025, no one thought we had a chance to take back the Senate. And I laid out three things. Number one, we're going to bring Trump's numbers down below 40, which we talked about for a minute. Number two, we're going to find great candidates, even in purplish states, who can win elections, and we have. And number three, and this is the amazing thing, we're going to play on our battlefield, not his. So when you're talking about costs, when you're talking about corruption and Epstein, when you're talking about chaos, those are all our strong suits, our battlefield. And so we're going to take back the Senate. No one thought so a year ago. Now all the pundits are saying, gee, they might have a chance. Damn straight we got a chance.
Okay, cool. So let's fine. So how do you do that? What is your map?
Okay, we have states across the country that no one thought would be possible. And we had great candidates step up to the plate. Take Alaska with Mary Peltola. Take Ohio with Sherrod Brown. Take Maine with Janet Mills. Take North Carolina with Roy Cooper. You have candidates, and you have candidates in Iowa. You have a great candidate in Texas. So that really changed the whole game. But what changed the game most of all is people don't like what Trump is doing, and they don't like Republican senators and candidates just following him lock, stock, and barrel. That's number one.
But let me just, on Texas, could James Tallarico, who is your nominee, could he beat John Cornyn?
Yes. And the answer, take a look at what happened in the election in Texas last week. For the first time in decades, more Democrats voted than Republicans in the primary. That never used to happen in a formerly red state like Texas. Second, the Hispanic vote, which in November of 2024 helped swing Texas the other way, went strongly. You take, Pecos County and some of the counties in the southern, by the Rio Grande River, they voted overwhelmingly for Democrats. And third, maybe the most surprising and gratifying, young people, 18 to 35, turned out in much stronger numbers than anyone ever thought and voted Democratic. So yes, look, Cornyn is a weak candidate. He had $50 million, $70 million spent on his behalf, and he could barely win a primary.
77 million, yep.
Thank you.
Will Democrats...
Did you count each dollar?
Well, Ali Mutnick on our team did count each dollar, actually, yes.
Are you worried at all about being able to convince your donors that you're going to have enough money I mean, that's a big map you're talking about right there.
Yes, it is a big map. First of all, our candidates, and this is all public, are raising much more money than you ever thought. In every state I've mentioned, the Democratic, the candidate is raising much more than thought. People set records. When Cooper announced, he set a record. When Sherrod announced, he set a record. So our candidates are raising a lot, and that gets the lowest unit rate. In terms of the super PACs, because of some of the corruption, if you look at that list of $300 billion, I don't know what he'll spend it on, $300 million that Trump raised, they will have more money than us, but we will have enough money to win, to make our arguments that I've been making to you.
How much money do you need?
I'm not going to give you a number. We need
But it'd
enough
be fun
money.
if you.
My North Star from the day January 3rd, when Trump came in, was to win back is, and will be to win back the Senate, and we will have enough money to win back the Senate.
You mentioned Iran, and oil prices is something. Gas prices are very volatile right now. Barrel of oil went to, I think, $111 yesterday.
Yep.
This morning, last I checked, it was down to 83. It's all over the map.
Yep. I thought last time I checked it was 92. Let's
okay,
not
well,
sell
I
it
haven't
short.
checked. I haven't checked since this morning, early this morning. Talk about that. I mean, we've seen that in an electoral context
Let me say a couple of things about that. Number one, I think that every time we Democrats in the Senate and the House, I believe, talk about Iran, we talk about, of course, no one likes war. And no one likes a war where you don't even know why the hell we're there, and the rationale keeps changing. But we always tie it to the high price of oil. It's another example of Trump not caring. The average American says, why is he spending all the money over there when he could spend it here? And to boot, when he's spending the money over there, it's making my life miserable because I got to pay 30 cents or whatever it is more a gallon for gasoline. So that affects things. But here's the other thing, and they don't think ahead. Probably the most formidable weapon Iran has against us, against the United States, is oil. The Straits of Hormuz are very difficult to navigate if Iran doesn't want you to. And that's their leverage. And you have two things going on that's made it worse in the last few days. Number one, they had no planning, at least that has been articulated, as to who should succeed Khamenei. And now it's his son, who's even a greater hardliner than he is, more likely to cling to the Straits of Hormuz as a weapon to try and strangle, at least in terms of energy, the West. And then you have the Russians. Who's benefiting from this? Russia, because the Russian economy was in the tank, and one of the reasons was the price of oil went down. Now the price is up, and their economy is getting fixed. So the administration is really and the American people, forget the administration, is in a bind when it comes to these oil prices, all because of Trump's inactions. Excuse me. I get so excited talking about this.
I could tell.
But no, it's horrible for the American people. And the bottom line is, without any direction, he's acting like a second grader. He seems to wake up in the morning, have an idea. Then he has another idea in the evening which totally contradicts the idea. It's not thought out. He seems to have no people around him who set him straight. You know, the Trump in the first administration had Kelly and Mattis. He's got nobody around him who says, this is one effing dumb idea, Mr. President, don't do it. And he goes ahead. It's a disaster for him.
What leverage do you really have, though, right? I mean, you've criticized the president for launching this war without congressional authorization. Is it a supplemental war spending package?
Anna, it's not our leverage. It's the American people's leverage. Well, go anywhere you want. How many people like the price of gas going up? How many people think this war makes sense for America and the American people? The pressure is on them. Why does Trump, and it reflects itself, why did Trump say in the middle of yesterday, oh, the war's over, we've solved everything? Because he saw the price of oil going, you know, at least projected to over $100, $110 a barrel. So it's the feelings of the American people, the anger of the American people that's directed at this president, and he knows it, but he doesn't know how to get out of it because he doesn't think systematically. Again, whatever pops into his head seems to be the moment, the idea of the day or even of the half day.
So obviously voters will vote. That's months from now. Congress is in session. They will very likely have to have a supplemental spending bill to fund this war.
Oh, no.
Is that...
Trump again, the erratic Mr. Trump, he took it off the table. He said, I'm not signing any bill until the Congress passes his new SAFE Act. And that act is an abomination. Can I explain that for 1 minute? Because they're saying it's a voter ID bill, that when you go to the polls, you have to show voter ID. It's not. And we Democrats are not against people. We voted for it a few times, showing voter ID when they go to vote. It's a voter registration bill. And in ICE, Musk and Doge put in a whole formula about how to go over voter rolls and knock out, quote, who doesn't belong. Some kind of algorithm. I'm sure it's a lousy algorithm, knowing that Musk and Doge did it. And they, in their SAFE Act, they say we demand the voter rolls from each state. They put it through this mechanism. Millions, 20, 30 million people are knocked out and saying, you're no longer registered. And guess when you find out? The day you show up at the polls, when it's too late. It's outrageous. And that is why it's even having trouble with Republicans. It is a dagger to the heart of our democracy, probably more formidable. He's done a lot of horrible things for democracy, but this is the worst one of all, and we are going to fight this tooth and nail.
So you talked about chaos, and DHS is shut down right now. Is DHS ever going to open? I mean, where are these talks? They're very opaque to us.
In answer, is DHS going to open? Ask Trump, ask the Republicans. If, for instance, if they were to do a few of the simple things that we want to put into legislation to deal with ICE, and Americans hate, 90% of Americans saw those horrible videos of American citizens being shot, of women being pulled out of the car with babies in the car, and then, beaten. So they know how bad ICE is. And what we're asking for is what every police department in America abides by. ID, no mask. You got to have a warrant before you bust into somebody's house. This is part of America. This is not radical. And so that's what we're asking for. They haven't moved very far on it, although we are negotiating and will continue to negotiate. But the bottom line is very simple, and that is they could solve this problem in a minute by simply going along doing with what every police department does. It's on them, and the American people believe it's on them. Oh, and one more thing. We put on the floor last week, and we're going to do it again, a UC, unanimous consent, that we should
It's a little bit different. What have you learned? That's a long legacy. When you look back at, the U.S. was so integral, as we were talking about earlier, about kind of investment in the future, right? You think about steamboats, you think about smartphones. I mean, it's kind of incredible how much we've seen technology change over the last 100 years.
Well, it's funny. I was just hosting a town hall in one of our offices with some of our newest joiners, and I was explaining that we turned 100. And the first person asked the question, Bob, what have you learned over our first 100 years? And I'm like, I haven't been in McKinsey 100 years. So I had to correct that. So we're turning 100, I'm not turning 100, just to be clear. But it is a unique moment. Look, we invented the profession of management consulting 100 years ago. And one of the things that I'm asking our folks to do is both look back and look forward. So the look back is to understand how have both business and McKinsey evolved over these 100 years, and what have we learned? And we had our McKinsey Global Institute do a look at how business has changed over these last 100 years. And what you find is, look, we've made a lot of progress. It hasn't been linear. We've had some enormous catastrophes. Think of World War II, right, over this period. But we've had enormous bursts of innovation. And with these bursts of innovation come goodness, job growth, things that actually bring everybody along, more inclusion, more connectivity, all these things. And so what we've tried to go back and look at is, what are the environment that fosters this innovation? Part of it is a feeling that everyone's got a shot. When a society is set up to have more people participate in an innovation process, and when we've been at our best on this, we get better outcomes. And so one of the questions that I ask is, are we set up now for every American to feel like, hey, I got a shot? And probably not. And so how do we then think about not just economic growth, but economic growth that is inclusive, where people feel like I got a shot? That's kind of one thing that's kicking around in my head as we look forward. The second is that infrastructure matters. Infrastructure matters. And I go back to the stewardship of previous generations. If you look at the generation from, say, post-war 1945 through 1980, they made substantial investments that didn't pay off for themselves. They paid off, quite frankly, for many of the folks my age, right? And I would ask the question, are we making those same set of investments now for the future, or are we getting a little too short-term focused? Worry. And then maybe the last one on this front has been energy plays a real role. And as we look at this AI moment, the energy needs that this country are going to be massive. And we've talked a lot about generation. The one part I would, not to get too dorky on this, but I would actually point to distribution. Our grid infrastructure is decaying. And so if we can't have effective, efficient, cheap, and secure energy distribution, it actually won't work.
All right, we are quickly running out of time, but before I let you go, I want to project forward, because I think that's one of the things that's really interesting about the conference and hearing about so many different people from different vantage points. What's one thing you think Washington could benefit from focusing on today that would lead to a better future?
Coming together for outcomes. I come back to the holding the six, and I'll take one topic that we've done some investment in on behalf of the Business Roundtable, a group of business leaders, but it's about permit reform. And we looked at if we could just speed things up without changing the standards or the requirements, if we could speed things up, what could be unlocked? $3 trillion would flow into the US economy if we could do this. Is that a partisan question? I don't think that is a Democrat thing or a Republican thing. That's an American thing. And so I think we need to find one or two of these topics that would drive growth in an inclusive way. We think permit reform would be one of them. And could this be less about I win and you lose and more that America wins?
All right, well, we have heard there might be some momentum there, so.
I hope so.
Hope springs eternal, that Washington can come together just as we think it's not going to. Bob, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
This has been great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Please welcome Heather Cagle, joined by Senators Angus King and Pete Ricketts.
Thank you again. We have two great senators here for this conversation, both former governors, both just rushed over from a Senate vote. So appreciate your time as always. As much as I want to talk about...
I think it was pretty cool you had Chuck Schumer as our warm-up. Good.
Do you think he would describe himself that way? Or, I do want to talk about the World Baseball Classic, but that's not what we're here about. So, as I said, you were both former longtime governors, came to the Senate. I think a lot of folks would say, why would you do that? But first, I want to get into a little bit of news of the day, as we always do at Punchbowl News. Obviously, the main topic, and we heard a lot from Senator Schumer. I talked to Senator Baldwin earlier as well. What is the Iran war and what's happening there? Senator Ricketts, I want to start with you. We've seen from Democrats, they have filed more war powers resolutions. They are promising to force votes on these resolutions in the coming weeks if they don't get public oversight hearings on the war. Is that something that you would support and that you think is needed right now?
I think the president has the authority to defend the country. And what we're doing in Iran is degrading Iran's missile capabilities, so destroying missile launchers, the missiles themselves, their ability to manufacture missiles, in part because they can manufacture the missiles much more cheaply and in bigger numbers than we can manufacture interceptors, and they're a lot less expensive than ours. So at some point, they would have so many that we wouldn't be able to impact this. And ultimately, what we cannot allow them to have is a ballistic missile that reaches the United States with a nuclear warhead, right? So we know that Iran has been pursuing a nuclear weapons program. They've got a nuclear ballistic missile program. Their missiles, like they fired one at Turkey, soon they'd be able to reach Europe, and not long after that, the United States. A country that chants death to America, that has a missile that can reach the United States with a nuclear missile, is a threat, and we're degrading those abilities right now, and I think the president needs the ability to continue to do that.
Are public hearings a part of that, though, in your mind? Or do you think, I think the complaint we've heard from Democrats is you're getting these private briefings. Maybe the public doesn't know, you're not able to share those things with them.
I just shared it right now in public.
Right. Senator King, I want to bring you in here.
Do I get to answer that question?
Yes, sir, if you'd like to.
Article 1, Section 8 couldn't be more clear. Congress has the power to declare war. I agree with Senator Ricketts that the president has both the obligation and the power to defend the country in case of an imminent attack. This was not that case. There was no imminent attack. There was no emergency. There was no time pressure. In fact, the buildup for this, as you all know, with aircraft carriers and aircraft into the region took a month and a half or 2 months. And the obligation of the president was to come to the American people and to the Congress and make the case for why this was important at this moment in time, what the risks were, and what the benefits would be to the country. That wasn't done. And this is sort of, this Congress has been in a process of abdication of its constitutional responsibility in terms of spending, impoundments, agencies created by Congress. And this is the most gross yet, where there was no imminent threat. I completely agree. The president, if there's a missile headed for our shores, the president has to respond, and he can't call Congress. But in this case, there was no imminent threat. There was no reason that this had to be done out of the blue, late on a Friday night or early on a Saturday morning, without any discussion with the Congress or the American people. This isn't because I'm protective of Congress's prerogatives. It's because the framers were smart and realized that putting the power to declare war and take the country into war was an enormous, portentous action that should not be in the executive. The debate at the Constitutional Convention made that clear, that the president should not have this power, and the framers were right, and the reason they were right is true today. This is an enormous commitment of the American people, and the American people should have a role in it. And we disagree.
When it comes to this conflict and it ongoing, is there room for bipartisanship in Congress here? What does that look like? Is it public hearings? Is it a supplemental funding bill? I mean, do you two, obviously you have very different viewpoints here. Do you see some common ground when looking down the road if this conflict continues into the year?
Well, I'll go first this time. We've had a number of classified briefings. We had one this morning. There ought to be public briefings. The United States is committed, not the president by himself or the Secretary of Defense, but the United States is committed, and the public should understand, A, why are we doing this? B, what are the stakes? What are the risks? And what are the opportunities? And we've had, all of our hearings thus far, as I recall, have been closed. I'm on the Armed Services Committee. We've had 2 or 3 classified briefings, including this morning. We had one of all senators last week with the various secretaries. But the president had the bully pulpit Tuesday night 2 weeks ago, 4 days before this thing started, to explain to the American people why this was important, and he didn't do so. So I think it is time for some public hearings so the public understands what's at stake here.
Senator Ricketts.
I do think there's opportunity for bipartisanship. We could start by funding the Department of Homeland Security. I think that some of the points the Democrats have brought up with regard to ICE, I think there's common ground. So for example, there was already money in that bill for body cameras, which is one of the things that the Democrats wanted. There's the whole issue of like masks and how we handle that. So I think there's some opportunities there. And quite frankly, right now, we haven't even had conversations. I know that Katie Britt has offered Patty Murray a meeting with Susan Collins and John Thune, and Patty's turned it, and the White House, and Patty's turned it down. So until we even start talking, we're not gonna have a hard time getting the bipartisanship, but I do think there's an opportunity there to be able to find some common ground on things that we both agree on how we can move forward.
It does feel like the DHS conversation is kind of on the back burner as, you know, Congress focuses on what's happening in the Middle East. I want to make sure, because we brought you both here to share your unique perspectives in terms of being a governor, transitioning to being one of 100 in Congress, and I want to make sure we get to that perspective. I want to start off, we're seeing a bit of a reversal in the traditional governor to senator pipeline this year. 4 of your current colleagues are running for governor. They're, Michael Bennet, Marsha Blackburn, Tommy Tuberville, and Amy Klobuchar. They're opting to leave the Senate. Why do you think they're doing that now? What would you ascribe to that?
Well, governor's a great job. You know, I think a lot of it's also opportunity. I know that For example, when I was governor, I got term limited out, and then the opportunity for the Senate when Ben Sass stepped down presented itself, and so that's one of the reasons why, I came to the Senate on the timing that I did. So again, I think, if you look at some of these opportunities, the governorship job does not just come open every day, and so if you got the opportunity, you kind of got to take advantage of it when it's there.
And look, to be honest, governor's a lot more fun. You can set the agenda, and you can actually see what you're accomplishing, and you can make a real difference in your state. And you're at home, and you're amongst the people. The problem here is how frustrating this business is, and it's very slow to make a difference. What I tell people is that the difference between the two jobs is governorship is more fun. You can do more. You can work on issues within the state and really make a difference. On the other hand, here, we're working on issues at the highest level.
Yeah.
And so when you do have a breakthrough of some kind legislatively, you've made a difference for the entire country. And that's important. So the two jobs are very, very different, executive versus legislature. And I understand the president's frustration with the Congress. I'm sure Pericles went home and complained to his wife about the Athenian Senate. That's just in the nature of the organization, but the framers divided power on purpose, and as I said, I think that's an important principle that has been subverted this year.
And, we've heard from some other former governors who talk about how fun the job is. You mentioned the rare opportunity, I think, for bipartisan deal-making here. Is that what keeps you both here in this job? Because as you said, there's a lot to not love about Washington sometimes.
Well, I do think we used to have, and we ought to let's, as of today, let's resuscitate the former governor's caucus.
Yeah.
We used to have a former governor's caucus there were about a dozen, and generally former governors tend to be more bipartisan because they have to work with various parties in their legislature, and a little more pragmatic because their thing is actually getting things done. So we used to meet together. Now, Lamar Alexander used to say that one former governor is worth 6 ordinary senators. I don't know if I'd go that far, but I do think there are opportunities. And one of the problems is the public has the perception, number one, that we're not doing anything, and two, that we hate each other. And that's just not true. I mean, they're very solid personal relationships. We don't hate each other. And there are areas where we can work together that are not, it's not immigration reform or the war, but there are other things. There's a housing bill that's a bipartisan housing bill that's going to come up, I think, this week.
We're voting against this week,
A major piece of housing legislation. So those things, that's when you can go home and say, okay, we did something good today.
Yeah, and I would agree with Angus. I agree. I'm biased, obviously, because I'm a former governor, but I do think governors are more pragmatic and less partisan. I think they're more bipartisan. Because to his point exactly, it's about, hey, we came here to get things done. And, when I was governor, Nebraska's unique because we have a one-house legislature called a unicameral, and we have a filibuster rule. And I never had enough Republicans to just be able to jam through whatever I wanted without Democrats' help. So I always needed Democrats to pass anything kind of controversial that was going to get filibustered. So you get used to figuring out how to make deals with both parties to be able to get that done. And so I think that's one of the things that contributes to governors being more pragmatic. And to your question about, well, why do I stay here, is because what Angus said earlier about, as a governor, you deal with things that are very specific to your state and you can make things happen there. But one of the biggest threats we've got as a nation, it's an existential threat, is communist China. You're not going to work, even a state as big as California, Governor of California, you're not going to make an impact on that. You have to be here in Washington, D.C. to work on China deterrence, and that's one of the reasons I'm here.
I did have foreign policy experience as governor, though, because in Maine I could see Canada. I just want to make that clear.
I think that counts. I want to get back to both of you and your interest in foreign policy in a minute, but you mentioned Lamar Alexander. We've seen some former governors, Lamar Alexander, Joe Manchin, kind of leave at what you could say was the peak of their power in the Senate, and they were kind of key to this deal-making middle, and we've seen that be hollowed out, quite frankly, in both chambers. Who do you see as the key deal makers? Do you consider yourself among those able to come to the table and cross the aisle? Are you worried about folks who are able to find that middle ground leaving both parties?
It's one of the problems is the primary system, where you have a very limited voter. The average turnout in a primary in America is something like 21% of the party, and that means you're going to have the most activists on both ends, and you end up with people coming who not only disagree, but you can now lose your primary because you're deemed not sufficiently hostile to the other side. Heaven forbid that you're denominated as a problem solver or as someone who will compromise. That means it's very, very difficult to get things done. I think that's one of the problems. By the way, you mentioned you didn't have enough Republicans. Try being a governor as an independent. You got nobody. I used to say I don't have any automatic friends or enemies. I got 185 skeptics. But this is. We've got to work more, and the reason I ran again, I had no intention of running again in 2024. I made all the plans to leave, but when Joe Manchin left, and Lamar Alexander and Rob Portman and Christian Sinema, there was literally the middle was shrinking, and I just felt like I've got to stay and try to keep some momentum going toward actually working together.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I do think that a lot of those folks, like obviously prior to 24, Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema, for example, were two of the people who would be kind of doing that shuttle diplomacy back and forth, if you will. And I do think we've got it, since they've left, we've got to develop more people like that. I think, for example, one of my freshman colleagues, Katie Britt, is really one of the people that's kind of developing that relationship.
She's working on that.
Yeah.
Yep.
From my home state.
That's Alabama, that's right.
She's also, I will point out, a former Senate staffer, which I think makes for great senators.
So am I, but my experience was 50 years ago.
That counts. I mentioned foreign policy, obviously not a huge part of a gubernatorial portfolio, but although you could see Canada, you do encourage tourism to your state, but Senator Ricketts.
And you do go on trade missions.
This is true.
Right?
You do go on trade missions. You got a spot on the Foreign Relations Committee. You've been heavily involved in U.S.-NATO relations. Senator King, you're on the Senate Intelligence Committee, so you probably know a lot more about the foreign landscape than we do.
I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you.
We'll keep the secrets. What drew each of you to foreign policy and national security as a critical aspect of your Senate portfolio?
Well, again, for me, one of the reasons I wanted to come here was communist China. As governor, I was like the first governor to ban TikTok on state devices. I actually did do true trade missions over there, and it really kind of opened my eyes up to what was going on with regard to what communist China was doing and how they're really trying to displace us as the world power. So it's really very dangerous, and certainly with Xi Jinping, it's only gotten worse about his rhetoric about trying to take Taiwan by force. So, if he would try to take Taiwan by force, that's a huge problem. That's potentially World War III. We need to avoid that. That's bad for everybody. So that's really one of the reasons why I wanted to get on foreign relations, was coming up with those policies that would deter communist China from trying to do something like that would get us into a war, and look for ways to be able to avoid that.
And I think you make a point. We've seen a lot of bipartisan overlap when it comes to China. The House has a committee that they renewed this Congress. And just that's one of the areas, like you said earlier, I think Congress gets a bad rap for not being able to work together and people going to their corners. But China relations is one area where we have seen a lot of bipartisan agreement and working together.
Well, I find myself doing a lot of foreign policy because of being on armed services and intelligence. So probably 50 or 60% of my time is focused on those issues. My concerns are that foreign policy consists of things other than military. And two issues that are bothersome to me is, one is Ukraine. My view is that if we more or less abandon Ukraine or force them into a settlement that compromises them and encourages Putin, that's a major geopolitical mistake because of Putin's designs on the Baltics. He's already doing little incursions into the Baltics and into Poland. He's openly said that the dissolution of the Soviet Union was the greatest catastrophe of the 20th century. And I think it was Maya Angelou who said, if someone tells you who they are, you should believe them. And he's told us. So I think that's a mistake. And I also worry, I just met with a group in my office about the destruction of AID. We've basically given up American soft power and turned over to the Chinese. The Chinese are stepping into our shoes in many local projects around Africa and Latin America, and I think that is something that's going to take a generation to rebuild American soft power, which is very important, other than military strikes. We need friends, and our asymmetric, I've come to realize our asymmetric advantage in the world is allies. We have allies. China has customers. Russia has not much of either. And to alienate or undermine those relationship with our allies is a huge mistake. I'm reading a book about Franklin Roosevelt and Churchill. I just had the quote yesterday. Churchill said, "The only thing worse than working with allies is not working with allies." I thought that was a pretty good way to put it.
I know we're somehow almost out of time. This has been a really fascinating conversation. I appreciate you both coming to share your viewpoints today. I like to, in these kind of looking forward, you mentioned the housing bill earlier, which interestingly pits the Senate against the House, not Democrats against Republicans. I think we always love a good chamber versus chamber story. Where do you both see an area of bipartisanship or common ground this year before the midterms? Is it housing? Is it healthcare? Is it something else that I'm not thinking of?
Well, I think the housing bill is one. It came out of committee 24-0. And you're right, we're going to have to probably work with the House on what finally gets done and goes to the White House. That's one. But I'll just go back to looking at China deterrence. I'm working with Chris Coons on a number of different bills, like the Porcupine Act, which would give Taiwan NATO plus status for 7 years so we can get them weapons faster, or Tim Kaine on the AUKUS Improvement Act to improve what we're doing with Australia and the UK around nuclear submarines and so forth. Again, a China deterrence bill. Mm-hmm. So I think there's things there. And then Angus and I have our Caring for Our Veterans Act, which is around veterans and helping make sure the medical records are getting, as veterans use community providers, that those medical records are getting communicated back and forth to the VA. So I think there are things out there. I think there's actually a lot more out there in common. And ag, working together on biofuels, like with Amy Klobuchar, or things like that. I mean, there's a lot of things out there. They just don't hit the press because they're not exciting like when we fight. Like fighting's exciting when this stuff's not.
A perfect example is we passed 11 of 12 appropriation bills almost entirely on a bipartisan basis. I mean, they all came out of the Appropriations Committee 25-2 or something. The National Defense Authorization Act came out of the Armed Services Committee 25-1, I think. And so there are places where we can work together. Not to wrap you, but conflict sells papers more than agreement. I've never seen a headline that says 5,000 planes landed safely yesterday. So there is a focus, and I understand that, on where we differ. But as I say, below these major contentious issues, there are discussions going on. If you went to a Veterans Affairs Committee, I'm on that committee, you could, and watched a hearing, you couldn't tell who was of which party.
That's true.
And I think that's the way. The other piece I think that could happen this year is permitting reform. Yeah. There's a lot of energy toward that. The problem has been the administration taking the unilateral action to kill offshore wind and solar projects. And so those of us interested in permitting reform have basically said, stop that, and then we'll talk about permitting.
And that's a great example of where we have common ground, because we felt your pain under Obama and Biden when they canceled the Keystone XL pipeline. So it's like, hey, why don't we make a law that you can't do that?
Yeah.
That's a great example of bipartisanship. That's not like either administration.
We just made a deal. You saw it right here.
Right here. Write this down. And with that, I think we'll have to end. Senator King, Senator Ricketts, thank you so much for your time.
Right now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our morning session has concluded. Please join us upstairs in the Columbus Club for lunch and flyout day with Anna and Jake. Please take your seats and silence your devices. The program will resume shortly. Please take your seats and silence your devices. The program will resume shortly. It's midday, and we're excited to present The Top with Jake Sherman, Anna Palmer, and Senator Adam Schiff.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed lunch and our live taping of Flyout Day. Thank you so much for joining us, Senator.
You bet, good to be here.
All right, Jake, I'm gonna give it to you first.
And I'm sure as people filter in, they will take their seats, and I hope they do. You made news yesterday, you and a number of Senate Democrats, saying that you will continue to put war power resolution votes on the Senate floor unless the Trump administration commits to public hearings on their offensive in Iran, their war in Iran. Talk about that, and have you any indication that the administration is interested in doing hearings?
We're determined to use whatever tools we have in the minority to really compel the administration to come before the American people in a way they have not been willing, to answer questions under oath. And there are a lot of questions the American people have through their representatives. I'd like to know, for example, when the president talks about, well, maybe the map of Iran won't be the same map after this war is over.
I'm curious about that too.
What is he saying? What does he mean by that? When the president claimed that on the basis of what he saw, it was Iran, not the United States, that bombed that girls' school. What was he looking at, or was this a complete fabrication on his part? There have been so many endless rationalizations, justifications for why we're at war to begin with. How will we know when it's over if we don't know whether we've accomplished whatever goal we had at the outset? So we'll use whatever tools, and certainly the War Powers resolutions are one tool. I wouldn't say, though, that would be the end purpose of the War Powers resolutions. Ultimately, we want to bring this to an end. And I think depending on how long this drags on, those War Power resolutions will only gain in support. I hope it will end long before it reaches that threshold. But nevertheless, we intend to use whatever tools we can to force a public debate and an accounting.
As a check on the president, if the White House sends up an Iran-related supplemental, which is, kind of another opportunity for Democrats, certainly, whether it's, for missile defense, regional force protection, or replenishing U.S. stockpiles. Is there any version of that that you could support, or is new money kind of a non-starter at this point?
I think new money for this war is a non-starter as far as I'm concerned. I would also say there's $150 billion of new money that's already allocated to the Pentagon in the one big ugly bill. So they've got plenty of money. What we don't have plenty of money for are things like disaster assistance.
Something California has wanted for a long time.
We have been pushing for more than a year to get the kind of assistance that states normally get after disasters, except we're living in this world now where if you're in a state that didn't vote for Donald Trump, then your disasters don't count, don't matter. Farmers need support. There are all kinds of unmet needs right now that ought to be the focus of a supplemental, but the Pentagon has plenty of money. And there are a lot of things that in the aftermath of this, we're gonna have to come to grips with that I think we have fallen down, we as a Congress and the Pentagon, and that is, even as we have been engaged in this war in Ukraine and understood how the nature of war has changed and the proliferation of these low-cost drones, we really haven't kept pace with the differing economies of scale. So what we're producing way too slowly. It's way too costly for the new kind of warfare that's being fought. And that's certainly something we're gonna have to invest in down the road. But I don't think you're gonna find much support among Democrats to fund a war that hasn't been authorized and that we don't support.
You've spent a lot of time when you were in the House and in your time on Capitol Hill on foreign policy questions, on intelligence questions. Is it your view that Trump has already crossed the constitutional line, or is the real test what he does next, how long this lasts, whether U.S. troops are drawn in deeper, whether there's boots on the ground, which, by the way, there's been reporting, not from us, but from other people, that special forces could be sent in to secure nuclear stockpiles or whatever they say they need to secure. Has he crossed that constitutional line yet?
For certain. The Constitution gives Congress the power to declare war, and while it doesn't define war, it also doesn't require that there be boots on the ground. And if there was any indication that that should not be the constitutional line, 7 service members have already lost their lives. You can lose American troops without boots on the ground, and we have. So that line has been crossed. At the classified briefing, I pointed out the Secretary of Defense, or the Secretary of War, as he likes to call himself, kept using the term war. Indeed, they're using the term war for what they call the 12 Days War, when they attacked Iran in June of last year. The president describes it as war. There's no mistaking what we are engaged in. So that line has been crossed. I think the reality is that for my Republican colleagues, the line keeps moving and moving and moving. So at one point it was, well, how intense is the commitment? What is the risk to troops? What is the duration of the conflict? And now some are articulating it as, there's no war unless there are boots on the ground. Well, I guarantee you, if the president puts boots on the ground, they will still claim the Constitution has not been triggered. They have abdicated to this president our two most important powers. We have two seminal powers in the Constitution. One is the power of the purse, which they've given away when they let the president impound money and rescind money. And they're giving away Congress's power to declare war or refuse to declare war. They might as well go home if they're not going to take seriously these two fundamental responsibilities.
So you've been one of the president's most aggressive critics for years. So I just want to ask you, like, bluntly, do you think this conduct is impeachable? Or do you think talking about impeachment right now is politically and constitutionally the wrong frame?
I think that any number of the president's acts, the massive corruption of this administration, potentially contains a multitude of offenses. I don't think it's viable to be pursuing an impeachment. We can't even pass a war powers resolution because the Republican Party in Congress is so much in the thrall or in fear of this president. So I'm focused on really what we can do. And what we can do is use the tools that we have when they need our votes, and use the tools that we have even when they don't need our votes to influence what takes place on the Senate floor, and use that leverage to try to bring about hearings, to try to bring about accountability, and ultimately try to bring about an end to the war. But I would leave to another day the questions of impeachment or other remedies.
So if Democrats take the majority in Congress, do you think there will be an impeachment effort?
Well, you know, I'm judging on what I hear from my House colleagues. It certainly sounds like there would have been one with Kristi Noem. You'll have to really ask my House Judiciary colleagues about that. But, you know, my view is in the Senate, we ought to focus on what is achievable, what are the most powerful tools that we can use right now.
I want to ask you about, so the politics and the substance of this, which is, and the White House will say, and some Democrats will even say, we're talking about the war powers resolution, but we're not talking about what the president has done. He has taken out the Ayatollah, although there's now a new supreme leader, so maybe that argument is bunk. But is pursuing this regime a worthwhile policy goal? Was pursuing this regime a worthwhile policy goal for the Trump administration, for this country?
Yeah, I think that's a very important question, because my opposition to the war is not just the fact that the president violated the Constitution in initiating it without the approval or support of Congress, but also the rationale doesn't add up to me. I'm glad that Ayatollah Khamenei Sr. is gone.
Senior, right?
I don't know that I'm glad that Junior is now in his place, and the president at one point said, you know, the worst outcome is if we got someone worse than the Ayatollah. Well, he may have achieved that. The Ayatollah Jr. Had his parents killed, his wife killed, his daughter killed. That's not the start of a great relationship between Iran and the United States. So, as there was no imminent threat to our country, as the nuclear program had supposedly been obliterated, and even though it wasn't obliterated, they were still years away from the wherewithal to actually create a weapon. They were even farther away from the means of delivering it to the United States. So, yes, I'm glad the Ayatollah Sr. is gone. I won't mourn his loss. But if this doesn't result in any change for the Iranian people, then what have we accomplished on their behalf? And at such a terrible cost to ourselves in the loss of service members. We're spending about $1 billion a day in Iran, and that's money that could be used to improve people's quality of life here. I looked up this morning the average cost of building a hospital in America, depending on the size, about $100 million. So it's the equivalent of dropping 10 hospitals a day on Iran. That's 10 communities that don't have a hospital because we decided that bombing Iran was a better use of our money. I don't think it's a better use of our money.
It's a good segue, Anna, into our next questions.
All right, I want to shift gears a little bit. We asked Leader Schumer earlier for the 30-second case Democrats should make in the midterms. Give us your version. What is the one sentence voters should remember about a Republican Washington under Trump?
The economy is not working for you. Prices of everything are too high. And the reason they remain high, the reason the economy is not working for you, is because Donald Trump doesn't give a rat's ass about you. He only cares about his personal economy, and he's made more money in 1 year than his entire rest of his life put together. Both the positive case that we are going to laser-like focus on bringing down the cost of living, and the negative case, which is he hasn't done it, won't do it because he doesn't give a rat's ass. He thinks it's all a hoax because he can still play golf and he can still make his mega millions with his meme coins and his cryptocurrency. To me, the most powerful campaigns are the ones in which the positive message and the negative message are opposite sides of the same coin.
Democrats clearly, on those points, look very energized right now. I mean, we've seen polling, and, you know, make what you want of polling. It's like the weather, it can kind of change every day, but have a massive enthusiasm advantage. And we saw that in Texas last week, where more Democrats voted in the primary than Republicans. So what is the biggest mistake? I mean, what do you make of that poll? And obviously, I think you just addressed that, but what is the biggest thing that you're worried about between now and, you know, 200 and something, I think 237 days from now, which is Election Day 2026? What keeps you up at night about your own party's performance, not the country?
Well, these are two different things. Because what keeps me up at night is really not something the Democratic Party is doing or not doing. What keeps me up at night are the continuing and escalating threats to our elections themselves.
We were going to get to that as well, yeah.
The recent subpoenaing of records in Arizona, the FBI search in Georgia, the threats to nationalize the election, the president's advisors saying that they're going to deploy ICE or even the military at ballot boxes, the effort to stop all absentee ballot voting. The Republicans understand, as we do, that they're likely to get clobbered in the midterms. And this president has no unwillingness to engage in the most unethical, corrupt conduct in order to keep in power. We saw that in 2020 to the point of a violent insurrection. So that's what keeps me up at night. I think left to voters' own desires at the polls, they'll be swept out. And the Senate map looks so much better than it did a year ago. And I feel very confident about the House. The Republicans feel equally confident they're going to get their head handed to them at the polls. And they seem willing to do anything, including subvert our democracy. So that's what keeps me up. In terms of the Democrats, I think we've gotten significantly better at two things that were really lacking in the presidential cycle. One is we've stayed more or less focused on the central concern for Americans, and that is the fact the economy is not working for them, that they're working harder than ever. And the problem isn't that they're out of work, although unemployment is now rising. The problem is they are working, and they still can't get by. And as long as we focus on that and make a powerful case that this is going to be our animating purpose, I think we will continue this streak of just extraordinary wins and a dramatic swing of the pendulum come November. The other thing that we're doing better is we were not communicating with people in a way that they would even hear our message if we had a good one, which we didn't.
Mark Cuban said you couldn't sell a dollar for 50 cents. That was his line up here today.
Well,
not you specifically, but Democrats.
I'm sure I could sell one for 75. So, you know, the problem we had in the last election was that we became the party of the status quo. And at a time when people are deeply unhappy with the status quo, that is a political death sentence. They are now the status quo. And as long as we are advocating change, and not just change, it has to be dramatic change, not incremental change. And we're focused on the change that's necessary to make the economy work for people in an era of globalization, automation, and increasingly AI, then we will do really well. But But notwithstanding the lack of a message, even if we had a good message in the last election, we were not talking to people in the way they get their information. But we are making, I think, dramatic improvements, certainly as a Senate caucus, in our use of digital media, our interaction with podcasters, in going directly to voters in the way they consume information, which is not how they consumed it back when I was in college.
No.
So in both respects, I think we're doing a lot better.
All right, I want to shift to California. You are a California senator. Are you comfortable defending what your party did there, or do Democrats lose the moral argument on gerrymandering when they say we had to do it because they did it first?
I am very comfortable with what we did with Prop 50. And I say that as someone who, during the first year or two of the Biden administration, when we controlled everything, was making the case that our very first thing should be voting rights and doing away with the gerrymander on a nationwide basis.
Which California did for a minute. I mean, for not a minute, 10 years.
California did. It would have required us to overcome or do a carve out around the filibuster, but we should have done it. And I remember making the argument at the time that if there was something Mitch McConnell believed was existential to his party, let alone the country, and he controlled both House and Senate and the White House, he would have found a way to get it done. And we should have too. So I am a strong believer in a national redistricting reform that ends the gerrymander everywhere. And when we take back control of both houses and the White House, that will be, again, my first priority is to pass voting rights. I think, though, what we did in California was necessitated this downward spiral of states because of what the president did. And there will be true justice if at the end of all of these redistricting wars, they're worse off than before they began. But more than justice, what I would like to see come out of this is a public that is so fed up with all of this that there's finally the national will to pass a national redistricting reform, so we put an end to this everywhere.
Until that moment when you control the White House, the House, and the Senate, and you're able to do that, to us, it seems like states are gonna do this every cycle. They're just gonna, if they don't like the map they have, I mean, you know, Indiana didn't do it this time, maybe they'll do it next time. I mean, is that, do you think that's what the case is now?
I think until we get a national reform, you're gonna see even more dominoes fall.
Yeah.
Yes, Indiana might do it, and then New Jersey might do it, and then Illinois might do it. This is really not the road we want to travel down. And maybe it's too Pollyannish to think that both parties decide there's not a political advantage to this, or if it is, it's not clear who's advantaged, and maybe we just ought to do away with the whole thing. But I suspect that what it will take is the kind of massive national recoil, frankly, against this whole period we're going through, where voters demand something qualitatively different, better than what we're going through right now.
One of the key themes we've been talking a lot about is AI, big topic, obviously, in Washington. California has moved faster than Washington when it comes to AI, and now the fight is whether the federal government should block states from setting their own guardrails. Should Congress preempt states like California, or would that just mean no rules for years? What's your take on the role Congress should have here?
We shouldn't preempt certain basic protections that states want to put in place for the very reason you mentioned, which is we proved utterly incapable of regulating tech. If we moved with the same speed we have moved to deal with Section 230 or all the ills that have come about through social media, then we will never, it feels like, regulate AI. So before we tell the states back off, we have to show we're capable of doing something, and that hasn't happened. But if I can, on the subject of AI, and maybe this is anticipating your next question, what the administration is doing right now to Anthropic is so completely self-destructive. It's destructive of the AI in America, because this is one of the preeminent AI companies. It's even more broadly destructive of our national security because they're a leader in this area, so they're going to undermine our own national security. But it is also just a direct assault on the whole idea of free enterprise. And I don't know why all of corporate America isn't screaming right now, except maybe that they're terrified. But if the President of the United States can pick an AI company and say, we're going to give you the death sentence because you dared insist on something that ought to be common sense anyway, then the administration can kill any company in America. And it can extort any company in America, and it's already extorted a great many. And the only way we stop this is if there is some collective action among corporate America, among our universities and our law firms and our media organizations that push back and say no. I admire what Anthropic is doing because, among other things, it is so exceedingly rare. How many companies are actually standing up to the president right now as he's trying to tell a company like Microsoft, you got to fire this person or we won't do business with you, or this person is on your board, Netflix, so that we're not going to support a merger. What kind of backward country are we becoming? And if corporate America thinks this is good for business, it may be good for a particular company in the very short term, but it is death to the economy in the longer term. And I wish we had more voices like Anthropic out there.
Are you surprised, on that note, I mean, are you surprised, a lot of these are public companies that are, you know, you mentioned Netflix, although they're out of that merger, but I guess more broadly speaking, are you surprised that public companies are not being punished by the shareholders or being otherwise, you know, punished in markets? I mean, if it is so bad, and listen, Republicans spent years saying we shouldn't pick winners and losers, and now that's what the Trump administration is doing, why isn't the free market punishing them?
Well, I was encouraged by the fact that when the administration took this extreme act against Anthropic, people suddenly moved away from ChatGPT and started buying Claude. There was a demonstrable impact on what people were downloading and what app they were using. So consumers are voting with their feet. And it may require exactly what you're saying, and that is shareholders to start initiating actions, and not just legal actions, but organizing around companies that are doing the right thing and against companies that are not doing the right thing. We are seeing it at law firms, for example, an exodus from firms that cut deals with the administration. You're seeing law students from some of the best law schools in the country decide they're not going to go to firms that cut deals. So you're seeing some of that, but it will probably require a lot more of that to ultimately change things.
All right, last question. When voters look at Washington right now, they see a government that often looks reactive, as we talked about, whether it's tech, whether it's the war, AI. Why should they believe Congress is capable of getting ahead of any of this?
Well, their skepticism is sadly well placed and probably better placed when it comes to the whole issue of AI than any other. This is already having a dramatic impact on people's lives. New college graduates finding it more and more difficult to find entry-level jobs. It's going to transform the workplace, and given our poor track record in other areas of regulating tech, the public is right to be skeptical. The only thing that will overcome that skepticism isn't some argument I can make. It is, can we prove it? Can we actually get things done? Can we do things? There is a hunger for that. Mm-hmm. I ran for the Senate in a three-way primary with two wonderful colleagues. My message was very simple. We need to be able to get shit done. There is a lot of appeal to that idea. And I think people who embrace that and try to work in a pragmatic way to accomplish things will do very well in this environment, and those who don't won't.
All right, we are going to leave it there on Get Shit Done. Thank you very much, Senator Schiff.
That's our motto, too.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, sir.
Taking the stage, Heather Cagle and Representative Don Beyer.
Congressman Beyer, thank you so much for joining us today.
Absolutely, Heather. This is fun.
Hi. am a recovering House reporter, for those who don't know, so I have covered Congressman Beyer and the House Democrats for a long time. We've had many hallway chats.
Gave you all the scoops.
Yes, he was always my secret source, if you guys were wondering. Only him. I want to start with a little bit of news of the day before we really dig in on AI and the workforce. We just heard Senator Schiff. He was on stage. He was asked about a supplemental funding package for the Iran war, which the administration has started to socialize. He called it a non-starter. He mentioned there was $150 billion in the Republican reconciliation package for defense. Do you see any scenario in which Democrats get on board with a supplemental funding package for the war?
I don't, but we did have a number of Democrats migrate on the war powers vote. So you could see them potentially migrating on that too. But in general, I think the notion of committing another huge supplemental to it becomes such an endorsement of the war. And things are not getting better day by day. So as a consequence, I think people are getting, even the early enthusiasts are sort of losing that enthusiasm.
And I was talking to Senator Baldwin earlier. She's one of the Democrats in the Senate who's going to continue to force these war powers votes if Republicans don't agree to public oversight hearings. So far, Republicans have not agreed to that. Is that an effective strategy, you think, to keep forcing these votes? And is that something you'd like to see in the House, too?
It sounds like it's parallel to keeping doing impeachment things. Maybe. I don't really have a strong opinion on it. If they come up, I'll vote for them.
Yeah.
But in general, I don't know, it reminds me a lot of when we were in control, and we had the trifecta, and people like, they would have force recorded votes on every single suspension just to gum up the works. It's a way to protest. Doesn't seem nearly as powerful as sitting at a lunch counter or leading people across a bridge.
Yeah. I want to switch gears a little bit. Before we get to AI, I want to talk about redistricting, which has been a big issue across the country, particularly in your state of Virginia. 6 years ago in Virginia, voters instituted a bipartisan redistricting commission. Now, Democrats in the state are asking them to set that aside. How easy is it to convince voters to undo this in April when this referendum comes up for a vote? And what is the case that you're making?
Well, I begin the case by saying that I hate the fact that we're doing it. I'm very proud of the constitutional amendment. And I was very proud of us Democrats in charge doing it, because typically we were for it when we were in the minority. But we were actually for it when we were in charge. And as a consequence, our districts are described as the least gerrymandered in the country. I love mine. I'm so spoiled. It's inside the Beltway, basically. And it will change dramatically. But when Trump picks up 5 in Texas and 2 in North Carolina last year and 2 in Ohio and 1 in Missouri, and Florida's about to do perhaps 6, it's not a fair fight. We just can't let them take over the Congress with gerrymandered red states and not respond in a state that's purple like Virginia.
And last week, and one more question, then we'll turn to AI because we have a lot to dig in there. We wrote about a letter your delegation's Republicans sent to the Democrats saying, please don't do this. What was your response to that?
Well, please talk to your president. Please talk to the governor of Texas. I mean, they're all friends. We have a wonderful delegation that actually has lunch together every month. I'm not anxious to run against Rob Whitman because he's been a friend for a long time.
Right.
But it wasn't our decision to make. By the way, I've been talking to lots of folks in what would be my new district if the referendum passes, which now goes from Arlington all the way to Yorktown.
Wow.
And they haven't had a Democratic congressman since the 1970s. So they're all really excited.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. You're probably out there trying to meet folks since your district's changing, huh?
16 new counties, so I'm talking to a lot of county chairs and precinct captains and the like. So
wow.
I'll be back on the road. Yeah.
So I want to get to the topic everyone's here for. We're here to talk about technology, AI, the workforce, how technology can kind of fill some of those gaps. I want to start, though. You're uniquely positioned among your colleagues to discuss this. You're pursuing a master's in computer science with a concentration in machine learning. You've talked a lot about this experience, but for our audience here and watching on the live stream, what is your biggest takeaway in terms of approaching that as a policymaker? And what is the biggest misconception among your colleagues on the Hill that you try to correct?
Well, first of all, I'd say I'm really enjoying the computer science classes. I'm in the 10th or 11th one right now. I'm actually getting to be a good coder. I couldn't have said that 2 years ago. However, it's progressively less important because you can use Claude Code to do any of the coding that I could do right now. And, you know, I'm not looking for a job anyway, but this education, the more important part for me is it's gotten me a place in the conversation on the policy stuff, which is far more important.
Yeah.
And I think that the biggest thing, I think, is people don't realize how fast it's changing and how much it has the potential to change our lives, including our workforces.
Do you feel like your colleagues, especially in the House, have any kind of understanding of that, like the fast pace and the impact?
I think most don't. My guess is that at 435 people, maybe 25 are paying attention in a serious way to what's happening in terms of AI policy. It's not that they're not serious people, it's just they're not coming from technical backgrounds, most of them. You find somebody like a George Whitesides or a Sarah Jacobs or a Jay Obernolte with a good tech background, they're all into it. But a lot of people were lawyers or Hill staffers or, you know, local supervisors. Very different world.
Definitely. We heard earlier from the heads of Leading the Future, which is the big AI super PAC, and the thing that they're pushing for, they want a federal framework for AI. And we've seen this on the Hill. House Republicans are working on an AI framework. It could stretch from safety to workforce to preemption of states, which has obviously been a huge issue. You've said you want to help.
Preemption. Unless we can do significant across-the-board protections on safety in particular, it doesn't make any sense to cut off the state and local governments. You know, my friend Mr. Obernolte would say, well, we don't want the Tower of Babel at the states, but until we do something real that really sets up that framework, it's irresponsible not to let the states try. Plus, when they're in Richmond doing it right now, when the states do it, we understand what works and what doesn't work. They're the laboratories.
Do you think it's realistic, though, to expect Congress to be able to enact something that would govern all of the states and you know, yes, let them be the laboratories until then, but is Congress ever, do you think the next couple of years be able to step in here at the federal level, or is there just so many differences of opinions and partisanship that it's not going to happen?
Well, it shouldn't be partisan, but I mean, history would suggest no, which is part of the reason I'm so much against preemption. We've done nothing on social media, right, for 26 years.
Right.
Except, and we can't deal with climate change, we can't deal with immigration reform, we can't deal with Social Security, we're not good at the debt. Why are we magically going to be able to do a good framework for AI at the federal level? I'm sorry, I'm being pessimistic, but that's why I think we need to make sure that state and local governments can act.
Let's dig in on AI in healthcare. I mean, this is a broad area. We've seen AI transform the healthcare industry from helping doctors and nurses do their jobs. I mean, things as simple as patient notes to diagnoses that are very complicated, just making the system more efficient overall. When it comes to AI in healthcare, what are you most excited about as a policymaker?
More than anything else, AI is really a prediction tool. So the ability to predict early cancers, et cetera, I think is the most powerful. Most of the friends I've lost to pancreatic cancer have been lost to cancer have been to pancreatic cancer, because by the time it shows up, it's too late. And there's lots of indications in China and here that they can see that 3 or 4 years ahead of time. We were at National Children's Hospital last week before, and they're using it in a variety of really interesting ways. Some of it mundane, like making sure there are enough doctors and nurses on staff when emergency rooms get crowded. Some just really efficient, being able to do an MRI on a baby for basically 5% of the cost with a really bad image that you can use AI to turn into the right image.
Oh, wow.
Just upgrade it based on the other million records that are in the system. Or breast cancer. The study last week said that 71% of the breast cancer mammograms read by physicians miss breast cancer. Now, 71% are correct, 29% are missed. You put in AI, and all of a sudden you get into the mid-90s that you get it right the first time.
Is this an area where you think policymakers have a huge role to play, or is it more, let's get out of the way a little bit and
I think that's going to be more of a get out of the way. The FDA, I think, now has 1,200 different AI-enabled medical devices that they're reviewing. So we want to make sure they do them in a timely fashion. There will be a bigger role for us to play, I think, on the pharmaceutical side, because with AlphaFold, with the ability to really understand how every protein is folded, we can have some dramatic new medicines. And we want to make sure that, first of all, we don't have a DHS or HHS that doesn't let us do any of that. And also want to make sure that it's done in a timely way. So the new medicines that will perhaps get rid of a specific kind of cancer right away will do it.
Have you seen the impact that AI is having on the healthcare workforce shortage? You mentioned this a little bit in terms of staffing in the ER, but we've talked a lot about healthcare workforce today, but I think it's a very just well-known issue in general. What are the long-term possibilities there? Like, how critical is it, do you think, to try to apply AI in that area to help make sure we have enough doctors and nurses, or that AI is doing a job and doctors and nurses can do other things that AI can't do?
Interesting. In the short run, I think it may actually add more people. I'm just thinking about my last couple of, like the last time I went to see the eye doctor, for example. I think I saw 5 technicians before I actually saw the doctor
herself. On the same day?
On the same day, in the same half an hour. You know, but it was not nurses, not physicians, using a piece of technology, which may or may not have used AI, to measure this and to check that and to check this temperature. So you're finding in many of these institute doctors' offices much more sophisticated, basically delegating of labor to specific tasks, but all of them using a piece of equipment that actually does something concrete. They're not using their medical school trained eye to touch or point or look. So.
You, and I want to get to this in a minute, you've introduced legislation to address the nursing shortage more broadly, but it really seems like from kind of the interviews that I've done, the workforce healthcare shortage, it's going to be a partnership between healthcare systems, educators, technology companies, and Congress. Do you feel like all of these ecosystems are operating together in the right way right now, or is everyone kind of on their own and we could do more collaboration to address this issue?
I'm not in the middle of it, but more collaboration is always better. And yes, it's probably some of both. We begin with immigration reform per that bill because, well, just for example, in the Philippines, the nurses are trained for American medicine. And there would be many tens of thousands, maybe more, who would love to come right away with English language skills if we could let them in. We also, I'm passionate too about looking at med school debt and the challenge that, you know, one of the things we know we need more family practice physicians, more general practice folks. But when you come out of school with such a big debt, you want to be an orthopedic surgeon or a dermatologist or the like. So one of the things is how do we get that debt down? And yeah, I had the pleasure of living in Switzerland for 4 years, where the medicine was terrific, and everyone started medical school at age 18.
Wow.
And at 22, they graduated as an MD and then could start it. So they were 4 years ahead and many hundreds of thousands of dollars ahead of our guys here. And while I want everyone to have a well-rounded liberal arts education, it's probably not that necessary to go be many of the different kinds of physicians we have.
I want to go back to this bill, the nursing shortage. You mentioned immigration reform. Can you talk a little bit more for those in the audience who don't know about what the legislation would do and why you thought that this was the way to kind of tackle this issue?
Well, it's only one of the ways, but it sort of reminded me of the Canadian system that, again, back to my Swiss experience, you know, we were allowed, I think it was 50 lottery visas a year. And so 10,000 people would apply for those. But who won had no connection to their experience, the job skills they brought, the background they had. So the notion of saying, this is what we really need. We need nurses. Let's go specifically look for nurses. And that's what the legislation was about. It's basically giving a preference that we would open the door specifically for the people to have the skills that we needed. Pretty simple.
We've seen a lot of, obviously, the administration has really cracked down on immigration, visas, things like that. Is this, in your mind, more of when we have a Democrat in the White House and we're planting the flag now, it's kind of what you're thinking in terms of this policy area?
Well, I would love not to have to wait that long. And there were even Republican friends who talked about moving to a more Canadian system, not pure Canadian where you have to check off every single box, but one where at least, say, half of the new immigrants we brought in. We did 1 million legal immigrants last year. You move to 2 million, because I also believe last year was the first year in American history that our workforce shrank, partly because we're not having babies, partly because of the deportations, partly because we shut off legal immigration coming in, and the asylums. So let's be much more strategic about where the workforce is going to come from and the job skills they have.
In terms of getting back to AI in the workforce, I think one of the main concerns you hear, and you might hear it out in your district some, is folks worried about their jobs being replaced by AI.
That's the number one thing I hear.
And what is the case that you make to them? What do you say?
Well, that they might be right. Let me give you the range of things that I hear and learn. On the one hand, there's Dario Amodei from Anthropic, who has said a number of times that things are moving so quickly, the curve is so steep, that with agentic AI in particular, we could eliminate 50% of the white-collar workforce in the next 2 to 5 years. And even if he's exaggerating or wrong, if it's 25% of it, it's still a lot. I think the number is 18 million white-collar workers in America. So take a quarter of that. That's 4.5 million people, big chunk. When we added 158,000 jobs last year, right? On the other hand, Christine Lagarde was in the paper last week saying that in Europe, those companies that were using AI actually saw a small uptake of more ad hires than people that didn't use it. And I think what we're seeing, an interesting conversation with one of the McKenzie leads also recently, said that what they're seeing is that companies, there's a stickiness to their existing people, that they're not laying people off, they're rather trying to grow without adding people, using the productivity increases of artificial intelligence to offset that. By the way, if we have significant worker shortages, the fact that some people showed we had a 5% productivity increase last year, others 2.7%, but way higher than it had been for the last 2 decades. You know, perhaps the way we get through it is we use the productivity increases of AI to generate lots more GDP with fewer people.
And I want to dig in a little bit more on Congress's role here. You mentioned earlier it can take Congress a long time to get on board with things and a fast-moving technology such as this. I mean, you mentioned social media. They're just now addressing things that were popping up 10 or 15 years ago there, right? And so when it comes to AI, how can Congress be an effective player? What is the role here that you see, and how do you keep your colleagues up to speed and doing policy that makes sense given how fast everything changes?
I come back to the task force that we had. Mm-hmm. As long as we were pursuing it in an aggressively bipartisan way, I think we have a good chance of going forward. I mean, literally, the dilemma was when Steve Scalise famously said, we're not going to do anything after the task force. You know, the notion that anything that interferes with innovation or keeps us from winning the AI war against China, that was so discouraging that we've done very little. I mean, the Take It Down Act, Ted Cruz's, was the first major thing, and a few suspension bills that are so negligible no one knows what they were. So I think we have to get back to basically the Obernolte, Liu-led, doesn't have to be those two, but it's got to be Democrats and Republicans sitting down with all the things that we know we have to do, and getting a bill and putting it out there. And if the Republicans are ahead on it, great. I mean, I'd love to be a part of it. As long as they don't put in something like the preemption, which can be a poison pill for all the good things that are in it.
And I want to dig in on that a little bit more. Do you think that's something that could happen before the midterms, or is this, we're in an election year, we need to get through this, and then maybe we can kind of start making some real bipartisan headway here again?
I confess I'm pessimistic. We had a 2-day week last week and a 2-day week the week before, and we're off this week. And pretty soon people will be in the middle of primaries and running for re-election. So I'd love for it to happen this year. But if not, I would. And if we take back the House, which I'm obviously praying for, I'll be doing everything I can with the new speaker and his team to make it happen in the next year.
And you mentioned China. Do you worry that we're falling behind China when it comes to leading the way on AI and integrating it into our society?
There's yin and yang. They're producing many, many more computer scientists than we are. They're investing way more. They have the ability to do that. But I also think that they need our chips. We're way ahead of them on that. Interesting, some of my Republican friends will say, well, we shouldn't over-regulate here. We shouldn't have too much because they don't have any, which is not actually true. There's a wonderful professor at Georgetown who's talked about all the things China's doing. Because they are an autocracy, they have to have even more controls over AI than we would ever suggest here. So it's not they're the Wild West and we are going to try to restrict ourselves. They're modestly restricted too. And of course, the Trump decision to sell them the H200 chips, I think, was a very bad decision because that gave them a boost that we didn't need to give them.
Yeah, we've seen that be a very divisive issue on the Hill too. Yeah. We're almost out of time, but I have a couple more questions I want to make sure I get to. When it comes to healthcare specifically, what is Congress's role here, do you think, in terms of some of the thornier technology issues like protecting patient privacy and data, preventing bias in AI-driven systems? Is that a role that Congress should be playing, or is it more the healthcare industry?
No, I think Congress should definitely be there, especially on the privacy. Again, we have done a lousy job forever on privacy. We got close with Cathy McMorris Rodgers on a privacy bill that died the day before. I'm hoping that Energy and Commerce will approach it once again, but we do need to step up. And when you get back to Anthropic and their fights with Pete Hegseth right now, that's, once again, has to do with privacy and mass surveillance of the American citizens. I'm confused, too, because I thought my Republican friends didn't like big government. But there's the danger that this government would use AI tools to do mass surveillance and storing of data on every American. And that we need to fight back on. And
I want to ask you one more question before we wrap up here. You once called yourself an AI optimist. In Congress especially, I always like to spin these things forward, looking 5 or 10 years down the road. What is your prediction when it comes to how this is integrated in our life and what Congress has or hasn't done?
I am a great AI optimist, and my first hope is that we will still be human 10 years down the road.
Mine too.
Yeah. Because there is the danger that we're already addicted to our screens. There's the possibility that AI so frees us up that we become more human and more humanistic. We have more chances to read, more chances to walk, more chances to be with each other than we are right now. On the other side of it, you fear a world that is completely driven by data and by robotics. On the AI optimist side, I want to make sure that the existential risks that we pay attention to them too, which we haven't talked about. We don't know where consciousness comes from. We don't know that we're the highest level that's ever going to be. But I also think that we could live a lot longer time and a lot healthier because of the biology breakthroughs. The wonderful idea that the 20th century was the century of physics and the 21st century is the century of biology and life sciences. And AI is what probably makes that possible.
To live longer.
And healthier and better and happier, yeah.
Well, you said earlier you were a pessimist, but I feel like that's a very optimistic note.
I'm a pessimist just about Congress's ability in the short run to get things done, which is why I think we all need to figure out how do we take an institution full of good people who are trying to do good things across party lines and get them to work together in a way that actually gets results.
Well, on that, we're going to wrap up. Congressman Beyer, thank you so much for being here with us today and sharing your thoughts.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
Please welcome back Heather Cagle, joined by Covista's Chief Corporate Affairs Officer, Megan Noel, and Chief Digital Officer, Michael Betts.
Well, Megan and Michael, thank you so much for being here today. I thought that was a fascinating conversation with Congressman Beyer. I want to start just talking to both of you. What was your top takeaway from his comments?
I loved that he said that it's going to take a variety of different parties working together in new ways, and that just recognizes a lot what we think at Kovista, that it's a cross-sector approach.
Absolutely. It's about, getting our health, in our case as a healthcare educator, being able to help train a new generation of healthcare workers that can work in concert with these great new tools to help address some of the shortages that we have. But also as an educator, we're seeing enormous impact on using AI as ways to tutor and support our students, further democratize education. And so, yeah, I think, like the Congressman, we're quite optimistic about what the potential is for AI.
And I want to dig in on that in a moment, but Megan, I want to go to you first. We talked some about how this is really to address the workforce shortage, especially in healthcare. It's going to be a public and private effort coming together. Zooming out some, what is critical for our audience to understand about the healthcare workforce shortage, and what role is Kovista playing in addressing this issue?
Yeah, let me address the first part second, then I'll come back to the healthcare workforce shortage. Let me just ground everyone in the audience on who Kovista is, because not many of you might have heard of us because we newly rebranded. Kovista is America's largest healthcare educator. We have 5 accredited universities: American University of Caribbean, Ross Med, Ross Vet, Chamberlain University, and Walden University. Together, those universities educate nearly 100,000 students. We graduate 24,000 students every year. 90% of those are in healthcare. So doctors, nurses, behavioral health specialists, mental health specialists. And that took us a little while to get to the place where we were America's largest healthcare educator, but it was very deliberate, because if you zoom out, every month there's 700,000 jobs that are posted in healthcare. Only 300,000 of those folks that are qualified to do that. So over a year's time, we have a shortage of 8.5 million people. And so the healthcare workforce shortage is only getting worse. And there are traditional universities that do an excellent job of educating nurses and doctors, but they're not doing it at scale. And so one of the reasons that we feel really proud to be part of Kovista is that we're taking a systemically different approach to try to bring quality doctors and nurses into the system, especially in places like rural and underserved areas where they're needed most.
And we heard from Senator Baldwin earlier today about just the impact in rural areas, with hospitals closing and things like that. Michael, I want to bring you in here again. Part of your job, as you mentioned, is leading the AI strategy at Kovista. When it comes to healthcare employers, what do you hear most about the skills that they're looking for in graduates?
Well, first of all, what we're hearing, before I kind of get into the specifics there, is 2 really important things. First, the overwhelming majority of healthcare executives are saying they see AI as a part of the solution, right? It can increase the productivity, offload some of those menial tasks that nurses and doctors and others have to deal with today. But that the single biggest blocker right now is human capital. So folks that are fluent and understand how to use these tools, do them responsibly and ethically, but also help lead change within their healthcare system. And so what we are committed to doing is making sure that we are integrating into our curriculum exactly what we're hearing from our healthcare partners in terms of those specific skills they need, whether it's ambient learning, whether it's working with new diagnostic tools, things to streamline administrative tasks, so that when our folks come out of our institutions, they're great clinician-ready professionals, but they're also ones that can help then lead positive change in terms of applying technology and AI in their in whatever setting they're working at.
And do you feel like the healthcare industry has been able to keep up here? I talked to Congressman Beyer just about how fast this technology is changing. You're training these graduates to be ready to use these tools when they go out, into the field. Are these tools available for them to use? What are you finding?
I'll also say Congressman Beyer said, one of your last questions was, do you think AI is going to take your job? And I think what we are seeing and hearing from the data, and in a practical sense, in healthcare, it's not, right? It's going to be a complement or a supplement to the work. And in fact, it's going to give clinicians more time of doing what they want to do, is spending time with patients. And as Michael said, sort of less time doing the administrative tasks. But in our view, this is an opportunity to continue to help get more doctors and nurses out there and supplement the time that they're spending on back-end stuff and more time where they're needing with patients.
Michael, how do you implement these offerings in an effective way? Can you share just a little about that process with us? It's fascinating.
So we're very lucky because we can kind of benefit from all these advances in two ways. One, as an educator, and using that to help support our students, but also then preparing them for the workplace. On the latter piece, what we knew from the outset is that we couldn't do it ourselves. So we've partnered with Google. We've partnered with GE Healthcare. We've partnered with some startups that are in the kind of AI space, providing those tools that you mentioned, so that we can bring what we know best is how to educate folks together with what they know around the technology. And then we also recently created an AI advisory council on healthcare education, where we have leaders from healthcare telling us exactly the type of skills. And the advantage that we have as a teaching institution at scale is that we can quickly then update our curriculum, and we can scale it across tens of thousands of students in a way that just many other higher ed institutions would be challenged to do.
Heather, I'll give you a quick example. We just did some research with Gallup, with the Kovista Care Capacity Monitor, and one of the things we asked healthcare executives and clinicians about was AI. And one of the overwhelming things the healthcare executives told us is that they want practice-ready folks to hit the ground running in their hospital systems, and AI is part of that. And clinicians also want the training in there. So there's a hunger on both sides and an appetite to be able to have these skills, and especially, as Michael said, rolling it out when they're students, they can just build this into part of their vernacular.
Right.
So when they go to become a clinician, they're ready to practice on day one.
And you mentioned 100,000 graduating. I mean, and also the workforce shortage numbers are just staggering. What kind of impact are you seeing so far from your programs and making a dent in this workforce shortage? And what do you see looking down the road?
Yep, so 100,000 folks that we have, and then 24,000, 90% in doctors and nurses. I think one of the things that we are seeing is that there's an opportunity with our size and scale to do things differently in a way that no one else can. We have had some great relationships with hospital systems and brokered some partnerships with them, in fact, to be able to solve their talent shortage in a different way. And so let me give you an example. We have a great relationship with SSM Health, which is a Catholic health system out in the Midwest. We brokered a relationship with them through Chamberlain University, which is the largest nursing school in the country, in 4 states, areas like Wisconsin, Illinois, Missouri, and Oklahoma. So rural areas where there's really an acute need for nurses, and they're having a hard time to get nurses. Those folks go through Chamberlain, they get a fantastic nursing degree, they do it at a discounted price, they then get a job right after school with SSM Health. Those folks go in, they know the system, they know the culture, they're able to hit the ground running, and they go into Chamberlain knowing they're getting a job at the end of it. And so given our size and scale, we're able to do innovative things that will help tackle the workforce structural challenge in a way that no one else can.
And I know we're almost out of time. I want to get to a couple more questions, though. This is just so interesting. When it comes to Congress, I talked to Congressman Beyer about how they can often just be so slow to respond to fast-moving technology, not just AI, but anything. Do you feel like lawmakers get it? They get the healthcare shortage. They get how AI can be helpful. Do you find yourself having to educate members more than you would like?
Well, I loved what he said about this idea of being an experiment and having laboratories, right? And I think the states, will do that on the legislative perspective. But I think what we can be doing is, as we are out there trying new things, both in the education space and the healthcare space, we're already seeing today the impact that AI tools that we've built into our curriculum in supporting some of our students that are most at risk, helping open up access to education to a far bigger pool of people. And so I think what we're hoping is that as we learn from this, that yes, that they will take those lessons and inform I'll
just add, I think one of the great things about the healthcare workforce shortage is that it's it's not a partisan issue. Everybody wants more doctors, more nurses, more mental health professionals in their communities. Everybody wants to schedule a doctor's appointment and not have it be 9 months, 12 months till you can get in and see your doctor. And so in our education process, there's receptivity on both sides of the aisle, which is, we know, rare in Washington these days.
That's such a great point, though. And as we wrap up here, what's your biggest takeaway for our audience that you want to leave them with?
Yeah, look, we see AI as an opportunity to revolutionize in a very positive way both healthcare and education. But at the same time, it's about supplementing our people, right? And we can't do anything if we can't attract more people to the healthcare workforce and support them when they do that, and then give them the skills that once they graduate, they're able to help lead change in their communities.
I'm going to say two things, but very quickly. First is that we have to stop thinking about the healthcare workforce shortage as a short-term labor supply issue, and we have to think about it as a structural issue that requires radically different approach. And then I'll end where I start, which is that we need all parties working together. We need companies, educators, policymakers, health systems, all in on the problem to tackle it together.
Michael and Megan, thank you so much for your time. This was a great conversation.
Great, thank you.
Now joining Anna Palmer on stage is Northrop Grumman CEO Kathy Warden.
Thank you so much. What a warm welcome.
And we need all players on the field. This is a time when you have companies like ours who have been supporting the US government and our allies for decades, but you also have companies that are newer to the scene. And the demand is so high, we all have a role to play. One thing about this industry that I have appreciated is we often come together to team and bring our solutions as a collective, and that's unique. Most industries, you compete, and you only compete. Here, we compete vigorously on one day and on one program, but in other times, we are coming together to give our government what they need and the best of the best. And I see this as an opportunity to continue to do that now with a larger set of players.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's interesting, like you say that, because oftentimes, you're right, it's just business A competes against business B, but oftentimes you're competing and then maybe you're partnering, you're working with new players, which I want to get into in a little bit. I do want to talk about Iran. It's been something that we've been talking about, obviously, all day, is on the minds of a lot of folks here. The U.S. is at war. It could last 4 to 5 weeks. It could last longer. Talk to me from your vantage point. How does the recent conflict impact Northrop Grumman and its work?
Well, I want to start by recognizing that there are military and their families, as well as employees from my company and others that are supporting operations, and our thoughts go to them for their safety and their safe return. And as we think about this environment, we want to make sure that our military has the absolute best information, products, and defenses so that they are safe. And that means we are acting with a sense of urgency and really ensuring that it's a one-team effort working with the Department of Defense. And we are ensuring that they know what we have to bring to bear and that we are staying in constant communication. This is not something, though, that happens overnight. Obviously, a conflict may arise, but it's the preparedness, thinking years ahead as to what we may need, getting those programs through development and fielding, but also being able to scale our capacity and develop more quickly, but also produce more quickly. And so all of those efforts are ongoing within our company with the current environment in mind, but also the future need.
Yeah, when you kind of started saying unprecedented demand, rather, obviously it's not just Iran. You think about Venezuela, possibly Cuba. There's a lot of tension in the South Pacific. The Trump administration has taken a really different tact when it comes to the U.S. posture abroad. Have you had to recalibrate, or, as you think going forward, does that influence kind of how you're thinking about how Northrop approaches these things?
What we do is we look out over the horizon at the threat environment that any leader is likely to encounter. As the president comes into a new administration, he gets briefed on options. We want him to have the most options available that he can choose from and work with the Congress to deploy. And so our focus is not on any given moment in time. It is the threat environment, how it's evolving, how that creates a set of needs that then we as an industry are positioned to help our government and, again, our allies to respond to, because often it's not just about what the U.S. can bring, it's what our partners can bring, and each administration is looking at that holistically to ensure that the U.S. industrial base and companies like mine are able to support not just their needs, but our partners as well.
Yeah, let's drill down on that a little bit, because there has been a big push to invest in expanded production capacity. How do you think Northrop Grumman stacks up, compares to its peers in the industry in meeting that challenge?
We have been investing in our company at a higher rate than our historical average and at a higher rate than the peer benchmarks in our industry. And we did that because we saw that the threat environment was elevating and that the range of capabilities needed was growing. At the same time, the capacity necessary to build at rate was also growing. And so we've invested. We've built facilities that in many different areas of our company are giving us that capacity to be able to produce more quickly. We just announced that we'll be building the B-21 faster and increasing the rate there. We recently announced that we'll be accelerating the Sentinel program. And so these are just a few examples of what it takes to be able to accelerate schedule is the foresight to make investments and the willingness to put those resources into our company.
So you mentioned the B-21. I think that's obviously a program that a lot of folks, think of Northrop Grumman, they think of that. But you also are really actively investing in technology when it comes to the Golden Dome and other projects. Tell us a little bit about that.
We do invest in new capabilities. We also have capabilities that exist today for protecting forward deployed troops that are very relevant to the Homeland Defense mission. So we don't just look at starting with a clean sheet as a new area of focus like Homeland Defense comes into play in the United States. We look at what have we already built? How could we scale it, perhaps modify it slightly so that we can deploy it much more quickly than starting with a clean sheet of paper? But of course, there are some things where there isn't a product available today to meet the requirements, and there we will start and design something more bespoke to what a particular customer needs. I will say over the last several years, though, there has been a willingness and an openness to utilize starting points, product lines, basic technology, and build upon that rather than starting new. There's also been a desire to move to more commercial-like models for buying the kinds of capabilities that we produce, and we are embracing that, thinking creatively about not only what we're building, but how we're offering it, and speed is certainly at the core of those discussions within our team.
Talk about Northrop Grumman as a tech company, right? I think we've seen a transition as you think about kind of defense in general, but I think Northrop in general is thinking much more in those terms.
Well, I often describe our industry is thought of as aerospace and defense, but what we build is technology. And when you look at the breadth of the technology that we build, in many industries, you would only build one type of technology that we build. And for us, it's dozens of different types of technology. We start all the way at the level of material science, understanding the properties of materials that can allow us to do the kinds of things we do with satellites, aircraft, microelectronics. And we build up from that very basic research and understanding of the most exquisite technologies how to get the highest performance to give our military an advantage that no others in the world would have. But that's not all of our business. Some of our business is just leveraging technology as it exists today and figuring out how to package it for our customers' mission requirements and get it deployed very quickly. So we do both. And to have that kind of breadth, not only in technology, but also in business model, is in many ways what makes a company like ours unique and creates the value that we have in partnership with our customer.
One of the interesting things that we're seeing as a trend line in the defense space is the new players coming in, right? How do you work with smaller defense tech companies? Are there partnerships that you could point to that say, hey, we started here, but we have big ambitions?
We work with almost any company that you could throw out by name that's in our industry, big and small. And we don't distinguish how we work with companies based on their size. We determine it based on what we are bringing together in terms of a solution and who is bringing what pieces and what's the best way to approach that as a team. We don't generally create overarching arrangements that say, in this area, we're always going to team with this company. And the reason we don't do that is because we want to bring, as I said, the best of the best. We're not always going to be the best partner for a company to choose. So we shouldn't expect that we're only going to work with certain companies in our industry. We stay very open-minded about bringing the companies as part of our solution that are going to offer the best answer to our customers' problems. We also believe that competition is important. So in an industry like ours, where you both compete and cooperate, keeping active competition is the way to keep each other sharp, right? Steel sharpens steel, a friend of ours has described to our team. And so we think that within an ecosystem like ours, it is not that you want to reduce competition, you want to keep competition. And we feel that we can do that best by picking the companies that are right for purpose and specific to a solution that we're building.
So one area where this administration has been thinking probably differently or has shifted courses, kind of getting involved with the private sector. You've sought to reassure shareholders that stock dividends and buybacks will continue, despite the White House directive language targeting those practices. How do you think about that? And then also just kind of walk the line between obviously wanting to work with the people in power, but also doing what's right for Northrop.
Right. Our job as leaders of a corporation are just that, and this is true in any industry. It's to balance the needs of your shareholders, your customers, your employees, and your partners. And we believe that the best way to serve our customers is to invest in our business, in building the capabilities and the capacity to serve them. And that is our first priority. It has been and continues to be our top priority. And everyone wins when you do that. Now, there are certain circumstances where you don't have things to invest in, and you may return excess capital to shareholders in that scenario. I would say our company has not really found ourselves in that scenario of late, and we don't expect to in the future. So we are going to continue to do what we've been doing, which is invest in those capabilities and the capacity needed to produce them at scale and with speed, and that is very much aligned to what this administration has asked of our industry to do.
One of the big through lines today has been AI, artificial intelligence. It's something that the Hill is trying to grapple with about to regulate, to not regulate. We've been talking to employers. How do you think about it? Is it pessimistically, optimistically? How do you kind of at Northrop Grumman think about AI, either using it or saying, or not?
Like most technologies, we embrace the technology. We want to, in some areas, be on the leading edge. You know, when you think about AI, we were a pioneer in autonomy and the application of autonomy in aircraft. We wanted to be on the leading edge, and we were, and for many years, the only company who was building truly autonomous air vehicles. That technology has expanded over time, and we are continuing to want a leadership position. There are other aspects, though, of artificial intelligence where we simply want to apply it. We don't need to be on the bleeding or leading edge. We want to take other people's investment, bring that into our company. That's often true in our back office operations. We'll let somebody else pioneer in those areas, and then we will bring more mature technology in. So we have an AI roadmap in our company, and it spans the use cases and applications that I just described, and our approach varies based on where we feel it's core for us as a company to be a leader versus where we are an adopter. And we, though, want to always have an understanding of what technology is available, how we can apply it either to our products or our operations, and be active in the ecosystem. And in AI technology, that includes AI governance, being really thoughtful about how we will use this technology in the company, how we will embed it in our products, and working with the government to inform their policies around that as well. You asked about regulation.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about that, obviously there's the recent Anthropic flare-up. You know, does that impact Northrop at all, or are you kind of watching and seeing what happens as it plays out?
We have minimal exposure to Anthropic technology in our corporation. We certainly are watching how it plays out. I would say our approach is to work very collaboratively with the government on how they are thinking about regulation of technology so that we can be responsive to that. And it's more of a partnership in our mind, because we rely on the government to use our technology responsibly across a wide variety of product offerings. And we have that trust in the government to do that, but it's based on active engagement with them as well.
Kathy, we are almost out of time, but before I let you go, we always like to kind of project forward in a lot of these conversations, think about the future. What is exciting CEOs that are, you know, kind of on the cusp of something interesting as the industry thinks about that? What's the thing you are most looking forward to for Northrop Grumman over the next year or two?
Yeah, we are deploying a number of new technologies that oftentimes are kept in very quiet spaces, classified programs, and they get their daylight when it's time to come through test into production and, most importantly, into deployment. It is always a great day in our company when we can roll out something new. A few years ago, we rolled out the B-21, meaning we showed it to the world. I am really looking forward to the day where we start deploying that technology and it arriving on Air Force bases, and that's going to happen next year. So we're very excited about that. That's just one example. But what we get really excited about is when our ideas come to life in product that make our warfighters more effective and bring them home safely.
All right, we will leave it there. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Please welcome Jake Sherman and Fanatics Betting and Gaming CEO, Matt King.
Hello, everybody. Now, this is the portion of the day where I get to do things that I like to talk about, things that I like to talk about. And Matt King, the CEO of Fanatics Betting and Gaming, I love sports. We have a bunch of sports owners coming up in the next block. And once people hear sports betting and gambling, they're going to come back in from their snack room. So this is the part where Anna lets me talk about the things I like to talk about. So let's talk about this amazing market and this burgeoning market. You've been involved in sports betting for a long time. You were at FanDuel. You were the CEO of FanDuel. You led them to new heights as CEO. And the last couple of years, you've been building Fanatics Sportsbook from scratch. What is the biggest trend line you've seen in the industry, which has really taken off in the last decade?
I'd say the biggest trend line is increasing popularity of it. And frankly, it's really a race and a competition with the illegal market. Sports betting has always existed. You know, any society that has cared about sports in the history of this world has always had sports betting.
And so really what you've seen over the last 10 years is more and more states legalizing sports betting, and what you see when that happens is you're actually able to make real traction and put in the illegal sports betting market that's always existed out of business.
You have 24 state regulators and the CFTC all with an eye on making sure your company and every company in this space is staying on the right side of the law. I always ask this question of every industry, and it's kind of a difficult question to answer because the answer is always complicated, and it's usually no. Do you want Congress to get more involved here or less involved? I mean, should Congress put some framework around this more than it has so far?
So I think who does it is a question more for this audience to have an opinion on. But what I would say is we believe in a couple things. I think one is we believe in that a regulated market is better than an illegal one. And not having sports betting isn't an option.
No,
right? So if you go to California, if you go to Mississippi, it's funny, there was an article, I think, in the Wall Street Journal earlier this week about a college kid talking about how sports betting impacts campus life. He's in South Carolina. There is no legal sports betting. And so
that's the biggest tell.
It is. And so you're in a world where our core beliefs are, one, regulation is better than no regulation, because ultimately the only successful strategy in putting an illegal market out of business is a reasonably regulated market. I think point two, in terms of what we believe, is we believe consumer protection should be paramount to everything that we do. And the other benefit you get with regulation is you can actually protect consumers, because this is a product where you need to make sure you have smart, intelligent consumer protections like deposit limits available, anti-money laundering, and everything else. And then I would say the third thing is protecting game integrity. You want to be in a place where insider trading is known to be wrong and can be prosecuted under the fullest extent of the law. And so whoever provides that framework of regulation, consumer protection, and integrity, I don't care. I just want, the more of it we have, the better off we are.
And let's just level set about the marketplace right now. So there's Fanatics, there's FanDuel, there's DraftKings, there's MGM. I mean, there's a lot of players in this marketplace. And I think the interesting thing, and we were talking about this backstage, the interesting thing about Fanatics is that Fanatics is an ecosystem, right? Yep. It is, well, why don't you say what you are known for before I say it, but you are known for now collectibles, merchandise, a whole host of things. Fanatics is a large ecosystem around sports and sports collectibles, and why don't you give a little bit better of a description than I can?
So a lot of people ask me, why did I ever leave FanDuel? We had built the #1 player, and Michael Rubin, who's the founder of Fanatics, called me up one day and said, "Do you want to do it again?" And I was excited to build another sports betting business because I'm an entrepreneur and I like doing that. But equally, what got me excited was the idea we can actually build a digital platform for sports fans. Because if you think about being a sports fan today, it's really hard, right? You have 6 streaming subscriptions.
Don't I know it?
Yeah. Every team has a different app where you get your tickets, and kind of on and on. The experience of being a fan has a lot of friction in it. And Fanatics sits as this kind of very unique nexus of sports where we can start to stitch together a single place where you can buy your merch, you can now buy tickets with us, you can buy your collectibles, you can make a sports bet. And we're kind of continuing to grow that footprint into a seamless ecosystem where sports fans can do everything that they care about in sports in one place, and they can get rewarded with it, and we can make the experience actually better. And my kind of core belief is super simple, which is if we can be the brand that sports fans know as the one that makes the experience of being a fan better, we will be a beloved brand.
It's interesting. I mean, there's a bull way to ask this question and a bear way to ask this question, and I'll just put it out and you could decide. I mean, you could decide either way to answer. Customer acquisition is at the heart of every business, right? At the heart of every subscription business. Punchbowl News, Fanatics, FanDuel, whatever. And I mean, how much, I guess you kind of take away some of that customer acquisition when you have this platform, right? I mean, it's not, you don't have to go find the fans. They're already kind of living in your world, right?
Correct. Yeah, and I think that's exactly right, but I would take it a step further. So I'm a product guy. I like building digital product. And so the way we operate every day is ultimately, we have enough tools in our toolkit at Fanatics that I should be able to build an ecosystem where every single sports fan sees value in being part of it. And so like take tickets. So we did we don't necessarily want to be in the ticketing business, but tickets are a big part of what sports fans want. And so we did a deal with Ticketmaster as a partner. In that deal, we get a share of the economics of the ticketing fees, which, by the way, ticketing fees in sports are kind of like baggage fees in, in the airline business. And we're in a place where we can give that back to customers. And so if you buy tickets on Fanatics, you get 50% off your ticketing fees. And so it's a simple example of how can I continue to do things where not just am I trying to save money on customer acquisition costs, but I'm actively trying to take money that I would otherwise spend in acquisition costs and put it back into the hand of sports fans. Because ultimately, like, I like analogies, and one of the analogies I always love is Costco versus Walmart, right? Costco runs at a 14% gross margin on everything it sells.
Yep.
Walmart's probably in the 40s, and so suddenly you're in a world where Costco is just a different business model, and Costco customers love Costco.
Yep.
And a lot of that is because they can feel the value that gets funneled back into their wallet. And look, the reality is for a lot of our sports fans, their fandom ranks up in the top 5 spend categories that they have, right? It's their house, their kids' education, and sports is somewhere 3, 4, or 5.
And maybe even higher, but I wouldn't put myself in that category.
I won't judge you for that, but we appreciate the business. But in all seriousness, if I can be a brand that delivers better kind of functionality as well as better value, and bring sports fans closer to the things that they love, again, that naturally attracts people, so I don't have to spend any money on marketing.
You went viral, not you specifically, but that would be cool also, but Fanatics went viral with a Super Bowl ad featuring Kendall Jenner a few weeks ago. Talk about that and talk about the bump you saw from that. Presumably, you saw a bump.
We saw the full power of the Kardashian family, that is for sure. So for those of you that didn't see it, you clearly weren't watching the Super Bowl. No. We ran an ad that basically made fun of the Kardashian curse. And so the Kardashian curse is this idea that if a Kardashian dates, typically a professional athlete, that their career takes a downward turn, shall we say, after the dating experience is over. And so we ran it for the Super Bowl and in the run-up to Super Bowl. And we did it with our partners at OBB Productions, which is we now run Fanatics Studios with. And it was amazing. Like it was truly probably the first time I had done something where, we frankly, quote unquote, took over the internet. Where it was just like every day, like you woke up and you're like, there's a lot more posts and people are just it's like, that's not an influencer I paid, that's somebody just talking about it organically. And frankly, like the best thing for me was the number of my friends that called me and said, you know what, that effing ad is the first time that my wife now asks me about my sports betting and who I'm using to bet on sports, because suddenly she cares.
Yeah.
So it was amazing. And look, I think it's, for us and for those of you that kind of spend time in the media ecosystem, what was interesting was it was really kind of a example of how kind of quote unquote old media and new media work together.
Totally. And I think, I follow OBB and I followed the studio you guys are creating with them. I mean, that's a great example of kind of a, not really an upstart, but a newish media company taking the reins of something like
this.
Right,
and they told a great story, right?
Yeah.
It was like super interesting, but what was interesting was like, you needed the anchor of it being a Super Bowl ad to like focus people on it and then tell the story around it in kind of like the social media. And then you put those two together and they really compounded each other in a really cool way. And we saw a huge uptick in new users. We saw a step change of a couple points in kind of brand awareness and brand affinity and consideration. So all the things you want to see.
Okay, now let's talk about predictive markets. Predictive markets like Polymarket and Kalshi are dominating the conversation at DC.
Wait, what are they?
Do you see what they're doing as the same? Because they offer, I don't want to be careful when I say lines on games effectively. Give us your thoughts on that.
So I'd say it's very similar. It's not exactly the same. And we launched our own prediction market business that's still small, but as you and I were talking about backstage, like, I wanted to get in the game because it is a new category that opens up a lot of opportunity, particularly in states that don't have licensed sports betting in the state. So if you look at the data today, in states that have state-regulated sports betting and iGaming, the prediction markets are much smaller, and most users are staying in the kind of regulated sports betting ecosystem. They're they're trying, but they're largely kind of staying in the regulated sports ecosystem. And I think the reality of that is it is a better product in the sense of there are more things you can bet on, there are more availability, there are more promotions. And that may not always be true, right? It's obviously the prediction markets are very early on. But then when you look outside of the regulated states where they don't have a state law around sports betting, obviously you're seeing huge growth primarily driven through sports on the couches and the poly markets of the world. And so in that sense, I think you are seeing those products get adopted in states that don't have regulated sports betting as a substitute for sports betting.
Right. Do you feel like, I mean, the obvious question here then becomes, are they playing by one rule book while everybody else is playing by another?
Yes. No. Look, but I don't begrudge them for that. I mean, there are different regulatory frameworks. I mean, I'm sure we could sit in this room and everybody who represents a specific industry could talk about the fact that there are, parallel, sometimes competing regulatory frameworks that exist in any industry in this country.
A lot of them, yeah.
And so, like, this is I think, natural effect of a dynamic category, as you pointed out. And if you think about sports betting, it didn't exist before 2018 in this country. So sports betting relative to a lot of the industries you guys would all be involved in is a baby here.
Yeah.
And so the fact that you have a parallel regulatory regime that's coming from the federal government isn't unexpected in my mind. I think the important thing is twofold. One is, obviously, the courts will eventually decide how the two intersect. And I don't think, me personally, and I'm not a lawyer and I don't try to play one on TV, I think you will end up with some version of coexistence, right? There will be a view that says, the federal government plays a certain role and state governments play another role, ideally all aligned around the idea of protecting consumers and protecting the integrity of the game. But the courts will ultimately, I think, have to decide how those two things fit together. Our vested interest as an operator goes back to kind of how I opened the conversation, which is I just want to see more and more of a regulated market, because no sports betting, not an option. And so in a world where you're choosing between a regulated market, either federal or state regulated, or an illegal market, I think you want to have a regulated market, every day of the week and twice on Sundays.
You touched on insider trading at the top, and this has come up in predictive markets. It's now come up.
Others reported similar behavior, and therefore we're going to launch an investigation, and then they have all the relationships to make sure investigations happen. And if you look at some of the sports-related insider trading kind of issues that have come up recently, my argument would be that is the regulated market working, because those types of bets are available in offshore sports books. So those were existing pre-2018, and you're in a world where if you didn't have regulated operators abiding by integrity monitoring services, then you would be in a world where that type of behavior would go unnoticed. And the reality is, I think the unfortunate reality is, insider trading is a part of every single financial market that exists out there. Like, one of the stats that I read recently was there are still 50 insider trading cases in the stock market every year.
Right.
And you'd argue that the stock market is probably one of the best surveilled institutions out there. And so
the SEC is next door. We could go knock on their door and see what they're up to.
Hey, look, they certainly, I think, surveil well and scare the shit out of a lot of people. And so I think you are in a world where, for sports betting, again, because it is a nascent industry, I think what you're seeing now is these issues are getting flagged, they're getting investigated, and then now you need to go through effectively the deterrence phase, where people start to need to see, hey, the ramifications and repercussions for doing this are very real, and therefore you start to get that deterrence effect that ultimately will be helpful.
I wonder and I hear this among my friends all the time, who are just, generally skeptical, as sports fans tend to be. The leagues have a responsibility here too, right? The leagues and I think the leagues, I'm curious what you think, I'll just say this, I think the leagues have a ways to go in shoring up the belief that they're on the, not that the leagues are on the level, but players are on the level and coaches are on the level and the hangers-on are on the level. And I think that's a real challenge, don't you?
I think that, look, what I can speak to very specifically is the leagues are incredibly committed to getting this right.
Yeah, they have no choice.
And it's not even—
As you say, it's not going away.
Yeah, yes, exactly. And I think for them, they recognize the integrity of the game is paramount and a cornerstone of the long-term kind of success of any of the leagues. And I think they all recognize that, and I think the good thing about the leagues is they do think in very long-term increments. Like, they are not short-term, because fundamentally it's all about, can I grow franchise values over time?
Yep.
And grow fandom over time. And so I think the leagues are deeply committed to this. I do think you're in a world where, again, I think the investigative process and how these things play out is still a work in progress, right? Leagues don't have subpoena power, so they can launch an internal investigation, but ultimately if they hit a wall, they need to actually work with, whether it's the federal government or state authorities, to go after that. And that's what they've been doing. I think the challenge is the pace of those investigations is just long.
Yeah.
And so you are in this kind of period where, frankly, investigations are private. They're often done in coordination with law enforcement, and they take a long time.
Yep.
And so there is kind of only so much I think the leagues can say and do to kind of ameliorate all fans' concerns. But at their core is kind of being, they recognize, sports betting has always been here. It's not going away. And game integrity is paramount to literally everything that they do.
We are quickly running out of time, as I see on the clock, and I have a lot more questions, but I have to ask this question since we're in DC. One of the big issues the industry is facing is the change in the One Big Beautiful Bill. I can't believe I'm bringing this up when it comes to gambling, but when it made to limiting federal gambling loss deductions to 90% of winnings, down from 100%. Bettors may owe taxes on money that they lost, which is not a good thing for people who bet. I wouldn't know, but if I were to bet, I would not like that. As my son asked me, my 8-year-old son asked me what the line is on every game. The industry has been pushing for changes to this. I think it has a decent chance. How involved are you guys, and how big of an issue is this? I mean, what do you see?
I think it is a very real issue. It's a very real issue that affects not just the online operators, but obviously the brick and mortar operators. Yep. And frankly, in some ways, it affects the brick and mortar operators even more, because the places like table games or slots where this is most likely to be an issue. And look, just on some level, I think it's un-American that you should be paying taxes on income you don't even get.
But listen, the way to avoid this is never lose a bet.
That is true. So, do you have a system for that? Are you going to sell a book to all of these people?
I tell my wife, this is a sure thing. I could put anything I want on this one, and it's sort of.
I'm going to give you a promo code to sign up. We appreciate your business. I'm sure that approach will work with us very well. So
listen, I just bet on the George Washington Revolutionaries, UConn basketball, Washington Wizards. I have 3 winners right there.
Hey, I grew up a Hawks fan. I think the Trae Young trade was amazing.
I do too.
I'm super excited to see what he can do in DC.
Yeah, and just to note, I do not bet on teams that I like, so I don't bet on any of those teams.
So it's an emotional hedge.
Yeah, it's can't mix emotion and gambling. Matt King, thank you very much. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks, man. That was fun.
Please join us in the presidential suite for a networking break. Please take your seats and silence your devices. The program will resume shortly. Please welcome Jake Sherman, Anna Palmer, and Senator Josh Hawley.
All right.
Okay, well, if people are still getting their snacks, they're going to miss out on good questions. But once they hear our brilliant questions and your brilliant answers, they're going to come back in. Okay, so you in many ways embody the new Republican Party, I would say. You were elected in 2008. You've talked a lot about the need for the Republican Party to embrace a more nationalist, non-interventionist, I would say, foreign policy doctrine. You are not a fan of regime change, which Mike Johnson, just in Florida, one of our reporters tweeted, said he's not interested in nation building in Iran, which we'll see how that goes. How do you square that with the actions that the president has taken in Iran, in Venezuela? What does this all mean for this movement in the Republican Party over the last couple of years?
Well, I don't know. First of all, it's great to be with you. Thank
Likewise.
you so much for having me. Yeah, thanks to all of you for being here.
And to C-SPAN, who is...
And to C-SPAN, who is hosting this event.
No, we're not
not
hosting.
but
we're hosting.
We're hosting.
Broadcasting.
They're
Yeah,
broadcasting.
There we go. There we go.
But we appreciate it.
I think it's too early to say is the answer to that, Jake. I think that time will tell on that. I do think what the president said yesterday in terms of this particular conflict, he laid out his goals: decapitate the regime, degrade Iran's short and medium-term, medium-range ballistic missiles, degrade their navy. I mean, the military has unquestionably had huge success at doing those things. And I thought the president saying yesterday, maybe we're about done here that's a good thing.
But maybe we're not, right? I mean, it seems like I saw a report today that, again, don't know how true this is. I think in the fog of war, literally, we don't know a lot. But the Iranians are allegedly laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, I just feel like reporting would indicate we can get sucked into a larger, more encompassing conflict, don't you think?
Let's hope not. Well, let's hope not. I think no one would want that. No one should want that. And I think the sooner we get to what the president was talking about yesterday, a decisive, clear end to this conflict, the better.
All right, you came into the Senate at a time when the Senate Republican Conference, and really the chamber as a whole, was undergoing a significant change, I would say. 2018, Donald Trump's first term. A number of you, as Jake mentioned at the top, ran on this America First platform. Do you feel like the Senate Republican Conference today has moved far enough in your direction? Or, at this point, is the party still more traditionally Republican on economics, foreign policy? Do you have more work to be done?
Oh, there's a lot more work to be done. I think that, did I put too much emphasis on that? Probably not enough. There's a lot more work to be done. Listen, I think that the Senate GOP is a very traditionalist group of folks, which is fine. But I mean, my own view is I consider myself a advocate of working class republicanism. I think we have a lot of work to do. And I think that we ought to be occupying our time right now on addressing what is clearly a crisis of cost of living in this country. And you have voters who are telling us, we've been getting hammered for the last 4 years under the previous president. You can make an argument for the last 30 years under an economic policy from both parties that has systematically destroyed, in many ways, the working class in this country. So what I think we ought to be doing is we ought to be raising the minimum wage. We ought to be capping the price of prescription drugs. We ought to be lowering healthcare premiums. You know, we ought to exempt all healthcare spending by individuals from taxation, in my view. We did no taxes on tips. We ought to do no taxes on healthcare. So what you pay for your premium, what you pay out of pocket, what you pay for drugs, you should be able to deduct that. We ought to move it above the line so every working person can take that deduction along with the standard. That would cut the cost of healthcare like that by 30+%. Those are the kinds of things I think we need to be doing, more of that.
But I want to drill down on that a second, because you're saying, okay, it's talking about cost of living, how you can help people have a life that, you know, has an upward mobility. The president says that there's not an affordability crisis, there's not a challenge. Do you think 2026, are you concerned that he's not willing to take that on as an issue?
Well, I think that Congress ought to pass the proposals that he has rolled out there, including in a State of the Union. I mean, I think there won't be an issue if Congress would actually do something. I mean, if Congress would cap the price of prescription drugs, that would be tremendous. If Congress would cap credit card interest rates, as the president has proposed, at 10%, that would be tremendous. I mean, so I think if Congress were actually to follow the president's proposals, I think it'd be a very different situation. What you currently have is a situation where Congress spectates. They sit back and they grade the president. I like that, I don't like that. But they don't really do a whole lot.
But that's their job.
To do something?
No, but it's their job to say, I mean, this is our system of government, you know this. I mean, the president proposes, the Senate and the House, what does it say? The Senate and the Congress disposes, right? Like, this is, I mean, they're not, I don't think Congress's role is to just take everything whole cloth that the president says.
Oh, well, but Congress's role is to legislate, is my point.
Correct,
and,
I agree with you on that.
And for, you know, my money, we've done precious little of that. I think that the reconciliation bill was tremendous in terms of, there's a lot of priorities that are in there, you know, so there's quite a lot of content. But that's one thing. I mean, you just look at what the president has proposed versus what Congress has done, or just look at what Congress has done on any metric. I mean, look, I'm delighted at the number of judges we've gotten confirmed, a lot in my state. All of the judicial vacancies are filled. That's wonderful. But we've got to do more, I think. Congress has got to do more for working people, and we need to do it quickly.
Okay, so you mentioned some of the things that you are working on that are not traditional Republican priorities. Raising the minimum wage is one, and you're working with Democrats on a lot of these, right? I mean, getting rid of Citizens United, embracing pro-labor policies. You teamed up with Bernie Sanders on COVID stimulus checks. That is a lot. I mean, do you feel like you're kind of a party of one on this stuff in your party?
Sometimes I am. It definitely feels that way from time to time. I remember being in a lunch meeting of my fellow Senate Republicans talking about the payments, the direct payments during COVID that I did with Bernie, worked on with Bernie. We, of course, got in that bill both times. And one of my colleagues was saying, you know, and then there was Josh Hawley, who was out there actually partnering with Bernie Sanders to get direct payments. And you know, I couldn't resist. I grabbed the microphone and I said, maybe the best thing I've ever done in the United States Senate. Certainly one of the things I'm proudest of. But listen, for me, it's not complicated. It comes down to, are these policies helping the plight of working people? Are we advancing the cause of working people? And I just think there's a lot more we can be doing and should be.
So speaking of Bernie Sanders, you told us about your partnership with him in 2024. Quote, I've learned more about the institution and learned more about how to get things done. I realized this is the ticket here. Okay, realistically, is it possible in the Senate to be a conservative firebrand and a bipartisan deal maker at the same time?
Well, I mean, it must be. I mean, listen, one of the things, I mentioned the reconciliation bill, one of the things I'm proudest of in the reconciliation bill from last year is a compensation program for victims of nuclear radiation in my state and around the country.
We heard from you about that about
constantly.
600,000 times.
600,000 times.
And I told Andrew he can never go on vacation because I cannot cover this thing anymore.
Do you know, I sat down in a hearing the other day, Jake, and one of my Senate colleagues, my Republican colleagues, sat down next to me and he goes, dear God, Josh, please tell me you're not going to talk about radiation ever again. I said, you know what, the point is, we got that in the bill, we got it done. This was a truly bipartisan effort. But I don't think anyone would say that I'm any less of a firebrand than I ever have been. I just believe in actually getting things done and getting things done for the people of my state who need it the most. I mean, this is why during the last government shutdown, I called for keeping open the SNAP program, for paying out food stamp benefits. You know, I just believe that the working folks of this country, the poor and the vulnerable of this country, and in my state, need a voice. That's what we're here to do. We're here to act on their behalf. And again, we should do more of that.
One of the many ways you diverge from, I would say, still the majority, but a shrinking majority nonetheless, is on foreign policy. In addition to what we talked about at the top, you vocally opposed aid to Ukraine. You were the only senator to vote against admitting Sweden and Finland into NATO. Given what we've seen from Russia since, which is, we all know, we all watch, and the capabilities of those two countries, the capabilities they bring to the alliance, do you regret that vote at all?
No, I don't. And the reason I voted that way is what I thought it would mean is a larger, as it manifestly does, a larger NATO footprint in Europe, but would also mean, by necessity, additional United States security guarantees for those countries and for the alliance, and probably a larger, more enduring footprint, troop footprint, and otherwise for the United States in Europe. And my view is that, listen, we have multiple theaters in which we have challenges, none more pressing than the Indo-Pacific and China. And my view has long been that with our NATO allies, I think we need them. I think we need them to do more in their own defense. I'm delighted they've committed now to raising their GDP spending on their own defense. That's terrific. I think we need to have a very blunt conversation with them where we say, listen, in this new era, in the 21st century, the age that we're in, we need our European allies in NATO to focus on the defense of Europe and to take the lead in the frontline conventional defense of Europe. We will take the lead in countering China in the Pacific. We're the only nation that is poised to do so, that is postured to do so, and we're going to divide our responsibilities that way. Unless we're going to spend $2 trillion a year on defense and reinstitute a draft, we're not going to be able to cover all theaters. We're just not. And I don't think the American people want us to spend $2 trillion a year on defense. I think they'd like to maybe see us spend some money to get their healthcare costs down.
Well, we're spending $1 billion a day right now.
Well, and this is going to be a tension. I mean, I think that this is an issue. And are we going to do that forever? I think the American people don't want that.
All right, let's shift to domestic politics. President Trump has called you out by name twice in recent months. First, over the stock trading ban effort you led, and again, after the Venezuela war powers fight. Those are two issues that, in different ways, you could argue fit that populist America First brand. Is this just Trump being Trump, or do you think he's drifting away from the kind of politics he might have been elected to originally to serve?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think so. And listen, the thing about the president is that he always speaks his mind. I've had many calls with the president.
Really?
And you know, as I've said, I've heard from the president in many tones of voice. I've heard in the Josh, you're doing great, and I've heard the what did you just do? Yeah. So, you know, I think he's terrific. I support him and have no criticism of him. And I think that, listen, I mean, if you're not willing to take criticism in this job, then you probably shouldn't be in the job. And if you're not willing to say, well, you know, here's what I think, here's where we disagree, can we reach a solution? Stock trading, you know, he's very much in favor of stock trading and has made that a ban and has made that clear and supports, I think, legislation. I mean, I don't think, he said it in the State of the Union, supports legislation like what we passed out of committee to ban members of Congress from stock trading. We ought to do that, by the way. You talk about something that ought to be easy to pass. We ought to pass a stock trading ban.
It's amazing that I mean, it's got installed in the House for a million different reasons. And Mike Johnson says he's going to bring up a version that allows people to still sell stocks, but with a long lead. I mean, there's legitimate policy concerns, which I understand, but it is one of the things that polls at 90%.
Absolutely.
It's something, it seems like an easy win. Is the One Big Beautiful Bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, I guess it is now, the law, is that enough to win in 2026 for Republicans?
Well, I mean, I think, as I said earlier, I think what we ought to do is we ought to take the list of things that the president proposed in the State of the Union, I mean, I think all of which I agree. I'm trying to think of something there. It was a policy proposal I didn't like. Those are some good proposals. Capping the cost of prescription drugs is maybe where I would start because they are so completely and entirely out of control, and we ought to enact that. I mean, so I think that Congress would make a mistake if Congress sits back and says, you know, we're good, we're done. Again, we're going to be spectators now. We're just going to talk to the media and
we're for
go
that.
home.
We're for the talking to the media.
So we're talking to the media, yeah, exactly. we can do both, right? We can do that and legislate. I think to answer your question, Jake, I think we better legislate, and I think we better do it in a way that helps working people. And I think that starting by capping the credit card interest rate, tremendous idea. Capping the cost of prescription drugs, tremendous idea. No taxes on healthcare. I mean, I've got a billion ideas, but those are ones that the first two the president has proposed. We should do that. I don't detect an enormous amount of enthusiasm for those in my party, and I think that's a problem.
Okay, but let me just follow up on that really quickly. Inherent in that answer is the fact that it's probably not enough, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, right? It's probably like, because that's what the leadership in both chambers, and I think you've been critical of, just like, let's go out and sell this thing that we've passed, and like, that's cool, and we'll be fine. At the heart of that is extending tax rates for all Americans and some additional provisions, no tax on tips, overtime, no tax on Social Security is not in the bill. I'll just be very clear about that. It's not actually in the legislation. But it seems like you think they do need to do more.
Well, listen, I think that no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, the deduction that gets us towards no taxes on Social Security.
There you go. That's actually true.
That's in the bill.
Thank you.
I think all of that's great. I've talked to you about the provisions for my state that I think are great, including an additional in my state, $1 billion in healthcare hospital spending that will come to my state before the end of the decade. That's all great. So I think all that's good. But if you can do more, why wouldn't we do more? That's how I look at it. It's not a critique of, I didn't like this or I didn't like that. That's all good. But I think the president's instinct is right when you don't see him saying, like, let's just do nothing. You guys do nothing. No. He says, let's do the following things. And he's just out there doing it. He's just doing it by executive order because Congress won't do it. I think it would be good to get in the game here and for Congress to do this stuff. And I think more broadly, if the Republican Party wants to be a majority party, we've got to become a working class party. That's all there is to it. I mean, that's the only option. It's that. If you want to be the Paul Ryan, Mitt Romney party, go ahead. We've seen what the votes are on that. You will not be a majority party. I also think it's not the right thing to do. I think the working folks of this country deserve to have a voice. I think the Republican Party should be that voice, and we have a lot of work to get there. We should be going down that path.
We had Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer on stage earlier today. Not surprising, he's very bullish about the prospects for Democrats to take majority power in the Senate. But play it out for us. Do you think you guys are at all at risk of losing the majority in the Senate? It's a toss-up in the House. We'll see how that plays out. But Democrats say affordability, healthcare, those are the two things that are going to drive home, plus Trump. They're going to be in the majority.
Well, listen, I think that if the Republicans don't do anything, then I think that voters will say, well, voters are going to say, listen, you're in charge right now. What did you do for me? I think they're not going to sit back and say, oh, you get points for creativity, you get points for good ideas. They're going to say, what did you do for me? And they're going to say, I like the no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime. And I know they do because they tell me all the time. They like the child tax credit. But I think they're going to say additionally, well, that was a year ago. Like, what have you done for me since? So I think Republicans need to go out there and need to deliver on an agenda that will put real cash into the hands of working people right now. And now the Democrats aren't going to help us with that. Clearly, I mean, that is the corollary to what the minority leader was really saying. I mean, what he's saying is that, hey, we want to run on healthcare chaos. We're not going to lift our finger at all to do anything on this. So I think Republicans need to recognize that, and we need to say, but we are going to lead, and we're going to lead by trying to reduce the cost of these things for the folks who need it most.
Let's talk about, I have a two-part question here. Let's talk, you are a frequent critic of Mitch McConnell, who was the last Republican leader, not so subtly at times. Grade John Thune.
I think that John Thune is doing a good job. I think he's working very hard. I think he's got the worst job in the world.
No, it ain't worse than Speaker.
I mean, well, maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah. But it's tough. It's a really tough job. But I think he's working very, very hard to deliver. And I will say this about working with John Thune. I found him to be a tremendous partner to work with. John Thune has never lied to me, never misled me, never been dishonest with me in any way. And you might think out here in the real world, you might think, yeah, that's kind of like a baseline. You'd be surprised how rare that is in politics. I mean, this is something I found working with Bernie, to be honest, years ago. I found with Bernie, what Bernie says, when he says, I'll do something, he'll do it. If he says, this is the state of the play, that is true. You can bank on it. He doesn't give you weasel words. He doesn't shade the truth. And I found Thune to be exactly the same. Even if we disagree on an issue, and we don't disagree that much, but if we do, I'll know where he stands. And when he's told me, when he's given me a commitment, he has kept it. So I think he's done a very good job. I think it's a really tough job.
One of the big decisions he's facing right now is on the SAVE Act.
Right.
Legislation that would, put simply, without getting into everything it does, it's a voter ID law, but it's also a citizenship verification law for voters in elections. Democrats are obviously opposed to this legislation. They've made no secret of that. And the big question now is, will there be changes to the filibuster that would allow this to pass? Where are you on that, number one? And number two, the leadership has said there's not the votes to change the filibuster. Do you agree with that?
I defer to the leader on his vote count. I mean, that's his job. He'll know it well, and I defer to him on managing the floor. And I understand that if we implement the filibuster, I mean, you guys know, there's different ways that the filibuster has been implemented, utilized, exercised over the Senate's 250-year history. One, the classic is what we now call the talking filibuster, which is you basically force the other party. Sure, they can prevent a vote, but they actually have to hold the floor in order to do so. I'd be fine to implement the talking filibuster. I understand, because my colleagues tell me constantly how difficult that would be. It would actually require senators to be on the floor and in their seats, imagine, and be willing to deal with amendments and take votes, imagine. It doesn't sound like the Senate at all. I hear that and I think, it's sort of thrilling. I mean, that's kind of what we were sent here to do. You know, that's Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. My colleagues hear that and they're like, that is the worst thing I could possibly think of. So I would say, I support the SAVE Act. I'm a co-sponsor of it. I would be happy to try and do the filibuster the old-fashioned way. I don't sense that I'm going to get my way on that. I think that's not going to prevail. But how exactly the vote will come up and how he decides to do it, I'll leave that to the leader.
And I guess the question is, I understand both sides of this argument quite, intellectually quite well. I'm not a senator, so I don't understand it as well as you guys do. But the other argument would be, well, there's going to be a ton of amendments held at 50-vote thresholds, which will put some of your colleagues in tough political positions and things like that. And your response to that would be what?
Well, my response is that this used to be how the Senate operated all the time. I mean, what we're really talking about here is turning the clock back. It's not eliminating the filibuster at all. It is returning to how the Senate once exercised the filibuster and how the Senate once operated. And I think the fact that we now find it unfathomable says a lot about where the Senate is. Almost nothing, as you know, almost nothing happens on the floor. Just to get a bill amended, just to have a modicum of an amendment process on any bill is like a minor miracle. So we are a long way from the days when senators actually put their butts in seats, they actually debated. There was an open amendment process on every single bill because that's how the Senate ran. That's part of how the filibuster worked. So I think part of what is so disorienting to people when you talk about this is they say, like, whoa, the Senate hasn't operated like this in like 1,000 years, and that's true. Is that a good thing? I don't know that it is a good thing. If we're ever going to get the muscle memory back, we maybe should try it. But as I said, I don't sense that my colleagues share any enthusiasm for this.
Supportive, but in reality, probably not going to happen.
That's my sense of it.
All right. I want to talk about AI, artificial intelligence. It's been something we've talked about in almost all of the conversations today. You've been one of the most skeptical Republicans in Washington when it comes to AI, particularly child safety, jobs, whether states should be allowed to set their own rules. Is this another example of you seeing where the GOP is going before the rest of the party does?
I don't know about that. I just know what voters tell me, and what voters in Missouri tell me is that they do not want their electricity bills doubling and tripling because of some data center. They do not want the cost of land in their area doubling and tripling because of a data center. They don't want to pay more for water or other utilities, and they're very, very concerned about it. I get asked about it constantly when I'm at home. That's point one. Point two, when it comes to chatbots, the other piece of this when it comes to AI is parents are scared to death, and I'm scared to death. I'm the father of 3 kids. I've got a 13-year-old, an 11-year-old, and a 5-year-old girl, my baby girl, as they call her, and who I will do anything for any day of the week, any time of the day. And what I think about with my kids
Not if you break the filibuster, you won't be doing it.
She'll have to come see me. That's right. I'll wave to her in the gallery, I love you, sweetheart.
That's how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Sorry, we're bringing the Senate back, baby.
I am scared to death about what my kids will encounter online from some chatbot, and I'm scared because I've talked to the parents whose kids have had this experience. Kids who went to ChatGPT, this is not a hypothetical, it's a real example. Kids who went to ChatGPT to ask for help with science homework, and a few months later, the chatbot is encouraging them to engage in self-harm, to harm other family members, and ultimately to take their own lives, and kids who've done it. And I just think that every parent ought to have some basic peace of mind, but also control over their kids' own data and information to be able to say, I don't want an AI chatbot targeting my minor child. I think we ought to just ban that. And I think we ought to, on the data centers, I think we ought to give a guarantee to every tax-paying American that their electricity bills are not going to go up.
How do you do that? I mean, because there's two pieces of what you're saying here. both are legitimate policy discussions, I think. Piece one is the data center piece, which these AI companies need data centers to operate these platforms. So you can't put AI back in a box. I think that's the one thing we know about where the world is going and technology. So what do you do? Like, how do you give that guarantee? Who pays for it? Do the companies pay for
Companies
it?
pay for
Just
it. Yeah,
whole cloth. Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, I have legislation on this, and we should pass my legislation, which would bipartisan legislation, which would give a guarantee to every American taxpayer that their electricity bills won't go up. Why? Because we would require all of the data centers to supply their own electricity to build out the grid, to operate behind the grid, as it's sometimes called, and to build out their own power supplies. We would give an off-ramp. There's about 4,000 data centers currently in the United States. The bill would give an off-ramp, or really I suppose maybe it's an on-ramp, it's a better way to look at it, for existing data centers to get up to speed to build that out. But for the approximately 3,000 plus data centers that are currently awaiting groundbreaking and in production, they'd have to comply right now. And I think that would, to say to people, we're not going to allow you to be kicked off the grid. We're not going to allow your rates to go up so high you can't pay them, and we're going to guarantee you first access to the grid so that if there are rolling blackouts or brownouts, I don't want the taxpayer to suffer those. I want the data center to be first in line. They can afford it. These companies, they're the richest companies, not just in the world, in the history of the world, they can afford it.
All right, this sounds a lot like a 2028 candidate. We're going to end here.
Him and Ro Khanna are doing it.
You have long been rumored as a potential presidential candidate. There's plenty of chatter about what that could look like. Are you running?
No.
Yes,
See, that was easy.
Come on.
That was so easy.
This is like Obama in 06, whatever year that was, 06, 07. He's like, no, I'm not running. And then he's like, oh, I changed my mind. I am running.
No. So that was a nice try. That was a good, no.
Full stop. You want to stay in the Senate because it's so much fun.
I just got reelected. There's a lot of work to do in the Senate. A lot of work that's very important work to do. And I've got more than enough on my plate.
And if they put the talking filibuster back in, you might never leave the building.
I may never leave the floor. Exactly.
How could you run a presidential campaign if you can't leave the floor?
All right, Senator. We'll leave it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me,
buddy.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
For joining us today. It's no shortage of news, but as I was telling you backstage, I am a recovering transportation reporter, so this is probably my favorite panel of the day.
I appreciate that. Did I just hear, is Josh Hawley not running for president? Is that what I just heard? I was like, what?
We should have had you guys up here together, to play off each other. We're going to talk.
Welcome back to your roots.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We're going to talk a lot about FAA modernization, but first, a couple news of the day questions I want to dig in here. Let's start with the Iran war. We're seeing soaring oil prices impacting jet fuel. We'll have the United CEO, Scott Kirby, up here after you. Gas prices, all of this ahead of what is probably going to be a busy summer travel season. Some airlines are warning of skyrocketing fares. What is your message to the American people?
Well, so first off, there is coverage when gas prices go up, right? We were north of $100 a barrel for a short period of time, and there's a lot of reporting on that. It just feels like there wasn't as much reporting when Donald Trump's energy dominance initiative brought prices down. But what the president has done is put us in a place where we are able to actually engage in this conflict. If you look at the power of Iran and the Strait of Hormuz and the leverage they have for a fifth of the oil that goes through there, to address that leverage, I think, is only appropriate. And so I think this is going to be short-lived for the president. And I think we're going to see a recovery in the energy markets. And at one point, we are going to figure out how, do we engage with escorts, with our or other militaries? What do we do on risk insurance? We have a product, our MARAD, which is our maritime mode at DOT, has a long-standing war risk insurance program, but there's others who are looking at it as well. So I think that's going to come into focus, and we're going to navigate it. And I think as we look to the out weeks, we're going to be in a good place.
But you think more short term, so maybe we get into a summer travel season that isn't feeling these impacts?
Well, I'm going to take the president at face value. He says we're going to be in a much better place as we come into the spring and the summer.
Okay. Switching gears a little, we're almost a month into a government funding showdown over the Department of Homeland Security. Obviously, TSA is housed under DHS, but works very closely with your DOT. We've seen reports just this week, last week, of 3-hour delays, 4-hour delays at major airports. What do you anticipate the longer this goes on? What are you hearing?
So first, to be clear, TSA is under DHS. It's not under FAA or DOT. I get a lot of texts from people who are like, my line was long at TSA. I'm like, it's not mine. Disregard. But listen, so I dealt with this in a very profound way during the last shutdown with air traffic controllers. And you have a group of people who, this is especially for the TSA worker, that they don't make a lot of money, and they live in cities, they live in some expensive places around the country, and when they go without the first paycheck and they go into not getting a second paycheck, we have to be sensitive to the true financial pain that these families are under and the choices that people have to make, and it's paying rent, it's putting food on the table. And so I would hope that the shutdown would end. Again, if you look at this conflict with Iran and the millions of people who came into our country in the 4 years of Biden, we don't know who came. There are real risks. And I think this is not the time to not fund the Department of Homeland Security. And I think there's a pathway to say, hey, we have some differences. Work through those differences, but let's not hold the country hostage and aviation hostage and your trip hostage. And you're about to have your fourth, I have 9. Going through the airport and going through TSA with a bunch of kids, maybe by yourself it's still unpleasant, but man, it's not fun to have, kids you're trying to contain. It's hard enough on an airplane versus a TSA line. So I would just hope that Chuck Schumer would come to his senses and let's get this done.
And going through the airport with kids, that is something, it's tough. I want to turn to the FAA modernization effort in just a second, but really fast, we're a year out from this DCA tragedy. Congress has kind of 2 bills they're considering: a Senate bill, the Rotor Act, a House bill, the Alert Act. I know you're not a lawmaker, obviously, but what do you think Congress should do here to help prevent this from happening again?
So I used to be one in a former life, and I have the utmost respect for the Congress. And first of all, when we looked at the DCA air crash, there was, a lot of signs, a lot of near misses in that airspace in the years leading up to the crash. And we have done away with any fixed wing rotor cross traffic on the Potomac. That happened on day, the next day we did that. But I think with these, what has to happen is, you can't have the House try to jam the Senate. You can't have the Senate try to jam the House. The way I see it is they're not that far apart. You just need both. And by the way, this is bipartisan. Like in a time when we don't have a lot of bipartisanship, this really is what's the right policy. It's not a partisan exercise. So I think just both chambers have to come together and sit down and have a conversation and work out the kinks and pass a bill. And I think, again, each of the bills have failed. So now I think this is the setup for success.
Yeah, I think you make a great point. Now, turning to the FAA revitalization, when you first came into this job as DOT secretary, what shocked you most about our current system? Was it the floppy disk or something else?
So just as I'm going to give you a trip down memory lane, so my first full day was the DCA air crash. And if you ever deal with people who have lost a loved one and you feel like that accident shouldn't have happened, you want to make sure you never let that happen again, and you want to do everything you can to make sure everything in your power you're doing to keep people safe. But that was on a Wednesday, and then on Friday we had the plane crash in Philadelphia, crash into the city, and the next day the NOTAM system went down, and then the Motley Crue plane crashed into in Phoenix, Arizona. And then we had the air crash in Alaska. And then a week later, we had the air crash in Canada. So it was like one thing after the next.
Right.
And as I had asked the question, how do we update the system? What's wrong with the system? And I got one set of problems. And I said, is that it? If we fix this, is the system fixed? Like, well, no, actually there's this too. And I'm like, okay, if we fix that as well, is it fixed? Like, no, actually there's, tell me everything that's wrong with our equipment in the FAA. And in essence, they came back and said, everything. Like, we need, and I think, and I can give some push to the FAA, but they have been so successful at safety. We do have the gold standard of all aviation. We have the most, we have more commercial aircraft, we have more general aviation in our airspace, bar none. Like, we have way more aircraft, and they are the best. And because they're the best, I think they were able to take some time and not really update the system, and time just has become years to decades. And so I was shocked. Again, we're still using copper. We're still using floppy disks. Right. We're using duct tape. We're using paper strips. We have, our newest radar was, I think, 1983. But they're 1970s, 1960s, and some 1950s genre radar. We have really old towers, so our bricks and mortar are really old. Our software that operates the system is old, so like, it was everything. And I don't know if anyone, maybe you, from your other work in aviation or in transportation, we had this next gen process. Next gen was.
Oh, that's on here.
Oh, it is.
Well, let's go now.
Okay, so we're gonna do next gen. It's gonna be amazing. The next generation of air traffic control. We're gonna be in the cloud, and it's gonna be raw. We didn't build anything. Like, nothing came of it. And so what I think this is, I've been here for a year and a couple months, but the FAA is really good at safety. They do that really, really well. But if you ask the safety guys to actually build new infrastructure, they don't know how to do that, right? They just think that's not what they do. And so I think the next gen, setup for the FAA driving the innovative technological build-out was just going to be unsuccessful. So we've rethought the way we're doing this. We have an oversight team, if you will, some grayer-haired tech guys and aviation guys helping us out as special government employees. But then we hired a company to be our project manager, Peraton, and to help us do the build. And so on the $12.5 billion, I'm just really talking a lot because it's exciting, but the $12.5 billion that Congress gave us, they were very specific on how we use the money. And we are going to have this part of the build done by the time President Trump leaves office. So this is new radios, new radar. We're going from copper to fiber. We're going from analog to digital. By the way, the corporate America did this, 10, 15 years ago. So finding companies that are going to bring us from analog to digital, they're not really out there anymore because there's no business because it's all been done. But Peraton has done this for the military, and so we're in a good place with them there. We've got rid of the paper strips. We're going to go with electronic strips. We have better surface awareness systems. So we're in a great place. However, it was only $12.5 billion. So when you talk to people on the Hill, we should have brought this up to Josh while he was here. We do need new software. And so this is going to give us some efficiencies in the airspace, but is it going to radically reduce your delays and cancellations? Well, a little bit, but not radically, because the efficiency in the airspace is going to come from a new software system, right? That we can push you back from the gate. You can taxi after the runway. You can take off. You can fly. You can land, and you can go to your gate. I mean, having a way more efficient system is going to address the delays and the cancellations. I don't have money for that. It's going to take us time to develop that. And so, I needed another $20 billion all in, but this is about $6 or $7 billion to do this part of the project. That's a really long answer, I know, I'm sorry for.
No, I want to dig in on this stuff. Like I said, I love this stuff. You mentioned next gen, I was going to bring it up. For those who don't know, the whole idea launched in 2003 or so was to transition from ground-based radar to satellite-driven. As you said, it never lived up to all that was promised, billions of dollars in cost overruns. 20 years on, how do you do this ambitious rebuild, revitalization by the end of 2028. Like, how realistic is that, given what we've seen?
We've started off slow intentionally. I didn't want to rush and start to build. You had to think through, who do we partner with? What are the work streams? And start the process off right. So at this point, we have 14 work streams. 10 of them we are ahead of schedule. There's 4 that we're a little bit behind on, just by virtue of we had to onboard Peraton. We're going to make that up, but we are right now on time, and it's going incredibly well. And again, we're thinking differently about how we're going to build, and so but Next Gen was relying on the FAA, and we all have certain expertise, we all have certain skills, we all have certain backgrounds, and the FAA is not doing this part of it. And just in the interim, too, we have great American companies, actually, there's global companies, but we've laid out our problems. So this is my tech savviness, I'll tell you. So we have some of you are old enough for this. We have a 2026 computer program, right? And I want to install that computer program on my 2002 computer. Well, anyone who has a 2002 computer, it's not big enough. You can't put the software on that, that old computer. We don't have a system even in place right now to put this new technology into our system. And so as we get the system upgraded and we develop the software, those two things can be symbiotic. But in the meantime, we've talked to industry to say, this is the equipment we have. This is what we think you could help us with. Are there solutions that we have that can bring efficiency today? How do we do that? And we've had great response from industry trying to help us think through how we can use our old crappy system and actually bring some modernization and efficiency. And we've kind of put the problem on industry. Like, we have some money, we want to partner with you. Who can give us solutions? And then they've even told us, I don't think you're thinking about the problem correctly, or you do have this problem, but you're not thinking you have another big problem over here. And it's been a really good engagement with industry that's willing to help us out. And a lot of people care about aviation and safety and the efficiency, so.
And I want to bring in Congress here. You mentioned you need $20 billion more, right?
Billion.
Billion.
Not million.
I said billion.
Okay,
I said billion. Sorry.
Don't shortchange me.
Don't worry, I won't. Transportation in general can be very bipartisan, especially when it comes to aviation. You either have an airport in your district, definitely in your state, near your district. Members are the most frequent flyers, probably, of anyone. What's the reception been so far? Are you going up there and making this pitch? What's your plan to get the rest of this money?
So I do have the most bipartisan, you don't have a Republican road and a Democrat bridge. Or a Democrat airport and a Republican runway. This is all this American stuff. And it's a bipartisan space. And I work really well with Democrats and really well with Republicans, and this is not partisan. Everybody wants to see us get this done. The question becomes, what's the mechanism? What are we going to put this money on? And when do I get it? And so I keep pushing it because I want people to recognize that this tranche is critically important, but it doesn't give you, because I think we have to deliver for the American people. And I need to be clear that this is really important, but it doesn't give you the real deliverable of a brand new modern airspace because I don't have the next phase of it. And I think Congress wants it to happen, and I think this is legacy for the Congress, actually doing it. And whether it's me or the administrator or his team, we go on a quarterly basis to Congress. We're honest. This is where we're at. This is how far we've come. This is what we're ahead on. This is what we're behind on. This is how we're spending the money. And by the way, we've saved a ton of money on this. Can I tell you the story of the president?
Please.
So Peraton, and we had a couple companies were competing for the project. And so because the FAA in America is the gold standard, everybody, if you do our project, you're going to do projects around the world. So we had 2 competing companies. We had a down select to one. And the president, he was going to be part of the selection. He cares about aviation, which I love. For me, it makes it a lot easier. And basically, the deal was at $1.72 billion. And he said, I think we can do it for 1.5. Now, he had no idea, like we were at the, like we'd already negotiated this thing. And he picked up the phone and called the CEO and said, everybody wants this deal. It's a great deal. You're gonna sell this around the world. We need it for 1.5. Call me back in 5 minutes. And 8 minutes later, Peyton called back and said they'd do it for 1.5 billion. So we saved $200 million. And so when we negotiated our radar, the Congress gave us 1.8 billion. We had 3 companies that we had to down select to 2. And there we were at 1.3 billion. Everyone came off the 1.8. Everyone starts at 1.8 because that's how much Congress gave us, but they were competing, so we got it down to 1.3. But in the end, we figured that they could do it for a hair over 1 billion. And in essence, as we tried to get everyone to a little over $1 billion on this project, I told the CEOs, I said, listen, this is what we need you to come in at. We can do it, and you can do it with me and the administrator of the FAA, Brian Bedford. But I'll tell you this, the president has already asked, he wants to negotiate this deal on our behalf. So do you want to do it with us or with the president? We'll do it with you, and we got it for a hair over $1 billion. So he's been useful and helpful. And by the way, everyone else is going to upgrade and do their radar as well. Like, this is going to ricochet throughout the world on what we're doing, and the businesses are going to be able to sell the FAA and this project to other countries as they do their builds as well.
I want to make sure we are able to fit in a couple more.
No, I'm just gonna keep talking. Sorry.
No, your Trump impression though. Have you been working on that, by the way? The air traffic controller shortage is also a key factor here. Is this a Congress issue? Is this an FAA issue? Is this an industry issue? How do you solve this problem?
Oh, so this is you'd think this is the easiest problem that we would have, but it actually took a couple months trying to think through how do we get more throughput. We have an academy in Oklahoma City where most of our air traffic controllers are trained. We'd love to get them out of the military as well, and we have now a few colleges standing up, but. We were washing out about 30% of the young people that came into the academy. Well, I want a washout rate. Like, everyone who gets accepted should not be an air traffic controller, but 30% is way too high. So we had to look at the quality of the young people we're bringing in. Oftentimes, if you applied to become an air traffic controller, it could take you 2 years. 2.5 years to actually get into the academy. Well, if that happens and you're 24 years old, like at 24, you're not gonna wait, you're gonna go pick another career. You're not gonna wait at that age. Maybe in our years, if you're a little older, it's 2 years is meh. But at 24, they're gonna pick a different career. So we've condensed the time frame in which they apply, get accepted, and get into the academy. We're trying to get a higher rung of test scores into the academy, and we've improved our throughput. We did over 2,000 last year. I think we're gonna have even more than that this year, 2,200 if my memory serves me. And then we have to think about how do we use our controllers, right? Where do we deploy them? Here's another problem that you guys may not be aware of. So if I have a controller in Chicago. Chicago's a really busy airport. You're a really great controller if you're controlling in Chicago, and you're like, but it's too cold in Chicago, which it is too cold in Chicago. I'm from Wisconsin. You get older, you're like, I want to go somewhere warmer. And you're like, I want to go to Miami. So that great controller who's certified in Chicago goes to Miami. Well, they just can't start controlling in Miami. It's going to take them a year, 2 years to get trained up on the Miami airspace. So I lose that controller for 2 years' time. And if you have a number of controllers doing that, all of a sudden, it just exacerbates the shortage that you have. So we're gonna continue to work through getting more young people in, reducing the time frame to get into the academy, and then increasing the throughput.
And we're almost out of time, but I want to get to the future of air travel because it's just such a fascinating topic. We could spend the whole conversation on that. you guys just launched a pilot program on basically air taxis for the sky, but there's also the proliferation of drones. There's counter drone technology that you're having to deal with. When you look down the road the next 5-ish years, what are you most excited about? What are you most worried about?
So what you're really saying is that actually at DOT, we're not just slow in stop signs. Like, we are the most innovative space, and I think all of government, and it's going to radically impact lives. And so the eVTOLs, the human drones, we launched our pilot programs yesterday, and we're not gonna have hundreds of them in the air, but companies are gonna have multiple of their product flying, whether it's for people, products, or healthcare, so we can get data off those. But in the next 5 years, you're gonna see travel change. So if we could take off here, which we can't because of the Capitol, but if we could, the cost to fly in an eVTOL from here out to Dulles is the same that you'd pay for an Uber Black. The cost, the price point is way lower. They're quieter, and so I think that's exciting. Making sure we get the regulation right there is important. Drone technology, your Uber Eats and your Amazon and your cup of coffee, like all that stuff, how we deliver products is changing. Getting the regulation right there too is important. We just had autonomous vehicles on at DOT today. We had a big summit, but making sure that we lead in autonomous vehicle technology, which means the baseline is safety. We got to keep people safe, and that's we don't creep into any safety mission. But having regulations that are moving with innovation is really important, and we're working on that. Again, things that'll change your life. A supersonic flight technology today, you can fly over land. We're testing this. We have companies that are testing this, but supersonic flight over land, and the boom will ricochet off of the atmosphere as opposed to it's not going to break your windows. So a lot of really cool things are happening. And to be part of an administration that allows us to allow that innovation to happen and be smart about it, because again, if we want to be like it's 100% safe, we chain up airplanes, we chain up cars, we chain up bikes, we chain up like you got to chain it all up. So we got to let some of this stuff go, but really push them on the safety front, and we've been able to, I think, get that balance right now. And so the future in the way we move products and the way we move people is going to radically change. It's like my grandma was in a horse and buggy and she saw a man land on the moon. Maybe not that radical, but it is going to be radical change that's going to truly impact our lives, which is really exciting to be at DOT at this time that's ushering in these new technologies.
And you're right, it's such a balance between not stifling innovation, but regulating it in a smart way. So,
can I tell you my philosophy?
Yes, please.
I'm Goldilocks, right? So if I go too fast, we'll get set back years or a decade because bad things happen, right? So you can't go too fast. You can't open it up too much. And if you go too slow, our innovators can't innovate, and the rest of the world will beat us, or they're just going to go somewhere else and innovate in some other country. So like Goldilocks, we have to get our innovation or our regulation just right. And if we do that, again, it's an art, not a science, but we move with them and continue to get data on safety. And I think that's what we're trying to get, that perfection of being right in the middle, right on time, and moving with them. And this is serious stuff. Again, it's really cool. It's a lot of fun, but there's a lot of technology on everything we're talking about. And if you have products that are coming from a country that might be an adversary, we all know who that country might be, they will glean a ton of data on all aspects of our country and our people, and we can't let that be our future. It has to be American technology. We want the jobs. We want to deploy it around the world, and that's what we're trying to help them accomplish, all with the mission of safety.
Secretary Duffy, we have to end it there, but I could go on all day. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Taking the stage, Jake Sherman, joined by United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby.
Well, I joke that this is the part of the day where Anna lets me talk about things I care about, and as somebody who lives on United planes, I could take I just gave Scott all my complaints backstage, and he said he's...
Give me a lot of compliments.
He just said he's solving all my problems. He did not say that. Okay, we're gonna start with two news of the day items, which are big for your industry. I wanna start with the battle for Chicago, or not a battle, so to speak. There's been a lot of back and forth between American Airlines and United over Chicago O'Hare, and battle over effectively, at the end of the day, whose airport is this? And who is the dominant player at Chicago O'Hare? A lot of war of words. Talk about that for a second.
Okay, well, I wouldn't use the word war, battle.
Okay, sorry. A lot of back and forth.
So anyway, we're in a situation, I'll start at the end and then I'll go back and tell the story, but we're in a situation now where there are more flights scheduled at the airport than the airport can reliably handle. And I think credit to Secretary Duffy, Brian Bedford, for being proactive. It's a new DOT, a new FAA. We really appreciate what they did in Newark last year, but they're being proactive this year and saying we don't want to have a meltdown in Chicago and there's too many flights. And so we're going to limit the amount of flights at the airport to equal the capacity that we think the FAA and the taxiways in particular can handle. So I credit them for that. Our perspective to them, and I think is what they'll do, is they shouldn't put their thumbs on the scale for either. It's between American and United, between either of us.
And you worked for American.
I did. We shouldn't get to win gates at American's expense. They shouldn't get to win gates at our expense. And easy way to do that is just like make us fly the same gate utilization, and the math is pretty straightforward to do that. But I think it's really instructive to sort of tell the story of how we got here. And there's three moments in time that I think matter. Number one really is 2016. That's where American and United took a different fork in the road. And United embarked on a strategy, long-term strategy, everywhere we fly, to build a brand loyal airline. That meant investing about $1 billion a year in the product, in the technology, and higher reliability, and the service on the airplane. And the goal of that was we thought there were a lot of customers out who were willing to pay for something that's better, and it wasn't a commodity industry. And American, like not a criticism, but American focused on the commodity side of the business, and go read their transcripts for the last decade, hyper-focused on reducing cost. And good for them, they've done a good job on that. They've cut costs. But because of those divergent strategies that have been a decade in the making, United has won market share everywhere we fly, including in Chicago. In Chicago, we had a market share deficit for Chicago-based customers in 2016. We had a 19-point advantage in 2025, 38-point advantage with business customers. The result of that first sort of moment in time was the second moment in time coming out of the pandemic at the beginning of February. That's a tell. That's not something you do if you're cared about the profitability. Adding 36 days in advance, you've missed about 30 to 40% of the booking curve. February is also a month that has 29% less demand in the summer. Adding a full summer schedule there, absolutely going to lose a ton of money. They're going to lose about $1 billion in Chicago this year. It's all about trying to win gates. And this was the unintended consequence of the gate formula that Chicago has. Because
they want to rewrite this, basically.
No, they don't want to rewrite it. They want to take advantage of the rule that says if you have more flights, you win gates at the other airline's expense. But that forced United into a position of matching and adding an equivalent number of flights. We didn't want to do it, by the way. Like, we weren't planning to do it, not something we wanted to do. But we couldn't lose gates in Chicago. We weren't trying to win gates, but we couldn't lose gates. And so now the FAA has stepped in and said that's not going to work. I think the FAA will come out with a fair outcome that keeps neither American nor United wins gates. It'll be better for customers, and life goes on.
Let's talk about another one of your hubs, Washington Dulles. It was reported without United comment in February that you were at the White House talking to the president about Dulles, which I believe United controls about 70% of the flights out of Dulles. The president and Secretary Duffy have been very clear about their interest in revamping Dulles, and the president likes to get into the details of these things.
He does.
Where are you on Dulles, a place I spend more time than I'd care to admit?
Really good. I feel very good about what's happening. Dulles, has done really well for us, particularly coming out of the pandemic. We've added new destinations around the globe, places like Johannesburg, destinations in Africa. They've all done really well. We're already building a new terminal out there to double the international service. We'd like to really double the size, the number of flights that we have at Dulles, particularly international, but overall double the size. And so we had a great opportunity. I did see the president a couple of weeks ago. The president loves everything to do with airplanes, airlines, and airports. We do have that in common, so it was fun to go talk to him. We had a design for the airport that he liked. I think that this is going to help us get it done fast, move through. We're looking forward to United being able to actually, we know what an airport needs to be, build it. Like if you want it, we don't have time to tell you all about it because it's super cool.
We are losing time quickly.
It's super cool airport. The short answer is, when this is done, I think we can get it done just a few years if we do it, as opposed to a normal sort of process. It's going to be the best airport in the country.
Wow. Let's talk about the aviation system more broadly. When people in Washington talk about improving the system, touched on some of those, better decision making. From your perspective, what would make the biggest difference fastest?
Oh, by far, the biggest impact is what Secretary Duffy, who was sitting in this chair before me, talked about, which is getting the FAA modernized and fully staffed and modernized and up to speed. Probably something like 90% of the delays in the country originate at the FAA. Now, a lot of that is weather, so I'm counting weather in that, but weather and other air traffic control delays. And improving that is it's bigger than everything else combined that we could do to improve the travel experiences for the customers. And I really appreciate this administration, Secretary Duffy, Administrator Bedford, all of them want to make it better. And the kind of conversations, Secretary Duffy and I were talking, backstage before we came on about what to do. He's very involved in the details. And then Brian Bedford was an operator. He's run an airline and had to fly and operate in it. He understands this. We're really fortunate to have the two of them. I feel really good about the path that we're on. But by far, that's the biggest thing we can do.
United last year beat Delta for on-time performance, I think for the first time ever, is that right? Is it for the first time? Well, whatever, you beat them last year, that's all that counts. I think the thing that a lot of people in aviation talk about, everything looks good when the skies are blue and you could fly and there's no problems. The real test is what happens when things go sideways, right? Weather, as you mentioned, FAA issues, congestion, crew complications. What do you think United does better now in what you guys call irregular operations than you did a couple years ago?
We're dramatically better than we used to be. We are the best in the world at this. We have the most irregular operations. Our hubs, Newark, Chicago, San Francisco, we have the places every time you just measure the percentage of flights that have air traffic control delays imposed on them, United always has the highest percentage of flights just because of our geography. And so we have to be good at it. And 3 years ago, we almost had a meltdown in Newark. It was weather combined with air traffic control issues, the well-documented issues, but we were running out of crews. We had a bunch of crew scheduling problems. We used that as a wake-up call. We had good technology, but we went and just completely redid it. And you look at kind of what happened, with Winter Storm Fern. That storm, probably was the worst winter storm that's hit the U.S., including our hubs, in memory at least. And we had great accurate forecasts on the storm, so we pre-planned for it. We had great technology to reroute crews and rebuild the schedules. And as soon as the storm ended, we were back up and running 100%. Not every airline did that. Most had challenges. But United was back up and running 100%. Same happened with this most recent storm. We've built really good technology, particularly that we can push a button to cancel when we have to cancel flights because there's less capacity at airports, that we cancel flights, but we repair the crew schedule and the aircraft schedules simultaneously. Instead of doing those sequentially and getting behind, those things happen at the same time. And it happens in an automated way. It's all technology that does it. So our teams just do a great job now.
Two more questions for you, and then I'm already out of time, but I'll take my personal privilege here. You made a big bet on Starlink.
Yeah.
You're working with the FAA, I think you have them on regional jets. You're working on getting on mainline aircraft. Talk about that bet and why you did it.
Well, it's awesome. We're doing it for customers. I said earlier, like a decade ago, we started to invest in the customer strategy to win brand loyal customers. This is just the next iteration, the next step. It is by far the best. Like eventually every airline's going to have it on the planes, but I love that some of them are not doing it yet. Eventually you're going to have to. But it is dramatically better.
Is it like, as a consumer, you'd notice it immediately?
For anyone that wants to be on the internet, you notice immediately. I mean, I flew on one Saturday from New York back to Dallas, and my son got on. He never remembers to download stuff. My 10-year-old.
My 8-year-old.
He logged on to Netflix and watched stuff the whole way, and it was a joy for my wife and I. We were having entertainment. We watched streamed Netflix the whole way on the flight. So it's great. It'll be on 50% of the mainline fleet by this year and essentially the whole fleet next year.
Wow, that's a pretty quick turnaround.
That's another thing. Starlink, like, unlike every other vendor we work with in aviation, like you go sit with them and you have a problem, and like you get out on the blackboard and you map it out, like, well, here's what we'll do. And you fix it. Like it's light years faster, not just the internet service, light years faster to get stuff done.
This is my last question. This is a bit of a, a personal question for me. Airlines are we were talking about this backstage a little bit. You are in the loyalty business, right? You're in the intimacy business, meaning people feel like, including me, they have a relationship with an airline and they are flying that airline all the time. Talk about that and talk about global services, which I am proud to be part of.
That's a secret society.
It's
what are
a
you
secret.
talking about?
I have my tattoo on my back, GS. But talk about that for a second.
So we've been trying to build an airline that is, well, I say brand loyal. It's not just for global services. It's not just for premium. Like almost all the investments we make apply to economy as well. Like you have seatback entertainment if you buy a basic economy seat. You got the bigger bins. You have the best technology in the world, the best app in the world. You're going to have Starlink, and you can have Starlink for free on the airplane. Like we're doing it across the board. I want customers to fly United because they love United, not just because of the schedule. It is not a commodity. That is the biggest difference between us and most of our competitors. I do not believe it is a commodity. I've told our officer team last year that their job is, wow, it's cool. And I said by that is every year I want our frequent customers to get on an airplane at some point during the year and say, wow, that's cool. That's something no other airline in the world does that I think is cool. And I don't care about all the stuff you've done in the past. What are you gonna do this year that gets people to say, wow, you're cool? And then next year, I don't care what you did this year. Wow,
You're gonna run out of stuff to do pretty soon.
We're not.
It's only an airline.
We're not. We're not. And making customers love us, that's how we win. And like we talked about Chicago and how big the market share gains are. By the way, that's not unique to Chicago. I could have put up could you give me the same numbers for Denver or San Francisco or any of our hubs? We've won market share everywhere because we're focused on winning customers as opposed to treating air travel as a commodity and just trying to get your costs down every quarter. We're focused on investing and winning for the customers, and that creates loyalty.
Scott Kirby, CEO of United, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's fun.
Please welcome Jake Sherman, joined by Mark Ein of Venture House Group, Zach Leonsis of Monumental Sports and Entertainment, and Jason Sinaraja of the Washington Nationals.
Okay, another panel that has a specific interest to me. Washington sports, as a DC sports fanatic, I am happy to be here with three people who know this, control this stuff and know it very well. I'm going to kick right off because I have a lot of questions about the business, about Washington, about sports media. Zach, we'll start with you because I am a season ticket holder of the Washington Wizards.
Thank you.
And you are the president of media and new enterprises at Monumental Sports, which controls the Wizards and the Capitals and the Mystics. One of the things we've seen a lot of at Capital One Arena is the premiumization, which we are going to see at the new Commander Stadium and Nats Park of the fan experience. What are you trying to accomplish? What is the goal with some of these upgrades? I've gotten the stuff in the mail. I've looked at the Halo. I'm excited for it. Talk about it.
Well, you know, listen, the lifespan of a lot of buildings is typically around 30 years, and people forget that Capital One Arena is now in its 29th year of operation. It's become the heartbeat of downtown Washington, D.C., the most powerful city in the world, and we think the most powerful city in the world should have the most thriving and best downtown center in the entire world. And so, you know, at some point you have to meet the demands of your fans, and unlike building a new building where you're concepting and hoping, what is the market bearing, what are people going to be willing to buy in this new location, in a renovation, we know exactly what our demand is. And to be frank, we have not been able to meet our fans where their buying preferences have been. We have the data, we have the firsthand customer feedback on what people would like to buy. And you know, the premium spaces that we've had historically have only accounted for about 13% of our total ticketing products. And by the end of the renovation, it'll increase to over 36%. And so people are looking for different kinds of experiences these days. The buying behavior of people in the 90s and early 2000s is different from what it is today. The live game experience window is expanding. We need more programmatic space to entertain fans with. The footprint of our building previously has been 900,000 square feet. At the end of this renovation transformation, it's going to be 1.6 million.
Wow, it's a big increase.
And so we're really taking a lot more space. We're taking some vacant space next door in Gallery Place and really putting it to better use. You know, the premium spaces that have come online already, I think, have received rave reviews from those who are enjoying them. But it's also incredibly important to us, particularly as we head into the second summer, that we do focus, obviously, on every sort of category of fan. We don't want our building to only be a premium-based experience. Right. We want our tickets to be affordable and accessible to anyone and everyone. We service over up to 3 million people annually in our building, and we want to provide opportunities and products and services that match everyone's needs.
Jason, what's next for the Nationals in Nationals Park, which is now what? How many years old is it now?
About 19 years old.
19 years old, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's very similar to what Zach was saying. You know, the experience overall at baseball games, we have 81 games. So, you know, if you combine the Wizards and the Capitals, you get to that number. You know, the experience has to be different for everybody. And the experiences across sports, especially in baseball stadiums or ballparks, has become very personalized. So, you know, you have your uber premium customer that wants certain amenities, certain types of food, hospitality, et cetera. You have some other fans that want different experiences for their kids. There's a value-seeking customer. There's an event or social consumer. And that's important for us. You know, Friday and Saturday nights in the summer, that's a very big social night, typically around Major League Baseball, especially even in this market as well. So how do you cater to that different set of audiences or demographics or fan bases is something that we have to really consider, and that's something I've been pushing on our teams in the 50 days I've been in my role. But you know, this year I think the
get on it, man.
Yeah. The main focus is really just improving the game experience and the fan experience for our fans, getting them in a lot quicker, a lot faster, serving them food a lot quicker and faster, getting rid of queues, and evaluating everything we do so we can be very thoughtful in what we want to do next at Nationals Park.
Mark, you have probably the most, I would say the most exciting thing right now, which is a new stadium not far from where we are now, which will come online in 2030. I'm curious how you think of that as you're building it out, because you have a fresh canvas in many ways. I know you said you used to wake up in the middle of the night worrying about Washington Castle's tennis tournament seats being empty.
True.
How do you how do you think about this and when you think of a new park?
Yeah, so first of all, I think we live in an amazing time in Washington where every single sports venue is getting either built or renovated.
Yep.
I'll make a plug for our tennis tournament too. The DC Open's been here since 1969. Hopefully we're going to get the same thing. And then for the football team, this is really a once-in-a-generation opportunity to build a new stadium in that iconic location. Really from the beginning of the quest to buy the team, the dream always included in our ideal state putting the new stadium there. It was, we could do a whole session on what it took to make that happen.
I'm going to ask you about that next.
We can do that. So but the fact that that came together and happened is extraordinary. I think you guys have seen the images outside. I think we're all really excited about how it pays homage to the past and RFK, but is modern and monumental like DC. We have not really shared much of the inside. I will tell you, the guiding design principle for the inside is football first. We want to have the best home field advantage in the NFL. So we're going to have a lot of premium space. We're going to have something for everyone, but it's also balanced with creating an extraordinary home field experience so that we win Super Bowls. And I'd like that's a big part of what we're really focused on. And I think there will be something for everyone, but at the end of the day, we want to be the loudest, most intimidating place for other teams to come play.
I'm going to get to everyone else again in a second, but I wanted to talk about, since we do cover Congress and we do cover governing, it was a hell of a process to get this thing done because you have the odd situation that a lot of this is on government land. Yeah. And you had to talk about this.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't want to take because we could take the whole time, but basically in the spring, I think April of 24, the bill passed the House to transfer jurisdiction of the RFK land to the city. And then from April until the last day of the Congress, the Senate passed nothing other than, I think, defense authorizations. And we kind of said, could you attach a stadium to that? And they said, no, we're not doing that. And every time something came up, we thought maybe we could, we couldn't. And so then you're stuck with the last Hail Mary was, can you get unanimous consent, which they do at the end of the Congress, and they sit there and they read all the stuff that's waiting. And if one person objects, it's over. We had a bunch of people, senators, we knew we had to work through. The Maryland senator, there was a bunch. And at 5 o'clock on that day, I was in New York, and our team said, we think it's a 20% chance we get through this today. The mayor called. She said, my team says it's an 80% chance. I'm like, well, that's a big bid ask. And we'll find out at the end of the night who's right. I flew home, and we worked the phones, and one by one, people fell into place. I will say it was surreal watching C-SPAN at 12:30 because one thing after another was getting rejected and rejected. And I guess there's certain senators who just rejected on the principle. They do. I don't like this. And there was one sitting there. And one of the things that came right before us was, it's actually not funny, but was pediatric cancer research. And that got rejected because they didn't like the process. So if you don't like that, what do you think about a stadium? And the stadium came, and we're all watching with bated breath, and it passed. And if that didn't happen, this would never happen because you'd have to start back at the beginning. You'd have to go through, it just never could have ever have happened. So it literally was a Hail Mary that year, and fortunately it happened. It had a ton of bipartisan support through the whole thing. It's just what it took to get it done was a bit of a miracle that we're really happy about.
Let's get a Super Bowl now. Okay, Zach, you've talked about this with our team. You were kind enough to come in and talk with your dad to the Punchbowl News staff about media and startups and all this stuff, and I found it fascinating, the streaming strategy for both the Nationals and Monumental. Talk about both of you guys. Talk about how you're investing in streaming, regional sports networks, and kind of the landscape for media and sports right now.
Well, I think when we think about our organization at large, we think about our business as being a platform business. We don't think about ourselves as just being a sales and marketing business or just being a venues business or just being a network business. We, operating in sports, operate some of the most valuable live IP on planet Earth. I think that, shows come and go. You see big streamers like Netflix and Amazon spending billions of dollars on content libraries and whatnot. People binge watch shows and then they never watch them again. where people will tune into a Commanders regular season game year over year over year. You have a built-in audience, and the same is true with, of course, our teams. Our teams provide that tonnage. And so any single given night, a national programmer is delivering our games on the NBA or the NHL. Times are changing, consumption behavior is changing. We saw an ecosystem that was really hesitant to rip apart from the traditional ecosystem. And so we bought our regional sports network back from Comcast, and we took our rights direct to consumer, and we're having a variety of different conversations with additional digital distributors out there as well. Our leagues are doing the same. We wanted to build a platform that was channel agnostic, distributing our programming live and original across a variety of different channels, and meeting people where they want to consume the programming. And so this is a turbulent time for all of media, not just print media, traditional linear media as well. There's big mergers and acquisitions happening. You see the Paramount, Warner Brothers Discovery, Netflix battle and whatnot. The partnerships that our leagues were making with national parties. You think about Disney and Comcast, you think about Turner. Those were the big dogs for the longest time. Now the new bidders are the streamers. You have to adapt. And so the best packages these days have a linear component and a digital component as well. And that's what we're trying to mirror on a local level as well. And so media is a huge focus of ours. While we get up to 3 million people through our turnstiles, media is still the #1 channel for how we reach our fans. It is core to the day-to-day fan experience. And a streaming experience is also a personalized one, and one that we can kind of present our best foot forward. You can control the experience in terms of empowering the user to see different camera angles and add betting, for example. You can do a lot more in a two-way experience via streaming and digital than you can previously in an exclusive linear experience, which is really a one-way experience. And so I think those personalization opportunities, AI is going to be driving a lot of this change. Media is right at the center of it, and you're going to have to adapt or die. But I think we're pleased with the content and the IP that we own.
Jason, how about you? You guys are partnering with MLB.TV. Talk about that.
Yeah, so we chose this year to partner with MLB. MLB is going to be handling, I think, 12, 13 teams. I forget exactly how many. So Nationals TV is going to be available. It's a D2C, so direct-to-consumer product. We're also working through distribution partnerships with various cable providers and so forth, very much similar to how you guys are doing it over at Monumental. And, you know, look, the exciting part for us is we've never had full control of our broadcast and the programming and the innovation, right? So when you're talking about 162 games, not everybody is going to watch 162 games. There are very few people that do that. And so how do you cater to the different audiences that we have? How do you adjust the experience? How do you bring new camera angles? How do you bring new data? How do you bring more interactivity? We are going to have in-game interviews in the dugout with our on-air staff, right? That's a unique thing to hear from a pitcher that just literally came out of the game to tell you what happened, right? And that's some real new innovation that I think our fans are going to enjoy. And you got to do that when you have 162 games. So that's really good. We're very hopeful about the subscribers in the DMV area. We're expanding our distribution down into North Carolina as well, which is part of our HMA. So that's a real big positive. But I think the fans are going to find it to be a very different broadcast, and hopefully in a good way.
Mark, you and I have both been vocal about and Anna's going to yell at me for asking this question, but she's not on stage, so there's very little she could do, about the decline of the Washington Post sports section and the need, I think, and I think this impacts all of you guys. I mean, this is not a minor thing that the Washington Post is no longer covering local sports. The greatest sports section, I think, in history was the Washington Post. Gave birth to Tony Kornheiser, Wilbon, Tom Boswell, Barry Svrluga, all these people who have been just tremendous. How will this impact you guys, and what can be done?
Well,
and Punchbowl News will not be doing it as of now, but
we did talk about it. So it is unfortunate. I think people know that I saved, I don't know what it was, the Washington City paper. And one of the first things I did, thinking that we're hyper-local and content people care about, is bringing a sports writer on who we hired from the Washington Post. And I think I know what the Post was. The Post lost a huge amount of money. No matter how rich you are, you don't like to lose a ton of money.
Owned by Jeff Bezos, the richest guy.
Right.
One of them, at least.
Right, but eventually, I'm not making any judgment, but eventually just knowing how people think, eventually it's just a lot. And I think what they did is they looked at what content was most consumed more broadly. And I will tell you, when we did sports, it was not widely consumed as much as City Hall even and other things, concerts, restaurants, lists. I think the question is, it's a little like a stadium. It's like if you optimize every piece, what does the whole look like? And I think a lot of people start their day with the sports because you don't want to get into the heavy stuff to start. And so you start with the stuff that's lighter and more enjoyable that you gravitate towards. So I don't know, we'll find out what it is. If you can look at it all incrementally, or when you lose that, even though that wasn't the most popular, if it just erodes the overall audience. It's publicly known, you know, I looked at, should I stand something up through the city paper another way? But my view was, I'll only do that if there's a need. If there's a need, I'll do it because someone needs to, and it's important, not for our teams, but we need it for the community. It turned out the New York Times hired a ton of them through The Athletic, which is great. They already, by the way, hired our former Post Commanders beat reporter before that. ESPN just announced they're hiring a bunch. They have a Commanders beat reporter. So there's already 2 outlets that aren't local, but have big scale, are sophisticated, hiring them. I wish it was local, but
Baltimore Banner's doing it too.
The Baltimore Banner's going to do it. Maybe others will dabble in it. We may do something, but I think the void for that has been filled. Honestly, this isn't what the purpose of this panel is. No. I have more concern with local news because that really matters. Do you have people down? The same thing you guys do, keeping federal government honest and transparent. Like, if you don't have local news, then you have real big problems, and that one has not gotten filled yet. But the sports one, the void's been filled. All the people have found homes. They found homes in really good places, and we'll see. I think it'll be okay.
Let's look forward a little bit, and you guys have all talked about sports in DC, and DC is a major city. I mean, we're going to now have all of the major sports teams in the city, which is an exciting thing for people who live in the city like myself. What makes you excited about sports in DC? And I mean, Mark, I'll start with you because you're closest to me, but building a new stadium means DC could have a Final Four. DC could have a Super Bowl. I mean, these are things that hopefully you want to happen, right?
Oh, for sure. And I do want to say, it's a perfect segue, because the one thing I want to say is, for all of us, we all are either building or investing in our facilities. A lot of that is due to this mayor and with the council's support, realizing that the traditional engines of economic growth in Washington are challenged severely. We all know that, with the federal government, moving or shrinking, moving segments or shrinking. And she made a very foresighted decision, which is, I'm going to fill it with tourism and entertainment related things, of which sports is important, and we're going to make these investments. So I want to give them credit. Should be a gigantic economic engine. We have the draft next year. We think we're going to get 1 million people for the draft next summer.
On the mall, right?
On the mall. They got 700,000 people in Green Bay. So they got 700,000 people here. You definitely are going to get 1 million people in the mall. And all these things are massive. I mean, the Super Bowl is $1 billion for the local economy. So I think she was right with this strategy. And I'd say the same thing in Zach's building. They bring unbelievable events that are coveted worldwide, and the same thing at the Nationals as well.
When you think about the qualities that define any sort of region, you think of the major industry. In New York, you think finance. In DC, you think federal government. You think of the iconic architecture, the Empire State Building in New York, the Washington Monument, the Capitol Dome, and then you think about the sports teams.
Yep.
And I can't think of a time that unified our region more. It didn't matter if you were Republican or a Democrat, than when the Capitals won the Stanley Cup, or the Mystics won the WNBA championship in 2019, or the Nationals won the World Series in 2019. And so, our mayor is incredibly bright, And she's a business person too. She's not just a politician. She's making an investment on what she believes will spur activity in downtown Washington, D.C., will revitalize riverfront across the Anacostia River, just like Nats Park did in the Navy Yard, which has been the hottest neighborhood in the city for a long, long time. And so, you know, we are also making a significant investment in our building. It's going to end up being a $1 billion project, 500 from the city, 500 from ourselves. And so, you know, we host up to 250 events annually.
Someone just told
like
me the other day
the
it's one of the busiest and most used stadiums in the country.
It's a top 10 arena in the United States, a top 20 worldwide. Post-renovation, we would expect to have an NBA All-Star game, an NHL All-Star game, a WNBA All-Star game. We're going to have NCAA tournament here in just a couple of weeks.
Don't I know it?
Yeah, right. But we hosted Michigan and Duke recently, too, on top of all the games that we already have. And so making those experiences even better, we want to continue to invest. And you were talking about the Washington Post. It was really sad to see, and we really do value independent journalism of our teams. We want to try to fill that void too. We've been investing in our local network when no one else has, when everyone else has been retreating and cutting expenses. We've got thousands of hours of original programs. We've hired national personalities like Rachel Nichols and Chris Cillizza. We've done partnerships with Sports Business Journal. We're hiring more on-air talent, not less. We brought on TJ Oshie. We brought on John Wall. We are making our air as high quality and blue chip as possible for our fans. And I hope that that comes through. I hope that local still matters to people. I know it does. And so we'll keep investing along that thesis.
Jason, I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, I mean, I'm new to D.C., so I'm learning it as well as we go. But
you were in a very calm sports town called Buffalo, where they don't really care about the Bills.
I built a stadium there, so I dealt with politicians on that front. But I think, you know, just across the country, across North America, right, nothing brings people together for a sense of community than sports. And I think what I've already observed with our local government, our city government, the council, everybody, is that they understand that, they embrace it. They've been very supportive of all of our efforts here. And I think they want to see this community thrive and all of these sports teams to thrive in this market and do well on and off the field. And that's, you know, we're very grateful at the Nationals for that.
All right, I want to tell you, Mark Cuban was on stage earlier today, this morning, and said he thinks the Wizards stole in a good way. It was a great trade to get Anthony Davis. You got him for nothing. So that's a good comment from Mark Cuban, who still owns 20-something% of the Dallas Mavericks. So he endorses the trade.
Well, it's very exciting. Listen, we've been pursuing a big rebuild. It's no secret, and we've been accumulating a lot of young talent and giving them permission to work on their game and make mistakes and not feel like they're on a short leash. The coaching staff has been enabled around that. And the right next step for these guys' is development, is to be part of a more competitive team. So adding Trae Young, adding Anthony Davis, hopefully adding a great additional high-end young player in this upcoming draft. We're hopeful that this fall is a fun one. So I hope to see you at a bunch of games.
Hey, I'm behind Mark. You know, not as good as tickets, but a couple rows behind him. And the Nationals are investing. You guys are investing in your minor league teams. Very exciting. So I've said to my friends, I have 10 years from 2019. I can't complain about the Nationals for 10 years after winning a World Series. Right. So we'll win a World Series in the next couple of years.
Are you saying that we've got 3? We've got...
Yeah, I think look, we have a very young team. I think it's going to be exciting to watch this year. But we're definitely building for the future. We have an exciting new president of baseball ops, Paul Taboni, who's done an awesome job already. I think the fans of DC are going to be very happy over the next few years.
And the Commanders are going to be back next year?
Just going to say, Zach, the only thing he forgot that brought the city together was the Redskins winning the Super Bowl.
Yes. 92, 91.
That was before your ownership, though.
I was 3, but yes. And it will. And it will, and they will win a Super Bowl, and I'll be there.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Right.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the time. It was awesome.
Please welcome back Punchbowl News founder and CEO, Anna Palmer.
Hey, everybody. Very quickly before cocktails start, because I know I never want to get in the way between anybody and a drink. It has been an incredible day. Thank you so much for joining us. I do want to say a big thank you to our partners, our main stage partner, presenting sponsor Johnson & Johnson, as well as Children's Hospital Association, Kovista, Southern Company, McKenzie, and United for making today possible. A huge thank you to the Punchbowl News team. Putting on an event like this is no small feat, and it's just an incredible job by the entire team. I hope you stick around. We've got cocktails in the Columbus Room. We also have a fun last swag gift for you to take on your way out as we raise a glass. So I'll see you over there in a few minutes. Thank you.
This concludes today's programming. Please join us in the presidential suite for a celebratory toast.